A hand came out of the pyramid. Not a door in the pyramid, not a hatch. The stone cracked at the base like a walnut, and an arm wrapped in white bandages pushed straight up through it, fingers first, feeling around in the air for something to grab. I was standing 3 meters away with no weapon, no plan, and no shoes I would describe as combat-rated. The bandaged fingers found the edge of the crack, pulled. A shoulder came through, then a head, and the head had no eyes, just 2 clean holes where eyes used to be an extremely long time ago, and the holes turned and looked directly at me. I want to say I stood my ground because I am brave. Actually, my legs had scheduled a meeting and forgotten to invite me. Then it climbed all the way out, stood up, brushed sand off itself like a guy getting out of a swimming pool, and bowed. 13 more came out behind it. 14 mummies, standing in my courtyard in the afternoon sun, not one of them afraid of daylight, all of them mine. And I remember the exact thought that went through my head, which was not, oh God, and was not, I'm going to die. It was that entrance necessary? You couldn't just walk out a door? You had to do the hand thing? I looked at them. They looked at me, in the sense that eye sockets can look. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. And the reason I was standing in a courtyard being bowed at by corpses instead of screaming is that the notification log was still open in the middle of my head, and I had already read it about 9 times. You have been randomly assigned to a desert territory. You have drawn the initial troop nest, mummy pyramid, standard 3-star. A desert. 20 billion tickets in the drum, and I pulled the one that says sand. You have become a desert lord. The bloodline within you has begun to awaken. You have gained a special growth talent. Lord talent, desert lord, special growth talent, current grade C. You are the master of the desert. You can foresee the arrival of sandstorms, and you have mastered the ability of sandification. Sandification, grade C, turns the body to sand. Reduces physical damage taken by 99%. Absorbs sand to heal injuries. 10 minutes, 1 hour cooldown. And then the line I had read the other 8 times for. You can bestow your power upon the troops you recruit. Bestow, not lend. Bestow. Give it away and keep it. Every soldier I personally pull out of that pyramid gets a weaker copy of the same thing, and there is no counter anywhere on how many times I am allowed to do it. No charges, no limit. The description at the bottom of the talent said, and I am quoting it exactly, a desert lord with some special abilities but otherwise unremarkable. Unremarkable. Thanks. Very kind. Take a 99% physical immunity, print otherwise unremarkable underneath it, and mail that to whoever writes these. So that is the hand I was dealt. 14 dead men who cannot feel pain, a hole in the ground that makes more of them, and a talent that hands out exemptions from physics as long as I am standing on sand. The system took about 20 minutes to deal it, and the 20 minutes went like this. I had a job, an apartment, and a countdown timer on my phone. The timer was for a game. Glorious Era, 10 of the biggest studios in the world, 6 years of development, and open beta went live at midnight. I had read every scrap of public information about that game so many times I could recite the resource list in my sleep. Gold, wood, stone, iron, gems, sulfur, mercury, crystal. Come on, ask me anything. I got off work and went home fast because I had a date with a launcher. Then a voice came out of the middle of my own skull. Glorious Era has officially launched. Selected Fusion World, Blue Star. Fusion begins. Fusion complete. Number of participants in this game, 20 billion. 20 billion. There are 8 billion people on Earth. I did the math while my apartment was still spinning apart around me, and the math said the game had not merged with my planet. The game had merged with several, and mine happened to be one of the ones invited. Welcome to the Glorious Era. Here you will find majestic gods, magic, alchemical technology, and everything you can imagine. Everyone will become a lord. That last one landed different. Everyone will become a lord. Every single one of us, 20 billion, dropped somewhere on a map we had never seen, handed a plot of land and a hole in the ground that makes soldiers, and told to figure it out, to live or to die, to become a beggar or to wear a crown. Anything is possible. Then the floor stopped being my floor. I opened my eyes in a hall. 12 stone pillars holding up a sunken roof high enough to park a bus under, walls of gray stone that had been standing there since before anybody in my family tree learned to write, and a long black table with more than a dozen chairs pulled up to it. Dust on everything thick enough to sign your name in. I swiped a finger through it and left a stripe, and the stripe was the most convincing thing in the room, because dust does not lie about how long it has been alone. 2 huge wooden windows on each wall. No glass, just sunlight coming through in slabs. Here is the part I am not proud of. I stood in that hall, and my first coherent feeling was not terror. It was that this place smelled like somewhere expensive, foreign, old, the kind of old that has opinions. Then the voice came back and started handing out my life. The desert came through then, the pyramid, the talent, and underneath all of it, at the bottom of the panel, one more line that was somehow the strangest of the lot. Arthur, Level 1, Lord of Twilight City. Faction, Desert Faction, Lawful Neutral. Territory, Twilight City, Level 1 Village. Lord of a village, in sand. 20 minutes after clocking off work, I took a few deep breaths on the dusty floor of a stranger's hall, and I made the single decision that everything after it grew out of. No matter how you play it, it is still playing. The real world is just a game with better graphics. I have been reading about this world for years. I know the resource list. I know the faction alignments. I am not going to sit in this room and cry about physics. Also, and I say this with the flatness of a man who has thought about it, I did not have anybody back there. No family waiting up. Nobody whose face I had to picture and then throw away. I was already alone before the sky ate my apartment. So I got up and went to look at my pyramid. Out the hall door there was a courtyard with blue stone paving laid so flat you could bowl on it, and a gray wall 3 meters high blocking most of the view. The sky over the wall was blue in a way that made me suspicious, air dry enough to sand furniture with. And in the front corner, 3 meters tall, weathered down to something between a building and a sculpture, sat the pyramid. Mummy Pyramid, common 3-star, recruitable unit, Mummy, 14 available, weekly production 7. 4 gold, 4 wood, 4 stone each, 12 resource units per soldier, cheap. Cheap the way instant noodles are cheap, and for the same reason. I was standing there doing arithmetic about instant noodle soldiers when a line of text I did not order slid onto the bottom of the panel. Black Gold System Startup. Startup successful. I stopped breathing for a second, and it was not the pyramid's fault, because I knew that name. Black Gold System. That is not from Glorious Era. That is from a busted little single-player game a friend of mine coded, the kind of game where the ambition is high and the balance passed away in the night. I played it because he asked me to. I complained about the difficulty, loudly, repeatedly, in the voice of a man who has been kicked in the shins by a tutorial, and to shut me up, he wrote me a cheat and bolted it into his own game with my name on it. The cheat did exactly one thing. It let you upgrade anything, forever. And it had just booted up inside a world with 20 billion people in it. Mummy Pyramid, standard 3-star. Consume 10 standard Desert Faction unit nests to upgrade to Elite 3-star. Let me explain why that line is insane, because if you have not read the manual, it just looks like inventory management. In Glorious Era, your troop nest is your entire life. It is the building that makes soldiers, and it is the one thing in your territory that cannot be leveled, ever. It is fixed at whatever grade the sky handed you. If you want a better army, you go out into the wild, find a wild nest guarded by monsters that will absolutely kill you, take it by force, and rebuild it at home. That is the whole game. That is the ladder everyone is climbing. And I had just been handed a button that says, buy 10 cheap nests, feed them to your nest goes up a grade. Is that reasonable? Absolutely not. Is it fair? Also no. Am I using it? Ask me a real question. Before I got too comfortable, I read the small print, because I have been burned by my friend's small print before. Note 2. The level has been increased. This unit nest can only be upgraded again after a 7-day cooldown. There it is. 7 days between rungs. I actually laughed out loud in the courtyard, alone, at a pyramid. He put that in on purpose. He put that in specifically so I would not finish his game in one sitting and then tell him his game was short. I got handed the most broken tool in a world of 20 billion players, and the man who built it left a leash on it out of spite. Fine. Honestly, fine. Because the leash is only on the button, it is not on how many nests I own. The other cost is money, and money in this world means resources, and the ladder is uglier than it looks. 10 nests gets you 1 rung. The rung after that wants 10 elite nests, and an elite nest is 10 commons, so that is 100. The one after that is 1,000, and every time the nest goes up, the price of one single soldier goes up tenfold. 12 resources became 120. It will become 1,200. It will become 12,000. The cheat does not print money. The cheat converts money into violence at an exchange rate nobody else has access to. That is the entire trick, and it means for the next month my actual job is going to be finding things to sell. Then a second voice, chirpier than the first, said the Lord's Forum was now open. I want you to understand what the forum is. 20 billion people got dropped into a fantasy world at the same time, and the system gave all of us a group chat. Damn you top 10 game companies, you absolute bastards. Was this planned all along? When I opened my eyes, I saw my son, who is in kindergarten, holding a white wolf skull and waving it in my face. It almost scared me to death. Science is dead. All we have left is to burn paper money. I got dropped in an orc territory, and my first nest is orc peons. These things can't do anything except work, and there is a wolf pack sitting outside my walls. Ha ha ha, my nest is a crossbreed griffin, elite 1-star. Somebody save me. There is a bear outside my territory. If it charges in, my troops can't hold it. Who knows how to get home? My family owns 20 apartments in Liujiang City. I will give 10 of them to whoever gets me home. Tens of thousands of posts every time I refreshed it. Grown adults offering real estate they no longer have any legal claim to in exchange for a ride home that does not exist. And one guy, one absolute hero, announcing to everybody that since a divine power had transported him to this world, he would clearly be the protagonist. And once he became a god, he would send us all back. Just wait, he said. Buddy. 20 billion of us got the same email. I read the chat for a long time, and something in my chest unknotted a little, and I am not going to dress it up. It was not sympathy. It was arithmetic. 20 billion people were in this with me. That is not a tragedy. That is a market. Which brings me to the second tab, trading market. I opened it expecting nothing, 10 minutes into a new world, and instead got a wall of listings. Beast head, 10 gold. Blood-stained fangs, 5 stone. Special ore, 8 wood. Somebody had already found and priced a monster's head inside of 10 minutes, and I would like to know what he does for a living. But most of it was people swapping resources. 10 gold for 10 wood. 10 wood for 10 stone. 10 stone for 10 iron. The whole market was a giant washing machine of the same 4 commodities, because on day 1, nobody knows what anything is worth yet. I checked my own wall. 2,000 gold, 2,000 wood, 2,000 stone, 2,000 iron. Rare resources, all 4 of them, 0. And then I typed the search that decided the next 2 weeks of my life. Unit nest core. They were everywhere, hundreds of them. Desert faction nests, thumbnail-sized crystals, 400 resources, 500, some of them 300 from people who clearly wanted the money more than the soldiers. And I sat there in a dusty hall doing the sums with my mouth open, because every single person selling one of those was selling it for the correct price. A cheap nest makes cheap soldiers. Any sane player would rather have 400 resources. I bought 10. Desert snake nest, desert poison rat nest, desert lizard man nest. Whatever, honestly, I did not care what came out of them because nothing was ever going to come out of them. 4,000 resources gone, and I made sure the damage was spread out so I still had a clean 1,000 of each left. 10 little crystals appeared in my hand, clear as glass, cold as a soda can out of the fridge. Requirement met. Upgrade now? The crystals went up in one white streak and hit the pyramid, and the pyramid grew. Not fast. Not slow. It grew like a bamboo shoot on a nature documentary that somebody has hit fast forward on, from 3 meters to 4, and there was a single, clean crack sound at the end like a stone door closing. Great Pyramid, Elite 3-star. Recruitable unit, Bandaged Mummy, Elite 3-star. Recruitment requirement, 40 gold, 40 wood, 40 stone. There is the tenfold. 120 resources a soldier now instead of 12. My little noodle army had become a restaurant army before I had recruited a single one of them. Take all 14, I said. 560 gold, 560 wood, 560 stone. My numbers took a haircut you could see from space, and then the pyramid got dark. That is the only way I can describe it. The light around it went gray and hazy, like somebody had turned the evening on in one specific corner of the yard, and inside the haze there was a snap of stone breaking, and a hand came out of the pyramid. So that is where you came in. 14 bandaged mummies, wrapped head to foot in white, face included, nothing left of the face but the sockets. Fingers like dry twigs, with nails on the end that I would not want anywhere near a car door, let alone armor. They smelled like a museum basement, and they were not the slightest bit bothered by the sun, which as a lifelong watcher of horror movies I found deeply unsporting. Bandaged mummy, Elite 3-star, death body, rank E, immune to pain, immune to death, immune to poison and plague. Corpse wrap, rank E, reduces physical damage by 30%. The bandages carry plague. Infected targets lose 20% of all attributes and will die if untreated. Claw shred, rank E, sharpness and durability of the fingers increased 30%. Racial talent, When fighting in the desert, stamina and injury recovery increased 50%. And a bond, which is what this world calls a group discount on violence. 10 mummies together, everybody gets 10% stronger. 30 together, 20%. 50 together, 30% stronger, 30% more infectious, and 30% nastier about it. The description at the bottom said, if you hang yourself with their bandages, you will eventually die of plague. Whoever writes these descriptions is having a great time, and I hope they never stop. I stood in front of them and thought about it. Immune to pain, immune to death, do not need to eat, do not need to sleep, do not need to be talked to. Fighting in a desert, which is where I live, where they get half again is tough. Then I put out my right hand. I did not know how. That is the honest version. Nobody handed me a manual for my own blood. I put my hand out because it felt like the shape of the thing I wanted, and the power in me came up my arm like sand pouring the wrong way through an hourglass, and it went out over all 14 of them at once in a light the color of a dune at 4 in the afternoon. By your grace, 14 bandaged mummies have gained a new skill, Sandification, rank D. Reduces physical damage taken by 99%, absorbs sand to heal injuries. 5 minutes, 2-hour cooldown. I looked at 14 corpses who could not feel pain, could not die of it, healed by eating the ground, and were now individually immune to 99% of everything a sword can do to a person. In a desert. You know how in every game there is a moment where you look at two systems that were obviously designed by two different departments, and you realize nobody in the building ever put them in the same room? This was that moment. This was my whole life becoming that moment. I would like to state for the record that I did not do anything clever here. I did not solve a puzzle. Somebody handed me a talent that says, in the desert, physics is optional, and then dropped me in the desert. I turned around and walked out of my own hall with 14 of them following me, and I opened the big front gate to go see the rest of my kingdom. And there were people on the other side of it, hundreds of them, packed into the open ground outside my gate. Coarse cloth clothes that had been mended more times than they had been washed. Eyes going everywhere, the way eyes go when you have been sleeping outdoors. When they saw me, they all stopped breathing at once, which is a sound, it turns out. And when the mummies came out behind me, half of them grabbed at their own clothes and dropped their heads and stopped looking at me entirely. Because a man is a man, but a man with 14 dead things behind him is a policy. Then one old man came out of the crowd, gray hair, white robe, walking like the ground owed him money and he had given up collecting. He came all the way up to me, which nobody else in that yard was going to do, and he went down on his knees on the stone and shouted, with his forehead almost on the ground, "My lord, your humble subjects welcome you. Here is the thing." He said it in a language I had never heard in my life. I know that because for about half a second it was pure noise, and then something enormous poured through the back of my head, pronunciations and words and the shapes of letters and what they meant, all of it at once, and it stopped, and I understood him. Common tongue of the mainland, free, on the house, newbie perk. I was still standing there doing a hard reboot on my own vocabulary when the crowd behind him woke up and went down like a field of wheat, all of them, fast, like people who were afraid of being the last ones standing. Welcome, my lord, rising and falling all over the yard, and I have heard a lot of people say a lot of things in my life, but I had never heard hundreds of voices carrying that exact flavor before. It is the sound a mouse makes when it sees a cat, if the mouse could talk and had decided to try flattery. They were not welcoming me. They were auditioning. You have officially taken over the territory, said the system, and opened up the panel. Twilight City, Level 1 Village. Buildings, primary lord's mansion, 10 residential houses, 1 blacksmith shop, 1 barracks. Open plots, 10. Residents, humans, 100. Territory attribute, desert land. Under Lord Arthur's protection, residents of Twilight City will not get lost in the desert, and stamina consumption in the desert is reduced 30%. Description: a tiny territory, perhaps destroyed by the sneeze of a powerful creature. I read that description twice. Destroyed by a sneeze. That is my hometown. That is the ancestral seat of my new noble house. And once I was reading it, out in the yard, 100 people knelt on hot stone, waiting to find out if they were allowed to exist. They had been there 3 days. The old man told me later. They walked in out of the desert, found the mansion doors shut and unopenable, had nowhere else to go, and made camp on my doorstep because a locked house with walls is still walls. Then, an hour ago, the doors opened, and they came and knelt down to wait for whoever came out. I am aware this is a newbie perk, too. Population is a resource in this game. Somebody has to mine the ore and cut the wood and grow the food, and a territory without people is a diagram. The system gave me 100 free workers. The system also gave 100 free people a coin flip with a stranger. So I stepped forward, and I told them to get up. Rise, my people. I said it loud, in a language I had owned for 90 seconds, and I meant most of it. This is Twilight City. It is my territory. It is also your home. There is no need to be this tense. And when the old man's shoulders came down about 2 inches, I kept going, because I could feel the shape of what they needed, and it was not a rental agreement. In the name of the Lord of Twilight City, I formally grant you permission to join my territory as residents of Twilight City. Whatever work you did before, whatever your status was, whatever you did to survive out there, that is the past, and I will not go looking for it. From today, this land is your home, and your only identity is resident of Twilight City. Somebody in the middle of the crowd made a sound. My people, my name is Arthur, remember this name. And then, because I had 100 people in front of me who had spent 3 days sleeping against my wall, as your lord, no matter how dangerous the world outside is, I will protect you. I will keep you safe. Even if one day this world loses its light, I will lead you through the long night. The yard changed. That is not a figure of speech, and it is not me being poetic about myself. Something physically changed in how those 100 people were standing. You delivered a short but highly engaging speech, said the system, earning the respect of everyone present. Leadership comprehension progress increased by 20%. I kept my face absolutely still. This works? You are grading my speeches? There is a bar, and it is filling? Somewhere in a server that may or may not exist, something was watching me talk to frightened people and giving me points. I put that in my pocket to be horrified about later and turned to the old man because he was still standing closest and he was the one who had gone first. Where do you live right now? He pointed. 50 meters off, there were 10 two-story houses in earth yellow, built, rugged and low the way desert buildings are built, and they were exactly enough. 10 houses, 10 people each, 100 people. Not a single one left over. The system had counted them before it let them in. I asked the next question, which was the only real one. How much food do we have left? And the old man's face did the thing. His back had been straight for about 4 sentences, and it went out from under him again. My lord. We have 3 days of food. It is all we brought with us. We have been searching every day, but the desert is dangerous, and there is nothing out there to find. 3 days. 100 people, 3 days, in a desert, and my army was 14 corpses who do not eat. That is the whole shape of it. That is the entire first problem of my life as a lord, and I want to be honest with you about what went through my head, because it was 2 things at once, and they did not cancel out. The first thing was, these are my people, and they are going to starve in 72 hours. The second thing was, I have 14 elite soldiers who are immune to hunger, immune to pain, and immune to 99% of physical damage in sand, and nobody within 1,000 kilometers knows that but me. I will figure it out, I told him, and then I asked him if they had found anything out there worth finding. They had. 3 resource points, close in. A lumber yard to the west, a quarry northwest, and something to the northeast they thought was an iron mine, but had been too scared to walk up to. He also had a map. An actual map, charcoal on hide, rough as a child's drawing, with 4 or 5 things marked on it in a hand that had been trying very hard. Do you want to sync this to the system map? Said the system. Yes, I do. Fog peeled back off a quarter of my world. I asked his name. Rorik, he said, and then, loud, like a man reporting for duty, Rorik is ready to obey your orders at any time. I opened his panel out of pure curiosity, and then I read it again slower. Rorik, Level 3, Potential D. Domestic Affairs, Rank D. Management, Rank D. Persuasion, Rank D. Racial Talent, able to learn knowledge from other races. Bond, when in charge of internal affairs, work efficiency increased 30%. Description, it was once a powerful hero unit, but its strength has declined with age, and it has lost the power of a hero unit. I stood there in the sun and read the word, once. Somewhere behind this old man there is an entire life I am never going to hear about. He was a hero. Not a metaphor hero, a hero unit, the thing this world hands out maybe once in 100,000 people. And then he got old, and the world took it back, and he walked across a desert with 100 strangers and a hand-drawn map and got them as far as a locked door. "Rorik," I said, and I said it so the whole yard could hear it. "In the name of the Lord of Twilight City, I appoint you political officer of Twilight City. While I am away, you will manage the residents and protect the safety of this city." He did not answer right away. When he did, his voice came apart in the middle of it. "My lord, thank you for your grace. I will defend your glory with my life." And his back straightened, and it stayed straight, and it stayed straight for the entire rest of this story. Now look, I know what I did. I gave a homeless, 70-year-old man a job title and 100% of the risk, and the exchange rate on that is criminal. I will not pretend I was being generous. I needed a manager. He needed to matter again. And both of those things being true at the same time is how most good deals get made. But I watched an old man get 4 inches taller in the middle of a courtyard, and I am telling you, that is the best thing money has ever bought me. The tour after that took 10 minutes because there was almost nothing to tour. The mansion, level primary, 30 plots, which apparently makes the groundwork 10% better and heals you 20% faster while you are inside it. 10 houses, 1 plot each, 10 people each. A blacksmith shop, 4 plots. Forging efficiency plus 10%. Needs a minimum of 2 people to open it all, currently containing enough dust to make a second blacksmith shop. A barracks, 20 plots, in which trained soldiers have a very small chance of learning a rank F skill, which is the system's way of saying sometimes. And 10 empty plots over by the smithy. Squares of nothing, 10 meters by 10. In this world, you cannot build on ground. You build on plots, and if you do not have plots, you do not have a future. My future was 10 squares wide. "Rorik," I said, "go through the residents. I want a list of everyone with a trade. Blacksmiths, tailors, builders, carpenters, anybody with hands. And do it again every time new people arrive, forever, without me asking." "As you wish, my lord." Then I sent him off and opened the forum one more time before I went outside my own walls, because I wanted to know what everybody else's first hour looked like. 300 refugees just showed up outside my territory. They all look like beggars, and they will not stop asking me for help. How am I supposed to feed them? I cannot feed them. Ha ha ha, I recruited a hero out of my residence, and she's a cute girl. This is awesome. I am going to research stockings and raise an army of cute girls in stockings and heels. How do I get food? My territory has 2 days left. Is it too late to start farming? Everyone, do not leave your territory. I am so stupid. There is a 1-month protection period, and if you step outside the shield, it drops to 7 days. Damn it, this garbage game is ruining my life. I don't believe the authorities have abandoned us. There is a protection period. I am not going outside for a month, no matter what. I'm going to throw up. The monsters out there are so strong. My 10 human swordsmen got wiped by 1 ogre. I spent everything on food. I have nothing left to recruit with. What do? Why do orcs eat so much? They ate my entire warehouse in 1 meal. 2 themes. Everybody was out of food, and everybody was terrified of the outside. And 1 very interesting number, repeated by about 900 people. 1 month of guaranteed safety if you stay inside your shield. 7 days if you step out. I went and looked at it. The edge of my territory was a line you could see from across the yard. Stone paving, then 1 step, then sand, cut as clean as a countertop edge, like a rule holding 2 things apart that did not want to be together. And in front of the line, there was a shimmer in the air, an upside-down bowl the size of my whole village, sitting over everything I owned. "Do you want to leave Twilight City?" said the system, the second my fingers touched it. "The Guardian Shield will protect you for 1 month, and will break after 1 week once you leave." Note, the Guardian Shield is a rule-based item and cannot be destroyed. So there it is. That is the deal the system offered 20 billion frightened people on day 1, and I want to give it the respect it deserves because it is a beautiful trap. Stay inside and nothing can touch you for a month. A whole month. That is not nothing in a world where a bear can end your entire civilization. Every instinct a scared person has says take the month, and it costs you the only thing in this game that is actually scarce. There is no version of this where the people who sat inside for a month come out and catch up. The map is being carved up right now, today, by whoever is willing to walk into it. In 30 days, every resource point within reach of every safe little village is going to belong to somebody who left on day 1. I stepped through the shield. I felt absolutely nothing. It was like walking through the doorway of a room that has no door, boots into sand. The sand came up over the insteps, and it was warm, not hot. And when I lifted a foot, it poured off and went back to being ground with a soft, dry hiss like the world's most patient snake. Flat for about a kilometer in every direction, then dunes, rolling out to the edge of what eyes do. Wind coming across it with just enough grit in it to dry your mouth out in 3 breaths. And I felt great. That is the stupid part. I felt fantastic. The desert is supposed to be the place where things go to stop being alive, and I stood in it, and my body reported in like a fish that had been carried around in a bucket and finally got put back in the lake. Desert Lord, Grade C. This is my house. Behind me, 14 mummies stepped off the stone onto the sand, and their stamina and their healing went up by half. Lumberyard, I said. West, 10 minutes. I sent 4 of them ahead to scout, kept 10 around me, and went to go take something from somebody. The lumberyard was 400 meters out, and it was the only green thing in the world. I came up over a dune, and there it was. A stand of trees 5 or 6 meters tall, growing straight out of the sand, leaves moving, shade under them so dark it looked wet. After 20 minutes of nothing but yellow, it hit like walking past an open fridge. Lumberyard, small, reserves 20,000 units. Maximum output, 2,100 units per week. Capacity, minimum 2, maximum 10. 300 wood a day, every day, forever, from a grove I could see from my own dunes. I picked up the pace, which was my first tactical error of the new era, and about 80 meters out, something inside the trees started screaming. Then 20 or 30 of them came out at once. Jackal heads, green light coming off the eyes, actual light, not a reflection. Gray fur so thick and matted it was doing the job of armor. They ran hunched with one hand down on the ground, using it, and their mouths were open the whole time with a string of saliva trailing out sideways in the wind. Desert Knoll, level 1, common 2-star. Brutality, rank F. Once an attack is launched, rage consumes reason, and they are fearless until the enemy is dead. Bond, Knoll, more than 20 of them together, all strength increased 20%. Already active. Description, be careful with your throat. 30 of them buffed, against 14 of mine, and I got excited. I want to be honest about that too, because I think if you had asked me an hour earlier what I would do the first time 30 animals came out of a tree line at me, I would have guessed something involving crying. My mummies are elite. Theirs are common. Attack. They went in. The mummies made a noise coming off the dune that I did not know they could make. A dry, tearing growl out of throats that have been sealed shut since the invention of writing, and their speed did not drop a single step for all the bandages. 14 of them hit 30 gnolls in the space of a few breaths, and it stopped being a charge and became weather. A gnoll got a mouth around a mummy's forearm and shook it, which is what you do to break something's neck. The mummy did not react. It could not react, that is the point. Death body means the concept of pain is not installed. It let the animal chew, and while it was chewing, the mummy pushed 5 fingers into its belly. The gnoll's fur went blue. That is the part nobody tells you about, and it is the part that made me sit down on the sand and start planning. It was not the claws. The claws were fine. The claws opened that animal up the way you unzip a coat. And I did watch that happen, and I am not going to pretend I watched it calmly. It was the color. Every gnoll that touched a mummy came away with a faint ghost blue in the skin, and 30 seconds later, that animal was fighting at 80%, then it was fighting at 80% and slowing, then it was moving like something walking uphill. Corpse wrap. The bandages carry plague. The plague takes 20% off everything, and it does not wear off, and it kills you if nobody treats it. They did not have anybody to treat it. Nobody out there has anybody to treat it. Halfway through, 7 or 8 of them piled onto one mummy and put it on the ground and started tearing, and the bandages came apart, and I actually stood up because I thought I was about to watch 120 resources die. And every single gnoll on top of it screamed at once and went off it like they had been electrocuted. Because down on the ground, buried under a pile of animals, it had used sandification. I want to describe this properly. The mummy did not turn into sand and blow away. It stayed exactly where it was, exactly the same shape, and it stopped being solid in the way that matters. The claws that had been ripping bandages went through it and came out the other side with nothing on them, and where they passed through the body just closed back up, like stabbing quicksand. Pull the knife out and there is no wound because there was never a hole, there was only sand moving over, and the claws that went into it came back out carrying plague. 5 minutes of that. 5 minutes of an unkillable thing standing in the middle of a pack of animals that physically cannot stop attacking, because their own species trait says rage consumes reason, and they do not disengage until the enemy is dead. The enemy was not going to be dead. The whole fight took a minute or two. Not one of mine went down. Your army has wiped out a group of gnolls, achieving victory in a small battle. 34 experience points. 34. Level 1, 34 out of 100. I looked at that number for a second, and then I looked at the ground, and the ground had a different report to file. Because here's what nobody warns you about when you spend 6 years reading a game's wiki. There were pieces on the sand. There was blood. A lot of it. And blood does not soak into sand the way water does. It beads and clumps and turns the sand into wet gravel, and the wet gravel was dark red, and there were parts of animals lying in it that were recognizable as parts. It was maybe 11 in the morning. The light was extremely good. I had never seen anything like that in my life, not in person, not with the smell. And there was a clean path around the outside of it, and I saw the path, and I did not take it. I walked straight through the middle, boots into it. It made noise. I came out the other side with red on the soles, and my face doing something I could not feel from the inside. I did that on purpose, and I want to explain why, because it was the only genuinely wise thing I did that entire week. This world is going to get bigger than gnolls. There is going to be a day when something much worse than this is on the ground in front of me, and there are people standing behind me waiting to see what my face does. I would rather find out how my stomach handles it on a morning when the total body count is 30 dogs than on a morning when it matters. Do you wish to capture the resource point, lumberyard, small, confirm? Inside the tree line, the air dropped 5 degrees and went cool and green, and there were 7 or 8 felled trunks lying around, and a little wooden shed with a dozen rusty axes hanging in it, waiting for someone to come back from a break they took a very long time ago. Not bad, I said out loud to nobody, with somebody else's blood drying on my boots. We can start production immediately. Next. The quarry was 2 dunes southeast, and the quarry threw rocks at me. I mean that literally. I sent 4 mummies up to scout, and about 20 stones came whipping out of the pit at them, and one of the mummies took a direct hit and did not so much as change its posture. Your army is under attack by a group of unknown enemies, throwing rocks. I stood on the sand and thought, is this a bit? Am I being pranked by a mine? Kill them, I said. If they are not strong, leave a few alive. The pit went quiet after one scream. Your army has defeated a group of long-armed laborers, achieving victory in a minor battle. 30 experience. I walked down into it, and there were 7 or 8 bodies on the stone, and 30 of the ugliest creatures I have ever seen crouched in the dust, shaking. Picture a man. Now give him 4 tusks coming up over his lip, arms that hang past his knees, and shoulders you could park a scooter on. That is a long-armed laborer, common 1 star, 1 skill, endurance, rank E, able to withstand extremely harsh working environments. Racial trait, stamina recovers rapidly when food is plentiful. Description, master, please don't hit me, I'll go do the work right away. The description on this species is a cry for help, and the system prints it like a spec sheet. The one nearest me saw the mummies stop, saw me, and worked out the hierarchy in under a second, which is more than most people manage. He got on his knees, put his forehead on the rock, and shouted, "Great Lord, we are willing to submit to you, please don't kill us." A group of long-armed laborers, after their defeat, admire your strength and wish to join you. Do you accept? Is it that easy? Accept. You have acquired 30 long-armed laborers. Then I did something on instinct and accidentally discovered management. I pointed at the one who had knelt first and said, "I appoint you head of the quarry. You are responsible for its production. 6 laborers are assigned to you, and you have authority over the rest." The creature nearly came apart. "Great master, I will surely produce more ore for you." You have used language to motivate a long-armed laborer, increasing the mining efficiency of its subordinates by 20% for 3 days. I stood in a quarry in a desert on the first day of my new life and had the following thought, fully formed, with no shame attached to it whatsoever. Wait, should I be sending someone out here on a schedule to make vague promises? 20%, for 3 days, for a sentence. Whoever built the economy of this world has never worked in an office, and it shows. I did the same trick at the lumberyard, put 10 laborers in with a promoted foreman, sent 7 into the quarry, and by the time I was walking away from my second resource point of the morning, I had picked up 30 free workers, 2 income streams, and a management philosophy. Then I did the math on the free workers, and my mood adjusted. 30 extra bodies, 30 extra mouths. on a 3-day food supply. I opened the market and searched food, and the market had none. Not expensive food, no food. There were a handful of listings, and they went instantly, snapped up by 20 billion people all having the same emergency at the same time. Food was not a commodity yet. Food was a rumor. Logistics is going to be the thing that kills people here, I thought, walking northeast with 13 laborers who could not keep up because they walk in sand like men walking in cake, and behind me, 14 soldiers who do not eat. The iron mine tried to murder me properly. Small iron mine, 20,000 reserves, 2,100 a week, and the ground around it had gone from sand to hardpan, with black, oily ore sitting on the surface like somebody had spilled it. I sent the mummies in, and about 20 crossbow bolts came out of the rocks and went straight through the bandages. You have angered a group of desert bandits. Here is the thing about being made of dried meat and cloth. A mummy's only real weak point is the head. You take the head off, it is done. Anything else you do to it is landscaping. The mummies did not slow down. They accelerated into the arrow fire because it did not matter, and I sent the 13 laborers in behind them with instructions to pick up rocks and throw them, which technically made me a commander with combined arms. Frontline and ranged support. Extremely primitive version. Actually, the most primitive version. And I stayed on the sand outside and watched. I want to be clear about this because it comes up a lot later and people get funny about it. I did not go in. Not that fight, not the next 100. As a lord, you have exactly one job on a battlefield, and it is to still be standing at the end of it, because if a soldier dies, I can spend resources and get another one, and if I die, the entire enterprise closes. Charging in personally with no weapon and 14 better fighters standing next to me is not brave, it is a resource management error with a sword in it. Your army has wiped out a group of desert bandits, 36 experience. Your level has increased. And then something warm came up out of the middle of my chest and went everywhere. I have had a good massage. I have had the kind where the guy charges 5,000 an hour and you come out of it feeling like your skeleton got a car wash. This was better. I could feel my actual muscles and my actual bones pulling something in out of the air and keeping it. It lasted maybe 6 seconds. I made a fist afterward, and my hand cracked like knuckles have never cracked for me before. Level 2. Okay, I said, to a pile of rocks. Okay, I understand the appeal. Inside the mine, there were dead men. Not animals, men. Faces covered, short crossbows, daggers on the belt, lying in the ore with mummy claw marks in them, and the marks were the kind where flesh has been opened and pulled. And I noticed, walking through it, that my stomach was doing about half of what it had done at the lumberyard 2 hours earlier. I noticed that, and then I made myself notice that I had noticed, because I want to keep track of that number. I want to always know what my number is. Then a laborer came sprinting up, shouting that he had found a treasure chest and praise be to the goddess of luck, so that mood did not last long. Wooden box, rank 1 star, status unlocked. Description, you might get some junk from it. 1 star is the bottom. 5 is the top, and the box itself is telling me not to get excited. I opened it anyway. Inside was a fist-sized bag of coarse cloth. You have opened a 1-star treasure chest and obtained 1 resource bag. Contains 500 units of stone. 500 stone. Which, at market rates on day 1, buys you an entire unit nest. Junk. Sure, I will take 500 stone worth of junk every day for the rest of my life. I promoted the laborer who found it, on the spot, to head of the iron mine, and he danced. I do not have a better verb. 30% of my management strategy at that point was watching what happened to their faces. Then I started walking home in the middle of the day, which was the second tactical error of the new era, because I had not brought water. The sun at noon in that desert is not weather, it is an opinion about your presence. Even with Desert Lord Grade C running in my blood, I was pulling at my own lips within 20 minutes, and the 3 laborers I had kept with me had lips that were split open and bleeding, which was how I noticed the wolves before they noticed me. We were all moving faster than we should have been, because thirst does that, and we came over a dune and one of the laborers made a noise. 300 meters out, in the shade of a clump of cypress, 25 gray wolves lying down. The size of calves, not the size of dogs. Nobody who has seen one of those lying in shade has any doubts about what it can do standing up. Desert Wolf, Level 3, Elite 3-star. Pounce, Bite. Racial trait, extremely agile. Bond, Wolf Pack. More than 20 together, 10% strength, 20% agility. Active. Description, Au. Level 3, Elite 3-star, 25 of them. Mine were Level 1, Elite 3-star, 14 of them. Higher tier than anything guarding a resource point. Higher level than me, more of them than me, and agile, which is the one word in that panel that actually mattered. Because my claws are great and my plague is great, and neither of those things helps if the thing I am swinging at is not there anymore. So I sat down on the dune and thought about it, in the heat, with my mouth dry, and I want to walk you through the thinking because this is the first time in this story I earned anything. Claws will not land on something that agile. Plague does land. Plague takes 20% off everything, including agility, and Plague only needs one touch. So the whole fight comes down to a scheduling problem. Can I infect them before the fight starts, instead of during it? And I looked at the sand. Hey, I said to the nearest mummy, use sandification, right now, blend into the ground. It lit up with that dune-colored glow, and its whole body went soft at the edges, a person-shaped smear of grains, bandages gone dark yellow. Then the sand under it sank, and it sank with it, and it went down, and there was nothing left except 2 faint marks like somebody had dragged a bag across the surface. Ha, I said, alone, on a dune, in the heat. It works. Now. 25 wolves, mid-afternoon, in a desert. They are nocturnal hunters. They were not going anywhere for hours. 14 mummies went under. I sat and watched it happen from 400 meters, and it was the most fun I have ever had watching absolutely nothing occur. Some of the wolves lifted their heads at the rustling. A couple stood up and put their wet noses down at the ground and sniffed. And there is nothing to smell, because sand does not carry scent, and a mummy under sand is a rock with opinions. And after a while, the pack decided the desert was making desert noises, and they lay back down. Then the ground exploded. 12 of the 25 went up off the ground with their bellies open. 12 out of 25 in one motion, all at once, from underneath. 2 of them were fast enough to be somewhere else, and I respect them, and it did not matter. The blood went into the sand, and the sand held it. And then the wolves did what wolves do, which is not run. They came down on the things that had come up out of the ground, 25 of them at full berserk, claws that tear up bison, and every strike passed through a body and came out the far side with sand on it, and nothing else. You know that feeling when you cut into quicksand with a knife, and then pull the knife out, and there is no cut? That is what I was watching, at scale, and every wolf that did it turned faintly blue. The fight was over before the 5 minutes ran out. Your army has wiped out a group of desert wolves. 50 experience, level 2, 50 out of 1,000. Ah, there it is. The level curve just went up tenfold, and it is going to do that at every rung, forever, and I am going to spend the rest of my life inside somebody else's exponential. But then, Bandaged Mummy has leveled up after numerous battles, and all 14 of them straightened at once. The aura came up on them, the tears and the bandages closed, and the sandification I had spent got handed back to me on the spot, refreshed, free. I stood on that dune and understood, for the first time, that my army was not a thing I bought, it was a thing that grows. And then I looked down at 25 dead animals the size of calves, and had the single most important thought of my first week. Those are 200 pounds of meat each. There were 130 people back home eating out of a 3-day pile. Except every single one of those animals was infected with plague, and plague meat kills the person who eats it. I stood there for a minute. Then I turned to the mummy next to me and asked the stupidest question I have ever asked out loud. Can you take the plague back off? It froze. I am telling you, it froze, in the way that a person freezes when you have asked them to do something they have never once been asked to do in the entire history of their kind. 14 soldiers built to spread an incurable disease into living things, and the guy who owns them just asked if the process runs backwards. Then it walked over, slowly, put one hand on the open wound in a wolf's belly, and the blue came alive. The blue came alive, and it moved. It crawled across the skin toward the hand like something being poured, and it went into the bandages, and after about a dozen breaths, there was nothing left. Just an ordinary dead animal. Huge profit, I said. Absolutely huge profit. Cows eat grass and give you milk. My cows do not eat anything and give me milk immediately. Bring the wolves back to the territory, I said. 3 laborers could barely lift one head between them, so my elite infantry spent the rest of the afternoon in freight. 14 ancient undead warriors carrying 200-pound wolves across a desert, one at a time. There is not a single thing in that image that any designer intended. I got 15 of them home before dark and left 10 on the sand for a second trip. And when I laid them out in a row in front of the mansion, my village lost its mind. They came out of everywhere. They stood on their toes and craned their necks and pushed against each other to see. My God, look at the size of it. These are elite grade. They have to be. Those are desert wolves. 10 men could not handle one. Lord, you are too strong. Rorik came through the crowd sideways, like a man half his age, and his face when he saw the row of them was worth more than the meat. Have someone butcher these, I said. Keep the pelts. Turn some into jerky. The rest goes to the people, tonight. He bowed so fast he nearly went over. Thank you for your generosity. It is the greatest honor of our lives to have met a lord like you. I nodded and let him get on with it, and I am going to tell you exactly what was in my head at that second instead of what should have been, because the two things lived together in there all week, and I never got them separated. What was in my head was, these people are my capital. I am feeding the sheep grass. I am waiting for milk. And also, at the same time, in the same head, I have never in my life watched 200 people be happy about something I did. Rorik came back an hour later with the arithmetic, and he was so proud of it he had run the numbers twice. My lord. After we remove the fur, bones, and organs, each wolf yields about 150 units of meat. 25 wolves is nearly 4,000 units. The organs and bones are edible too. Those alone will feed us for 3 days. The meat can be dried and kept. 4,000 units will last us 20 days. With what we already had, we now have 25 days. If we are careful, a month. He said the word month like it was a country he had been trying to get a visa for. That old man had walked 100 people across a desert with a bag of food and a map he drew himself, and the single most emotional moment of his day was a spreadsheet that came out positive. Then he pointed at the well and ruined my evening. The well in Twilight City was a hole. That is the technical description. Somebody a long time ago dug down until they hit water and then built a stone collar around the top so the sides would not fall in. And there was a wooden bucket on a rope, and that was the entire water infrastructure of my nation. Put that well in a normal house and it serves 10 people without complaint. I had 150. My lord, said Rorik, and he was choosing words very carefully because I do not think he wanted to be the man who brought this up on day 1. The well does not produce much water. It has barely been enough this week. If this continues, I am afraid it will dry up. And that is the difference between the two problems, and it took me about 4 seconds to feel it. If there is no food, you go out and hunt. Food is a thing you can be brave about. If there is no water, you die on a schedule, and nothing you do with a sword changes the date. I will figure something out, I said. Find out if anybody here knows how to find water or dig a well. Then I went inside and opened the forum and typed "Territory lacks water." Hundreds of thousands of results, and almost all of them were prayers. My territory is high in the mountains, and there is no water anywhere. Am I going to die of thirst? Help, how do I get fresh water on an island? Distillation is too slow. What I can distill would not water my people once. There is a level 10 giant bear parked outside my territory, and I am dying of thirst in here. Can someone give me water? I scrolled for a long time, and buried in the middle of all that despair, one guy had posted the single most valuable sentence written on that forum on day 1, and he had posted it as a complaint. I just found a 3-star treasure chest in the wild, and damn it, all I got was a treasure fragment. A spring fragment. 3 fragments combine into a 1-star resource treasure, spring water. What the hell is this good for? There is a river outside my door. I regret this so much. I should have sold it for food. Damn it, 200 more refugees just walked in. We are out of food tomorrow. I read it 3 times. A 1-star resource treasure, spring water, permanent, never dries up. And the man holding a third of one was screaming into the void about how useless it was because he lives next to a river. These silly players, I thought, and I mean this with real affection, are going to make me rich. I checked the market for spring water. Nothing. Not one listing. On day 1, nobody has opened enough 3-star chests for those to exist as a category yet. So I opened a private message, and I needed a name, and I did not think about it for long, and that is how I became Gian. Hey brother, I typed, just saw your post. Have you thought about selling that spring fragment? The reply came back in 9 seconds. Where is your Italian cannon? What do you want? How many resources can you provide? I looked at that name for a while. I want you to understand that I did not choose this man. The universe assigned him to me, the way the universe assigns you a seat number. Initial resources are too precious, I typed. I don't have much to spare, but I just hunted a wolf. A wolf? Not much bigger than a dog? What good is that? I walked out to where 200 people were boiling water in a pot the size of a bathtub, picked a medium-sized wolf off the pile, and listed it on the open market for 100,000 gold. Nobody was ever going to buy it at that price. That was not the point. The point was that it was now sitting in a public window where a specific person could go and look at it. Go search the trading channel, I typed. Desert wolf, 100,000 gold. The reply took 11 seconds this time, and the tone had changed completely. Wow, that's awesome. You can take down elite 3-star wolves? I'm being blocked at my own gate by a pack of elite 1-stars. How the hell did I get the farmer nest? Boss, what grade is your nest? Let's talk about a deal, I said. Trade is possible, but one isn't enough, and wolves are pack animals, so you clearly killed more than one. Which was true, and which he had no business being right about, so I lied at him in the most boring way possible. My territory is short on food too. I can't trade much. Besides, yours is a fragment. I don't even know when it can be completed. If it's expensive, forget it. And then he went quiet for long enough that I thought I had killed the sale. What came back instead cracked the entire week open. Boss, you hunted a desert wolf, and you're willing to trade precious food for a spring water fragment right now. Your territory is in the desert, isn't it? I sat up. That is not a stupid question. That is a very good question. Under all the exclamation marks, there was somebody doing inference on incomplete data, and I revised my opinion of him upward about 3 notches, where it stayed for exactly 1 message. I understand a spring water fragment can't buy much food, he wrote, but I wonder if you'd be interested in this. Sand Date Forest. Resource treasure. 1 star. Area 10 mu. Must be grown in desert. Requires ample water for irrigation. Matures once a month. I stopped breathing again. That is twice in 1 day. This is not a sustainable rate. 10 mu of orchard. Harvests every month. Forever. Not a fragment, not a partial. A whole treasure, ready to use. Can a 3-star chest really give 2 resource treasures? I asked. Who said 1 chest? I opened 2. 2 3-star chests on day 1. I want to be extremely clear that this man is a walking lottery ticket with a personality disorder, and I say that as somebody who eventually owed him his life. Interested, boss? He wrote. I don't need much, just 30 wolves. 30. And here is where I did the only thing I am actually good at, which is not fighting. Are you still asleep? I typed. Resource treasures look precious, but they're a pit for a desert lord. How much water do you think 10 mu drinks every day? Who can afford that? And it matures too slowly. Do you know what a month means? I have to babysit it for a month before it gives me anything, while my territory stalls. More of these will show up. Prices will drop. This isn't worth much to me right now. Let's talk about the spring fragment instead. Every word of that was true, and every word of it was a lie, because the correct order of operations was, get the orchard, then find the water, not the other way around. 10 mu of food that renews every month is not a luxury for a desert territory. It is the difference between a village and a city, and I wanted it so badly my hands were sweating on a table nobody could see. But negotiation is not about what you want. It is about who needs the deal less. And I already knew he needed it, because he had told the entire forum in public that he was out of food tomorrow. He went silent, and I let the silence sit there and get expensive. Then he made his move, which was to list them both on the open market at insulting prices. Sand. Date Forest, 5,000 food, or 30 jewels. Spring Fragment, 1,000 food, or 10 wolves. Fishing, in front of me. Little guy, I have been fishing on that exact forum since it opened this morning. I delisted my wolf, told the villagers to keep butchering, and went to dinner. By full dark, the whole village was standing around that pot. I want to describe this properly because it is the last purely good thing that happens for a while. 200 people had spent an entire day dealing with 25 animals the size of calves, boiling water in a pot somebody produced from God knows where, skinning, gutting, cutting, hauling, and the smell coming off it by evening was so aggressive that children were making noises usually reserved for actual injuries. Everybody was exhausted. Nobody had left. A middle-aged man in a short robe came to the mansion door to tell me food was ready, and then could not make himself step over the threshold because two mummies were standing inside it, looking at him with the sockets. So he stood in the doorway, calling softly into my house like a man returning a neighbor's cat. "My lord, good evening. We have prepared the food. Please enjoy your meal." I came out. Hundreds of faces turned, and every single one of them turned away from the pot to bow at me, physically forcing themselves to stop looking at food in order to be polite to a stranger. So I made it short. My people, today is your first day in Twilight City, and it is a day worth remembering. Because today you became part of this city, and you became my people. From this moment, we stand or fall together. This land will be full of hope because of what we do here. The life every one of you dreams about will be built by us. Remember today. You will be proud of it later. Now let's eat. That last line got the biggest reaction of anything I said that week. Long live the Lord. The organs and bones off 25 wolves came to one big bowl each for every person in that village, and there were 2 more days of proper meat behind it, and I sat down and ate with them, and I want to report that wolf, with nothing on it but salt, is genuinely excellent. Then I went to bed, and there were 2 girls waiting in my hall. 17, 18. Both of them scrubbed, both of them extremely nervous, both of them sent by that sweet old man Rorik with a mandate I did not need to have explained. I want you to appreciate the situation. It is day 1. I have a food crisis, a water crisis, 150 dependents, and 30 new tusked employees, and my political officer's first independent policy initiative is staffing. I washed up and sent them home to bed. They kept looking back over their shoulders the whole way out, with the specific expression of people whose plan has gone wrong and who do not know why. And I found out much later that Rorik debriefed them in the yard like a man reviewing game footage. Next morning, I opened the forum and there were several hundred private messages, all from one person, time-stamped. 6 p.m. Why haven't you bought it yet? 7 p.m. Hey bro, where is he? 8 p.m. Is the price too high? Can we discuss? 9 p.m. How about 25 wolves? I'll change the price right now. 10 p.m. Boss, I'm sorry. Please don't ignore me. 20, one price, absolutely no less. 11 p.m. Hey bro, please reply. I'm really in a rush. Midnight. Can I call you brother? You really can't have less than 20. 1 a.m. Dad, please buy it. The refugees emptied my food tonight, and I promised them I'd solve the food problem tomorrow. I can't break my promise. 2 a.m. Dad, please reply when you see this in the morning. 6 a.m. Dad, please buy it. If these residents don't see rice today, they might revolt. 7 a.m. Grandpa, are you awake? The residents are all up. Please say something to me. 8 a.m. My God, 15 wolves. Take it or leave it. 9 a.m. I'm dying. They keep asking about food. I can't keep up the act. They say if there's no food, they're leaving today. If those burly bastards start fighting, my few peasants can't hold them. Oh, my ancestor, save me. I read all of it, in order, on an empty stomach, at a stone table, with morning light coming through a window with no glass in it. Somewhere out there in this enormous world, there is a man who went from what good is a wolf to grandpa in 14 hours. And the reason he cracked was not me. I checked. That is the part that actually taught me something. His own forum thread had eaten him alive. He had posted his 2 treasures with a genuine, heartfelt advertisement. Sand Date Forest, Tenmu, harvest every month, the Desert Lord's best choice, the cornerstone of hegemony. And the replies underneath it were a public execution. Are you insane, selling worthless treasures for 2,000 food? Do you know what food costs right now? As a lord who got randomly dropped in the desert, all I can say is the poster is an idiot. The orchard needs ample water. Who can afford that? Never mind the price. Do you know what 15 desert wolves means? Level 3, Elite 3-star. Who can kill 15 of those on day 1? If you're so amazing, why don't you fly to the moon? He had argued for a while. Then he stopped arguing. So it was not my negotiating. His own species did this to him. 20 billion people got dropped into a fantasy world, and within 12 hours we had reinvented the comment section. I sent him one line. The desert wolves we harvested yesterday have already been processed. You're too late. Oh my God, you're finally here. Don't try to fool me, I asked around. Desert wolves appear in packs of 7 or 8, minimum. Even after skin and bones and organs, a few of them makes 2,000 units of meat. It's impossible to finish them in one day. Please buy it. He was right again. He kept being right, which I want on the record, because for the rest of this story, people are going to laugh at him, and I am going to be one of them. I can only provide 800 units of processed wolf meat, I said. Sandate Forest only sells for that? Too cheap. Who said Sandate Forest was 800? I meant both treasures. 800. You're ruthless. But I am unyielding and will never yield. I would rather dive and sell. Let me finish, I said. Hey brother, what are you saying? I'm listening. I will use 800 units of meat to buy both treasures. Half a month from now, I will pay another 800 units of food. A month from now, another 800. There was a pause with a specific texture to it. Brother, do you offer installment payments for this too? 800 units of wolf meat should keep you standing for a while. That is meat, not rice. I don't have much on hand, and I have hundreds of people to feed. If you disagree, forget it. 20 billion people. I'll find another one. He panicked because his refugees were sitting in his yard right then, waiting for a pot to boil, and a man with a burning house does not haggle. No, fine, I agree, but we sign a contract. No problem. A system contract costs 100 gold, and it does exactly what it says. Break it, and the penalty comes out of you automatically. Signed. Meat out of my warehouse, 800 units, gone, and 2 treasures dropped into my hand. Now here is the thing I want to point out about that deal, because on paper I paid 2,400 units of food for 2 treasures, and that sounds like a lot. Food was worth 30 to 40 resources a unit that morning because everybody in the world was starving at the same time. In 2 weeks, it would not be. Every hour of that first week, 20 billion people were learning to hunt, and the second the supply curve moved, the price of meat was going to fall off a cliff. So the 800 units I owed him in 15 days were going to cost me half of what the first 800 cost, and the 800 in 30 days would be pocket change. I did not invent inflation. I just happened to be the only guy in the desert who had thought about it before lunch. Sandate Forest looked like a seed, an actual date pit, faintly glowing, sitting in my palm. Springwater Fragment looked like a piece of broken crystal about a third the size of my hand, and it should have cut me, and it did not, and I turned it over about 6 times trying to work out why not. Springwater. 1-star resource treasure. Water output small. Status. Incomplete. 1 of 3. After placement, forms a spring that will never run dry. 1 of 3. Which meant the orchard was useless until I had 2 more of these, and the second I understood that, I understood what my actual business was going to be for the next month. There is no version of me finding 2 more of these myself. 3-star chests barely exist yet. But 3-star chests are being opened right now by other people, all over a world with 20 billion players in it, and a certain percentage of those people are going to pull a spring fragment out of a box while standing next to a river and scream about it. I do not need to be lucky. I need to be the guy with the standing offer. Money makes the world go round, I said to an empty hall, holding a rock. With enough resources, I can get 20 billion people to do things for me. Then I told Rorik I was going out again, told him to keep everyone inside the shield, and said the sentence I would spend the rest of the month regretting the confidence of. The territory is absolutely safe this week. No monster, not even a dragon, can set foot inside it. Day 2. I went west with 14 mummies and a plan to clear the map clockwise. I made it 5 minutes out of the lumberyard before something buzzed past my ear. Black and yellow. 3 or 4 of them, gone before I could turn my head properly. Are there bees in the desert? There are bees in the desert. Remember that, because that stupid little question turned into about a third of my gross national product. 10 minutes later, my forward scout stopped dead and backed up and waved. Over a low dune, 100 meters out, 3 squads of something were sunbathing. 2 meters tall, muscles like a diagram of muscles, stacked in lumps, the kind of physique where a real bodybuilder would look at it and quietly go home. Spine bent forward and 3 rows of dagger-length spikes running down the back. And bees. Bees everywhere around them, in and out of the bushes, dozens of them, the same black and yellow ones that had gone past my ear. Knack Giant, level 4, elite 3-star. Rock hard, rank D. The body is as hard as rock and ignores the bites of ordinary beasts. Full power strike, rank E. After charging, the next attack unleashes 200% power. Rock body, rank E. Will not die unless decapitated. Racial trait, exceptionally strong defense. Ordinary weapons cannot pierce it. And then the bond, and the bond made me sit down. Bond, B. The knack giant feeds on honey. Keep more than 3 nests of desert bees, gain 10 experience per day automatically. 5 nests, 20 per day. More than 10 nests, the desert bees produce a desert queen, which makes golden honey and increases the giant's potential. Description: I love honey, la la la. Let me lay out the situation. 3 squads. A squad is 10. 10 squads is a company, 10 companies a battalion, 10 battalions a legion. The whole army structure of this world is decimal, and I appreciate that about it. So, 30 of them, level 4, elite 3-star, all defense, versus 14 of mine at level 2. Straight fight, I lose. Their whole build is you cannot get through me, and my whole build is claws. Except, I read that panel again. Rock hard, rock body, racial trait, ordinary weapons cannot pierce it. Every single line of their defense is about things that are physical. There is not one word in that entire panel about resisting magic, or curses, or disease. And my soldiers do not kill with claws. My soldiers kill with an incurable illness that they hand to you when you touch them. Without treatment, they will die from the curse. How exactly is a pack of honey-eating field monsters going to treat plague? So I did not fight them. I sent the mummies around the dune downwind, had all 14 go under the sand, and then had them come up in the middle of 30 giants and stand there. That is the whole plan. Stand there. The giants woke up and started punching, and these punches were not a joke. One of them charged up, and the fist actually cracked the air, and it went through a mummy like a hand through a curtain, and the mummy did not move. For 2 full minutes, I had 14 soldiers do absolutely nothing but get hit by monsters. Their skin went blue, and when the last of them had touched a mummy at least once, I sent the signal, and all 14 went straight back down into the sand and vanished. The giants lost their minds. 32-meter-tall stone men punching a desert. They put craters in the ground. Sand went 20 feet up. The bees went hysterical overhead in sympathy, and I lay on a dune 400 meters away, watching the greatest tantrum in the history of the region. Then they calmed down, because there was nothing to hit. And the blue stayed. And it got darker. Plan accomplished, I said. Come on, we've got a whole afternoon. I went off to explore and left 30 monsters to be quietly digested by my own soldiers' laundry. The next thing I found was goblins, and the goblins gave me the temple. Desert goblin. 1.5 meters tall, green with yellow spots, carrying a dried stick. Face like dough that fell on an uneven floor and then got stepped on. Level 2. Common 1-star. Skill. Shout. Boosts your own morale by shouting. Racial trait. Bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong. Cowardly and afraid of death. Bond. Run away. When your numbers are less than 10% of the enemies, escape speed increased 20%. 20% of the enemies, 30%. Description: don't come any closer or I'll run away. Their entire species bond is about fleeing more efficiently. There is a designer somewhere who made a deliberate choice. 4 squads of them came screaming after 2 of my scouts, and the second they saw the other 12, the screaming slowed way down. I said kill them before they could work the math out, and 1 pass of the claws cut them in half, and the survivors did not even bother running. They went straight to their knees. Great being, we are willing to submit and become your humble servants. Accept. Then I asked the useful question, why were you attacking my soldiers? Great Lord, we were forced. Those damned temple guards seized our territory and drove us out. We need food. You needed food, I said, so you attacked a group of mummies. Yes. I sat with that for a moment. You people do not discriminate between meat and vegetables. But the phrase temple guards had gone in like a hook. Where is the temple? The goblins came apart at the question, trembling, eyes going white at the edges. They killed our whole tribe. They were terrifying. There were so many of them. Everyone we met died. Where? Half a sun's journey. Half a sun. I nearly killed them myself. It was 40 minutes. Lead the way, I said, and their faces fell in a manner I would like to have framed. On the walk, one of them worked up the nerve to ask if I had water, and I got a bucket out of my system space out of pure irritation, and watched 20 goblins go through it like a burst pipe. They were natives, it turned out. Not recruited from any nest, not spawned by any system, just goblins who had lived in that area for decades until 3 days ago, when a temple appeared out of nothing and everything around it started dying. A small squad of temple guards had killed several hundred goblins. The closer we got, the more they tried to talk me out of it, and the more curious I got, because in this world, there is a direct relationship between how frightened the locals are and how much stuff is in the box. The bushes came up out of the desert like a coastline, enormous, kilometers of scrub 2 and 3 meters high and green, and there was water in there somewhere because you could feel the humidity change on your face from 20 meters out. That is why the goblins had lived there. The temple is in the middle, they said. Great master, be careful. We will protect you from out here. Come in with me. Their faces did the thing again. I picked 5 goblins and sent 4 mummies with them to find a safe route, because the son of a wealthy family does not sit in a dangerous place, and I had 27 soldiers to spend before I spent me. 20 minutes later, they came back alive and thrilled about it, and I left 5 behind to keep order with permission to execute anyone who ran, which they accepted with an enthusiasm that told me everything about goblin society. Then we went in. The bushes were tall enough to walk under and grew in clumps with gaps, so the path was a maze, but not a wall. 10 minutes in, my lead mummy stopped, and the goblins behind me shut their mouths so completely I could hear their knees. I went forward alone with the guards, 50 meters, and pushed the branches apart with 2 fingers. And the world opened up. There was a clearing with short yellow grass. In the middle of the clearing, there was a tree over 20 meters tall, with leaves shaped like umbrellas, throwing shade over an area the size of a stadium. And under the tree, there was a temple. 9 stone pillars across the front, each one carved with divine figures, and the carvings still had color in them, not faded, color. Behind the pillars, the doors stood open, and there was torchlight moving inside, and the whole structure was doing that thing where you look at a building and your body decides to be polite before your brain catches up. Dark temple, said the panel, question mark, question mark, question mark. Every single field blank. I have never wanted to leave anywhere less, and I have never left anywhere faster. And the reason was standing in front of the pillars. 4 squads of guards, 40 of them, in formation, blocking the whole face of the building. Black armor with a sphinx engraved on the chest. Weapons with straight hilts and a curve at the tip, like a scimitar that had been thought about. Pointed caps with 2 colored ribbons hanging down. Ankamu Temple Guardian, level 8, rare 3-star. Temple Guardian, rank A. As guardians of the temple, they are protected by the gods. Within 100 meters of the temple, strength increased 200%, stamina and injury recovery increased 200%. Temple Blessing, rank A. If killed, they are resurrected after 1 day if the body is placed in the temple. Body of Faith, rank B. Immune to mind control, immune to curses, immune to plague, immune to poison, magic damage reduced 60%. Courageous War Song, rank B. Morale never drops. All attributes increased 70% against enemies invading the temple. Combat Master, rank B. Bond, Temple, within 200 meters, all attributes up 10%. 100 meters, 20. 50 meters, 30. I slowed my own breathing down on purpose so I would stop hearing it. Level 8. In a world where the official material says a god is level 30, every 5 levels in this game is a wall you have to be a different person to get over, and the curve is exponential, and I was level 2. Rare 3-star. My mummies are elite 3-star, which is 1 full grade below rare, which is 1 full grade below whatever they call the thing above that. 2 ranks. Not 2 levels, 2 ranks. Immune to curses, immune to plague, which deletes my entire army. Every trick I own, every clever thing I had done in 2 days, all of it was 1 line in a panel, and that line said, no. And they resurrect. They resurrect, tomorrow, in the building, for free. And there were 40 of them standing outside, which meant however many were inside, and the inside of that building was not visible. I looked at it for about 6 more seconds, which is longer than I should have, and then I put my hand up and said, withdraw, and turned around and walked out of the bushes without 1 word of hesitation. And if you want to know what a good decision sounds like, it sounds like nothing, because I will tell you what that temple was. On day 2 of a 20 billion player world, that was a building that could not be taken by anybody alive. Not by me, not by 100 players, not by 10,000 players, working together on day 2 with everything they own. It would sit there in the middle of a bush field being unreachable for a long, long time, and it would still be there when the people who could kill it finally existed. I made a mark on my map. Then I asked the goblins the practical questions on the walk back. Are there other buildings like that around here? No, only the temple. Any other field units? Every evening at dusk, the guards come out of the temple and kill everything alive within reach. Resource points? Yes, but inside the patrol zone. So the answer was no. There is a small kingdom of very good real estate out there, and it is owned by things that farm the neighborhood for sport once a day. Fine, later. I have a list now, and things go on the list. Then I went and collected my giants. We got back to the bushes where they had been sunbathing about an hour before sunset, and I came up the downwind side of the dune and looked over, and I nearly laughed out loud and had to put a hand over my own mouth. 30 knack giants were lying on the ground. They were not dead, that is what made it. They were lying on the sand at various angles, like a parking lot after a hurricane, dark blue from head to foot, and every so often one of them would try to push itself up with its arms and get about a third of the way and then go back down, because there was no strength left anywhere in it. Knack Giant, Level 3. Status, Near Death, Cursed. Level 3. They had been Level 4 that morning. The plague had taken them down a level. Above them, the bees were going up and down in the air, making a noise that I choose to interpret as grief. Mummy is the eternal god, I said, and waved my hand. Go and end the lives of these giants. The mummies went in absolutely delighted, and one of the giants managed to block the first strike, and the sound it made was pure metal, like a hammer on an anvil. And then it could not do it a second time. The claws went into the throat, and the pressure came out of the neck like a tap. Your army has wiped out a group of knack giants, 60 experience. I walked down to look at them properly, and up close they were awful, genuinely awful. Every one of those bodies could have punched a wall. Head on, with my 14, I would have needed twice the numbers plus sandification plus luck, and I would have lost soldiers. Instead, I cost them a 2-minute beating and an afternoon. The brain is the strongest weapon in the world, I said, standing over 30 corpses, being unbearable about it. And then I went and found what they had been guarding, which was not treasure, and which I have made more money from than everything else in this story combined. I followed the bees. There was one hive in the bushes, packed into a fork of branches, and it was covered so densely in bees that anybody with trypophobia would have needed medical attention. Desert bee, level, special, special. Not common, not elite, not rare, special. Queen bee, primary, can be promoted to intermediate queen, capable of producing better quality intermediate honey. Characteristics: produces desert honey with a special fragrance. Consuming it greatly accelerates recovery of physical strength and injuries. Minimum weekly production, 8 units. Description: a rare bee found in the desert, extremely rare. I stood in front of that hive doing the reading twice, and the second time through my whole chest went warm. That is not food. Read it again. Greatly accelerates recovery of physical strength and injuries. That is a healing potion. That is an alchemical product with a market and a price and a customer base, and it grows itself out of flowers for free in a desert if you feed it flowers. And the quality goes up. The queen can be promoted. Primary honey becomes intermediate honey. And if there is an intermediate, there is an advanced. And after advanced, there is probably something with a stupider name and better numbers. I was standing there in the middle of a genuinely unhinged fantasy about eternal youth in a jar when the black gold system quietly turned on. Desert bee, special. Consumes 10 insect nests to upgrade the queen bee's level. I want you to appreciate what just happened there. My friend wrote a cheat for a game about upgrading buildings, and it has now looked at a beehive, in a bush, in a desert, and gone, yeah, that's a building. Feed it 10 of its own kind and it goes up a grade. Indeed, I said out loud, to a hive, a life with extraordinary advantages is the only perfect life. I checked the market for insect nests because I could not help myself. Giant ant nest, 400 gold. Sickle wasp nest, 500 wood. Venom locust nest, 400 iron. And I noticed something on that page that was worth more than the prices. Everything had gone up. Yesterday you could get a junk nest for 300. Today the floor was 400, and the good ones were in the thousands, which means the whole world went outside today. 24 hours ago, half of these people were posting about calling the police. Now they are killing things and getting paid for it. And there is more money chasing the same goods, and the purchasing power of my 2,000 starting resources had begun to rot in my pocket. Whatever I am going to buy, I should buy it now. I did not take the hive. 2 reasons. There was nowhere at home to put it, and I was not going to move a bee's nest before I had water for the flowers they would need. Come back when the infrastructure exists. So I sent the goblins home carrying dead rats and rabbits from the afternoon's incidental murders, with instructions to tell the villagers I was inspecting resource points, and I went to collect my rent. 360 wood, 240 stone, 360 iron, 960 units of resources produced by 13 creatures with big arms whom I had motivated with a job title. I got home at dusk to find Rorik already standing at the edge of the territory waiting for me, which he did every single evening after that for the entire rest of this story, and which I did not once ask him to do. "Good evening, my lord," he said. "You have had a long day. Dinner is in the kitchen. You can take a hot bath first." Inside the mansion, there were 2 new cooks. Rorik had rotated the staff. The 2 nervous girls were gone, and in their place were 2 women built along lines that no amount of loose clothing was going to disguise. And when one of them set a dish down in front of me, the plate arrived with an audible event. I looked at the food. I looked at the cooks. I thought about the fact that somewhere out beyond that doorway, a 70-year-old man was standing in a courtyard, fully believing that he had identified the flaw in yesterday's approach. I ate a spectacular dinner and sent them both home. I learned much later, from a resident who thought it was the funniest thing that had ever happened to her, what Rorik said in the yard afterward. He looked at the 2 of them standing there with their heads down, like students who had failed an exam, and he sighed the sigh of a professional whose model is not matching observed reality. "It seems the Lord doesn't like your type, but it's all right. You weren't thrown out like the 2 yesterday. You may go. For the next few days, you will serve the Lord. Remember, whatever the Lord wants, you give it to him. We are all alone in the world, and we need a powerful patron. From what I have seen these 2 days, this Lord is a rare candidate, especially since he is so handsome. That old man was, at that exact moment, running a coordinated program with volunteer participants and a selection process. Apparently, more than a dozen people had competed for the assignment. I did not know any of this. I was in the hall doing accounting. 2 days in glorious era, and I sat there and laid it out. Food, 3,000 units of meat, 500 of coarse grain, and today's kills still being processed. Not solved, but no longer a countdown. Rorik's month. Army. 1 elite 3-star nest, 14 bandaged mummies, all of them carrying a talent that says physics is negotiable in sand. Resources. 3 resource points, 8 or 900 units a day walking in on their own, and just over 7,000 in the bank. Map. A temple to the west I cannot touch. A hive to the west I want. 30 giants who taught me that a panel with no magic resistance in it is a panel with a hole in it. And then I looked at the last line, and the whole plan reorganized itself. Upgrading the Great Pyramid from elite to rare needs 100 nests. At market, that is 40,000 resources, plus a 7-day cooldown I cannot buy my way past. I have 7,000. But upgrading a fresh common nest to elite costs 10 nests, 4,000, so do not climb. Widen. The cooldown is per nest, it is not per me. If I buy a second nest today, that nest has its own 7 days, running in parallel, starting tonight. Buy 4 nests, and I have 4 ladders going at once. The leash my friend put on the cheat only stops me from getting tall. It never said anything about getting broad. So I went shopping for a second army, and this is the part where I did the work. I opened the market, searched desert faction units, and started reading. Desert Scout, common 3-star, 1,000 wood. Desert Halfling, common 1-star. Hyena, common 2-star, 6,000 iron, which is a joke. And then I sat there for 2 hours and eliminated tens of thousands of unit types, because I had criteria now, and the criteria were harsh. 1. Does it synergize with sandification? Physical immunity is a multiplier on some kits and a rounding error on others. 2. Does it need logistics? Every soldier that eats is a soldier my food supply is fighting. That is not a preference, that is the desert talking. 3. Can it work with mummies? An army is not a list, it is a shape. 4. Is the potential worth spending a rung of the cheat on? Because every nest I upgrade is 7 days of my life I do not get back. 2 hours. Thousands of options. And I came out the other side with 1. Venom's Scorpion Nest. Common 3-star, 3,000 iron. Scorpion Warrior. Undead body. Reduces physical damage. Immune to plague and poison. Will not die unless decapitated. Highly venomous scorpion tail. Armor piercing damage plus poison. Mighty iron pincers. Racial talent. Strength increased 30% when fighting in the desert. Description. The undead life form sealed in the pharaoh's pyramid. You certainly wouldn't want to be stung by it. Undead, does not eat, desert native. 3 attack skills where my mummies have essentially 1, because my mummies are a debuff platform with hands, and what I was missing was somebody who could actually hurt things quickly. 3,000 iron cleaned out that entire column of my panel, and then I bought 10 junk nests on top of it for the upgrade, and when I was done, my resource panel was a row of zeros. 7,000 units of resources. 2 days of everything I owned. Gone in about 4 minutes. And I still needed 1,600 to actually build the thing. I sat there with my forehead in my hand going, this is so poor. This is a new kind of poor. I own 3 mines, and I cannot afford a shed. Which is when I finally went and looked at what food was selling for. 100 units of wheat, 2,000 iron. 50 units of fresh fish, 1,500 wood. 10 units of wild boar meat, 400 gold. I read those numbers 4 times. 30 to 40 resources for a single unit of meat, selling out the instant it is listed. And there were 4,000 units of meat sitting in my warehouse, being cut up by 200 people at the well outside my window. I had spent all day thinking the wolves were dinner. The wolves were a bank. 4,000 units of meat at market was somewhere between 120,000 and 160,000 units of resources on day 2. When the biggest lords in the world were counting in the low thousands. I did not sell 4,000. I want to be clear, because it would have been the single most profitable and most stupid move available to me. My own people eat 2 units a day each in that heat, minimum, and I had 150 humans plus 30 tusked laborers plus 20 goblins. The warehouse looks full. The warehouse is 1 bad week away from being a room. So I sold 200 units, exactly 200. And got 8,000 resources for it, 2,000 of each type, which is when the exchange rate stopped being abstract to me and became the most important fact in my life. 200 units of dead animal, which cost me an afternoon and no money, bought me more than my entire starting capital. I went out and put the venom scorpion nest down next to the pyramid and built it. It came up out of the ground like a balloon inflating and stopped at 3 meters, and it was a house of ancient yellow mud with dry grass on the roof. And on the front wall, there was a relief carved into it. Human upper body, scorpion lower body, facing out. 10 junk nests went in. Elite 3-star. Recruit all 14. 120 resources each, 1,680 total. And then the relief on the wall filled in. I want to describe this because it is still one of the best things I have seen. The carving did not open, and nothing came out of a door. Gray energy gathered inside the building and then poured forward into the relief on the front wall, and the relief filled up like somebody was pouring flesh into a mold. The chest rose, the pincers rounded out, and then it opened its eyes, and it took 1 step forward, and it walked out of the wall and stood on my courtyard stones. 14 times. Scorpion warrior. 2 meters tall, human torso on a scorpion body, 8 legs, musculature that looked forged rather than grown, arms that were not arms, they were pincers, and the pincers closed with a scrape of metal on metal that told you exactly what they were for. And at the front of each closed pincer, there was a hook, a curved iron hook like a butcher hangs meat on, so that even with the pincers shut, it was still carrying 2 weapons. And the eyes were brown and cold, and there was absolutely nothing in them. Master, they said, all 14 at once, bowing with a hand on the chest. Thank you for giving us new life. Units recruited from a nest are loyal to whoever recruits them, permanently, unconditionally, all the way up to godhood. That is a rule of this world, and not a compliment to me. I put my hand out and gave them the desert. 14 scorpion warriors have mastered a portion of the power of the desert and gained a new skill. Sandification, rank D. 2-meter-tall armored murder machines with armor-piercing poison tails and 99% physical immunity in sand. Isn't this just unleashing a Musou attack? I said, to my own courtyard, out loud, like a man who has entirely lost the ability to be embarrassed. 2 nests, 28 soldiers, nearly 3 squads. Mummies to break the enemy down and hold them, scorpions to open them up. Day 2. Then I went in and checked on the world, because it had become my favorite show. Damn it. Today, I attacked a small lumberyard, and there was an elite 3-star monster in it. Why is there an elite in a small lumberyard? All my troops are gone. You won't believe it, I met an NPC caravan today, actual natives, and they were using earth dragons to haul supplies. Those are rare units. I was so envious my eyes went red. The NPC caravan wanted to trade with me, but my territory has no special products, so they just glanced at it and left. Bah, this is blatant discrimination. Humph. These little brats. Fortune changes every 30 years. Never underestimate a young person's potential. Where can I get food? My population is over 300. I cannot afford to feed them. This is the first time I have realized that feeding 300 people eats this much food every day. Ha ha ha. I finally have an elite nest. I used half my territory's population as cannon fodder to take a wild stronghold. But there's nothing to be happy about. All the residents ran away because of it. Damn game planner, don't let me find out where you live. The people of my territory rebelled because they went hungry for one day. So what if they didn't eat for one day? And then they looted my territory. I read that whole page, and then I sat back in a chair in a stone hall and thought about the second to last one for a while. He got his elite nest. He paid for it with people. And then all the rest of the people left. And now he owns a very good building in an empty town, and he does not understand yet that he traded his future for a weapon. Population is the resource, not the mine. The mine needs somebody standing in it. And on the strength of that thought, I did something that night that felt, in the moment, like the most reckless thing I had done since walking through the shield. I took 1,000 units of fresh meat out of my own warehouse, out of my own people's mouths, and I put it on the market as a bounty. 1,000 units of fresh meat. Wanted, 2 units of spring water or spring water fragment. The bounty board sorts by value. My listing went straight to first and second place. In a market with 20 billion participants, in a world where every single lord was starving at the same time, the most valuable thing on offer anywhere was a pile of dead wolf, and it was mine. I went to bed. I found out the next morning what happened on the forum overnight, and it was the first time I heard my own name in a stranger's mouth. I just saw some big shot called Jian spend 1,000 units of meat to get a trash resource treasure. What's the use of spring water? My territory's water just runs away every day. I can't afford it. Why only exchange for treasures? 1,000 units of meat. I could feed my whole territory for 10 days. A bowl of meat soup every day. They would be ecstatic. Comparison is the thief of joy. 1,000 units in one go, and this is just the start. Who is this generous? This is the first time I've ever seen someone this wealthy. What kind of life is this Jian living? Why do some people have so much food? I'm not having it. Why am I only getting porridge today? Jian, not me. A rumor of me. A guy on a forum who was rich enough to burn food, in a week when food was the only real currency in existence. I did not write a single word in that chat, not one. For the entire rest of this story, my public image was built and demolished and rebuilt by people who had never spoken to me, and I sat there and read it like the weather report. Then I opened my private messages and got a surprise that reorganized my morning. Your purchase has been completed. You have obtained a 1-star resource treasure, spring fragment. Your purchase has been completed. You have obtained a 1-star resource treasure, spring water. I read the second one twice. There was no fragment on the end of it. Somebody had traded me a complete 1-star resource treasure, a permanent spring, for 500 units of food. I would have paid 2,000 for that. I would have paid more. And there was a person out there so hungry that a permanent water source was worth less to them than 500 units of meat. And they were probably right, because you cannot drink a spring next week if you starve this week. That is when I understood the actual shape of the market I was standing in. Every one of those 20 billion people was making rational decisions inside a 5-day time horizon because that is how long their food lasted. I had a month. A month is not an advantage in strength. A month is an advantage in patience. And patience is the only thing on this planet that nobody can take from you by force. So now, 1 complete spring plus 2 fragments plus an orchard. I called Rorik in and put both treasures on the table and explained what they were. I have watched a lot of people react to good news. That old man put a hand over his mouth. This is the legendary divine gift, he said. Gods above. You must be the divine child sent by the gods to save us. Twilight City will become a pearl in the desert under your leadership. And then he did not get sentimental, because he was a professional. He got tactical. He explained to me, with the specific intensity of a man who has actually been hungry, why farming beats hunting. Hunting is good money and unpredictable and lethal. Farming is boring and inevitable. A territory that lives on hunting has a ceiling, and the ceiling is however many animals are within walking distance. Take a team out, I said. Choose a site for the orchard. Not too close to the walls, we are going to expand. Not too far, or we cannot defend it. And he went out into a village of 150 people and told them, "The great Lord, blessed by the gods, has received a divine gift. 10 mu of orchard, a miraculous plant that matures every month." The village stopped working. Inside 1 hour, I had 5 candidate sites on my desk, scouted and compared, delivered by a committee of formerly homeless people who had run out into a desert to find the best possible place to plant a tree. I picked the one by the lumber yard. 1.5 kilometers out, flat ground, and, not coincidentally, a 10-minute walk from a hive full of extremely rare bees. "Call all the residents," I said. "We're going to place it." They were already outside, every single one of them. They had been waiting since Rorik opened his mouth. We walked out to the site, me in the middle of a crowd, mummies on one side and scorpions on the other, and I could hear people behind me arguing about the scorpions in whispers. "Those must be the Lord's new troops. The aura is too strong. That tail was thicker than any siege bolt I have ever seen." 10 minutes out, past the lumber yard where 13 laborers were working so hard they were practically performing, and out to the flat ground on the far side. "Wait here," I said. And I walked out alone about 300 meters, with 150 people standing in a line behind me, watching my back. I got down on one knee and buried a seed in the sand. Then I took a pot of water out of my system space and poured it out. And the sand did something I have watched 100 times since and have never gotten tired of. It drank, and it darkened, and it clumped. And for 1 second it stopped being sand and became dirt. I put the pot away and turned around and started walking back. And on my first step, behind me, the seed came up. Not slowly. It came up hundreds of times faster than any video of a plant growing you have ever been shown. 1 green shoot, then a dozen around it, then a wave. And I want to be precise about what happened next, because I did not plan it, and I could never have planned it. Every step I took toward those people, another band of green came up out of the ground behind me. Step, and a wave of shoots. Step, and another. 300 meters of it, following me in, and the sand between the shoots slowly clumping and going dark and turning into soil under some rule I do not have the education to explain. By the time I reached the crowd, 10 mu of orchard was standing behind me, waist high and getting taller. And 150 people were looking at me the way you look at something you are about to start telling your grandchildren about. They did not cheer. That is what got me. Nobody made any noise at all. I turned around and looked at it too, at the trees coming up over the top of the dune line, and then I reached into my space and took out the spring and walked to the edge of the orchard and dropped it in the sand. The crystal sank. Then it was gone. Then the sand over it started to swell. Then it went up. A column of water several meters high, straight out of the desert, and it came down in sheets and the droplets caught the sun, and there was a rainbow in the air over the orchard. A rainbow. In the middle of the death desert. Over 10 mu of trees that had not existed 40 minutes earlier. Water. Water is coming out. It really sprayed out. The column dropped back and settled into an ordinary spring, gurgling out of a hole in the ground, and the sand around it went cobwebbed with dark lines as the dry ground underneath started pulling it down. Rorik told me later that the spring would not flow into the orchard properly for hours because the whole water table under it had to fill up first. Even the dirt was thirsty. Then I turned around to 150 soaking wet people, and I said the only thing I had. "My people, this is just the beginning. Twilight City will be an oasis in the desert, a place of hope and future. You will witness this with me. Long live the Lord." I do not know who started it. It went on for a very long time. Afterward, I kept Rorik back and gave him the boring half, because the boring half is the half that decides whether the miracle is still there in a month. Build a reservoir next to the spring. Stone, not sand. Sand will not hold it. 10 people permanently assigned to the orchard. Dig irrigation channels so the spring runs into it. Every single tree gets water. Every one. "My lord," he said, "I will supervise personally, and there will be absolutely no mistakes." And then he said the thing that told me who he was. This is the foundation of Twilight City. If something goes wrong anywhere else, this must not be affected. Then I went and did the second thing, which was to go and buy some bees a promotion. I sold another 200 units of meat, took 8,000 resources, and spent 5,000 of it on 10 insect nests. Desert bee nest detected. Consume 10 regular insect nests to upgrade? Confirm. The nests went to light, and the light went into the hive, and the hive swallowed it, and then a large number of bees came out and flew in circles around my head. Not attacking, circling. The way a dog does the thing with its whole back end. Desert wasp nest, level special. Queen bee, intermediate. Can be promoted to senior queen. Produces medium quality desert honey. After consumption, greatly accelerates recovery of physical strength and injuries, and slightly increases recovery of magic power. Minimum production 10 units of medium-grade honey per week. Magic power. It heals magic now. It got a second stat because I gave it 10 crates of junk. Now you can taste the honey, I said. I reached into the hive and broke off a piece of comb. The top of it was already capped over with a thin layer of wax, which is what bees do when the honey is finished and they are saving it. And the smell came off it before I had it anywhere near my face. Not like honey. Like the concept of money, if the concept had been developed further by a serious research team. I bit the corner off. The comb stretched. Long, fine threads of it, gold, translucent in the sun. And then it was in my mouth, and something happened in there that I do not have the vocabulary for. And I stood in a bush in a desert with my eyes closed for an amount of time I would prefer not to specify. When I swallowed, warmth came up out of my stomach and went out to my hands and feet, and my entire body relaxed like I had been lowered into a bath. I stayed like that for a while. Then I opened my eyes and said to no one, "This is a taste bomb." Before all this would have sold for 100,000 a jar. No, 1,000,000 a jar. And it would have been worth it. And this is primary honey. The queen just went intermediate. What is next week going to be like? I moved the hive myself, in a bucket, into the middle of the orchard, and sent for carpenters. Within the hour, 4 men came out across the sand carrying a purpose-built hive box the size of a wardrobe, because when I said I wanted a house for the bees, nobody in my territory treated it as a strange request. I set the hive inside it and left them 2 capped combs to eat, and kept 10 units, and from that day my nation produced 10 units of medicine a week as a floor. And standing in the middle of it, water gurgling out of the ground, the whole grove shifting, 10,000 bees working. I did the projection. Sand dates. Honey. This is not a farm. This is an industry. If I can get more hives, if I can get more orchards, if I can make this stuff the specialty of Twilight City, then making money in this world stops being a question about how many things I can kill. Now I just needed somebody to sell it to. And the next morning, walking north with 3 squads of soldiers for the first time in my life, I found him getting robbed. 10 minutes north of the territory, a scorpion 200 meters out threw up a warning. I came up the dune and looked down into a channel between 3 dunes, and there was a battle in it. Hundreds of men on horseback, curved swords, white head wraps, wheeling around a single carriage that was being defended by about a dozen guards. Hooves throwing sand up in clouds, the whole thing screaming. An emergency has been triggered. A group of desert bandits is robbing a caravan. You are free to choose. 1. Join the desert bandits and attack the wagon. 2. Join the wagon and fight the bandits. 3. Do nothing, watch, or leave. Note: rewards for unexpected events are uncertain. Please explore independently. I actually laughed. The system had offered me the bandit route as a legitimate option, with a straight face, like a menu. Only a child picks a side, I thought. I want them all. Desert bandits. Level 2. Common 3-star. Plunder. Rank E. All attributes up 20% while robbing a caravan. Dexterity. Rank F. 30% more dexterous while fighting mounted. Description: robbery. Quickly, 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 hand over your money. Hand over your money, 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 money. Somebody sat down and wrote that. Somebody in a design meeting typed the word money 6 times and everybody signed off. Then I looked at the caravan, and the caravan was serious. Human warriors, level 5. Human swordsmen, level 5, elite 2-star. Human archers, level 5, elite 3-star. Level 5, every one of them. Elite grade, real equipment, and mine were level 1 and 2. That guard detail was better than my entire army man for man. There were 14 of them left, and there were over 100 bandits, and the bandits had crossbows in the back keeping their heads down. They had been trying to break out for a while. You could tell because there were bodies of their own along the route they had tried. And then a man came out of the carriage. He was short. He was extremely round. He was wearing a robe expensive enough that the desert had not managed to dull it, and the robe was losing a war with a belly that looked about 6 months along. He came out into the middle of a losing battle and started giving orders. Thane, hero unit, potential C. Occupation, businessman, level 5, intermediate hero, negotiation ability increased 20%. Skills, negotiation, intimidation, diplomacy, trade, reading between the lines, gathering intelligence. Hero trait, able to accurately judge the value of goods. Bond, Iris, Chamber of Commerce. When cooperating with members of the Iris Chamber of Commerce, earn an additional 20% profit. Description, your artifact is fake. I can only offer 10 gold coins. Your Majesty, God of War, a hero unit, in a caravan, being murdered on a dune in front of me on day 3. Everyone listen up, I said. Kill all the bandits. Do not harm the people inside the carriage. And then my scorpions found out what they were for. They got there first. 8 legs move faster over sand than anything with 2, and they went in from the flank into 100 mounted men, and the bandits saw them coming, and peeled off 5 squads to intercept, because they were about to win, and they were not going to let anybody else take the prize. Both sides ran at each other at full speed, and I want to walk through the first 2 seconds, because it defined everything after. The lead bandit came in with his scimitar up, and the horse's speed was doing most of the work on that swing. The scorpion opened its pincers, not to block, it opened them like a trap that has been sitting in a field, and when they came together it did not stop the man, it went through him, and the top half of him kept going for another 6 or 7 meters on inertia before it hit the sand. Then the hook on the front of the closed pincer took the horse across the ribs and opened it to the bone. Instant kill. 1 exchange. And then 100 bandits found out that the thing they had just charged does not move. They hit that line, and the line held. Scimitars came down on pincers, and the pincers chipped the swords. One of them went for a flank, and the scorpion did not even turn its head. The tail came off the spine like a released spring and went through his chest. And the dying man got in a genuinely good swing on the tail on his way down, and put 4 notches in his own blade, and did nothing at all to the scorpion. And then the tail snapped back, and he came off the horse. After the pincers, they started using the hooks. Just the hooks. Closed pincer, hook forward, 1 swing, and a head went 5 meters into the air. 5 squads of bandits, gone in a few minutes. It was not a fight where the bandits surrounded my scorpions. It was a fight where the bandits provided the material. Then the scorpions turned and went for the carriage, and the bandits, who had been about to win, would not let go of the prize, and gritted their teeth and kept attacking a wagon, while a wall of 2-meter-tall murder machines closed on them from behind, like a gambler pushing the last chip in. They collapsed at about 2 squads remaining and ran, and the bond that gives them 20% speed while losing turned out to be the most useful thing in their entire kit, because they were gone over the dunes before my scorpions could commit to a chase. Your army has wiped out a group of desert bandits, 120 experience. Scorpion Warrior has leveled up, current level 2. The 7 or 8 surviving caravan guards stood in the middle of that and did not relax even slightly. I understand why. From where they were standing, an unknown force had just deleted 100 men in 4 minutes, and was now stood in a ring around their wagon, and had not spoken. And the fat little businessman got out of the cart and walked up to the nearest scorpion, on his own legs, and bowed with a hand on his chest. Respected leader, we are from Solon City. We are the Iris Chamber of Commerce, and we thank you for your help. The chamber will surely reward you handsomely. Silence. Absolute silence. The scorpion looked down at him with the brown eyes that have nothing behind them, and said nothing whatsoever, because scorpions do not do diplomacy, and I was still 400 meters back on the dune, walking down. I want to give that man some credit. He stood in front of it and kept his hand on his chest and waited, and the temperature of the air went down, and his guards started shifting their feet. Then I got there with a dozen mummies, and his entire face changed. Your Excellency, he said, and he came at me so fast his robe had trouble keeping up. Thane, businessman of the Iris Chamber of Commerce of Solon City, extends his highest respect to you. Thank you for saving my life. The chamber will always remember your kindness. Lord Arthur of Twilight City greets you, Lord Thane. He bowed again. He kept bowing. There was a slight problem with the situation, which is that I had no idea who he was, and it was showing. Where is Solon City? How far is it from here? And the man straightened up as far as the belly would let him, and said, Dear Arthur, Solon City is on the edge of the desert. It is one of the largest cities in the Death Desert. Then his eyes went round. You don't even know Solon City? You are a god-favored lord from another world, chosen by the gods, god of wealth above. I never imagined I would meet a god-favored lord in the deep desert, chosen by the gods, from another world. That is us. That is the setting text. That is what the natives of this place call 20 billion confused office workers with panic in the group chat. I did not correct him. If you knew there were 20 billion of us, you would be less excited, and I needed him excited. Also, I had just learned where I live. The Death Desert, not one of the small ones, one of the three the official material actually bothers to name, the one that sits in the middle of the main plain, and the number attached to it in every document I ever read is this: under the best possible conditions, 5 to 6 months to cross. 5 to 6 months of that. And the reason he was standing in front of me being robbed was profit. He explained it, and I did not need it explained, because it is the same sentence in every world. Cross the desert with cargo, and you sell it for 10 times, 20 times what you paid. The Iris Chamber of Commerce had spent serious money establishing a route. If a businessman can make 100%, he said, he will risk hanging. 300%, and he will trample every law men have written. A sandstorm hit them a week ago and scattered the caravan. They came out of the storm separated and ran into the bandits, and they had started with 3 squads of guards and had 7 men left. You are lucky to have survived a sandstorm, I said. What are your plans now? We will go straight back to Solon City, and then he looked at me with an expression I have since learned to price. Lord Arthur, may we rest and replenish our water in your territory before continuing. And, before I could answer, quickly, I am willing to pay you a reward. You saved us, and on behalf of the chamber, I would like to express my gratitude. And if it is suitable, we can open up trade in the future. You saved the Iris Chamber of Commerce's convoy, said the system. Your current relationship with the Iris Chamber of Commerce is friendly. The Iris Chamber of Commerce has requested to inspect your territory. You can establish new trade relations. I stood there and thought about that. The trading market lets me sell to 20 billion players, and every single one of them is as broke as I am, because we all started this morning with 2,000 of everything. The natives of this world have been here for uncounted ages. They have cities. They have chambers of commerce with 50-year contracts. They have earth dragons pulling their carts. They are not the competition. They are the customers. Trade with the natives, I thought, is the only untapped gold mine on this planet. I took a while thinking about that. Too long, apparently, because I looked up and Thane had gone the color of paper. I did not understand until later what that pause looked like from where he was standing. A stranger with an army that had just deleted 100 armed men in 4 minutes had gone quiet while looking at him. His guards had stopped moving. Nobody in the chamber knew where he was. There were no witnesses in that desert, and there never would be. So he gritted his teeth, reached into his robe, and handed me the only thing he had left. My esteemed Arthur, we have lost contact with the caravan and lost most of our goods. All that is left is this treasure we snatched back from the sandstorm. To thank you for saving my life, please accept it. I think your territory will need it too. One of his guards made a small noise and then looked at a scorpion and stopped. You have received a gift from the merchant of the Iris Chamber of Commerce, the blueprints for building a hero altar. Hero altar construction blueprint. Level, special building. Feature, can build a hero altar. After a hero dies, they can be resurrected in the hero altar by consuming resources. 5 resurrection slots per month. Resources required: 10,000 stone, 10,000 gold, 10,000 wood, 500 crystal, 500 gems, 500 mercury, 500 sulfur. Description: extremely rare architectural blueprints. Even dragons would covet them. I have read the official material for this game for 6 years, and there are maybe 4 buildings that get their own paragraph. The hero altar is one of them. Heroes are the rarest thing in this world. You cannot buy them. You cannot make them. You find one in 100,000 people, and then you spend everything you own trying to get them to like you. And a hero altar brings them back when they die. 5 a month. I got it from a bankrupt merchant on a dune because he was afraid of me. It felt like buying a 2.5 yuan bottle of soda and winning a laptop. Is this reward a bit unfair? I thought. Ha ha ha, this is awesome. There was one problem, and it is a problem I did not solve for the entire rest of this episode. 500 each of crystal, gems, mercury, and sulfur. Rare resources. I had 0 of all 4. I had never seen one. So I put the single most valuable object I owned into my system space and did not touch it again for weeks. Then I put my hand on the short round man's shoulder because it had just occurred to me what had actually happened here. Mr. Thane, I am very satisfied with your gift. No need to overthink it. Twilight City needs friends, and it needs to trade with the outside world. Come back to my territory and rest. In the name of the Lord of Twilight City, I promise you. Inside my borders, not even a dragon can harm you. And he exhaled so hard I heard it. I have thought about that exchange a lot since. He gave me a treasure worth more than his entire cargo because he thought I might kill him. I gave him a promise of safety because I wanted a trade route. Neither of us was being kind, and both of us got exactly what we needed. And by the end of it, he genuinely liked me, which is the strange part. We put the mummies and scorpions on the cart to push it and walked his broken caravan home, and I promised to bury his dead. Rorik clocked the emblem on the wagon from across the yard. Lord Arthur, that is the mark of the Iris Chamber of Commerce. And when Thane saw that somebody in this god-forsaken sandpit knew his firm, he relaxed completely, because the chamber's reputation was built on exactly this. Rescue our caravan and you get paid, every time, for decades. That was the whole asset. Then I gave Rorik the good news. We killed about 100 bandits an hour north. They were mounted. Send people to follow our cart tracks and bring the horses back. 92 desert horses. Rorik's eyes lit up so fast it was almost rude, and he was gone before I finished the sentence, because when it comes to the business of not starving, that old man moved like a much younger animal. And Thane stood in my little village, looking around with a very strange expression. And I know what he was thinking, because he told me later. He was thinking, this is a realm of divine grace. This was built by the gods out of rules, because otherwise, who would be insane enough to build a village here? I settled him and his men in and went to leave again, and at the door, he suddenly remembered something. Lord Arthur, while we were hiding from those bandits, we stumbled onto a one-way portal. I wonder if you would be interested. We didn't explore it. We don't know what's on the other side. He shrugged with his whole body, which on him was an event. We don't have the opportunity to explore in our current state. A one-way portal. Where? He took a map out of his robe and put it on the table, and I looked at it and stopped listening to him for a second, because the pictures on that map were moving. Magic map, level special, feature, records the areas it has traversed, allowing the user to know their current location. A living map. That is why he knew exactly where he was in the middle of a featureless desert after a sandstorm. He saw me looking at it, and his face fell about a mile. Lord Arthur, this magical item is a forbidden item of the chamber. It is not allowed to leave. No need to overthink it, I said, and waved a hand. The gods gave us a better map. I'm just curious. I picked it up, let the system copy the location he had pointed at, and handed it straight back to him. He nearly cried with relief. I do not think he had believed for a second that he was getting it back. 2 hours out. And that afternoon, instead of going hunting, I went and looked at a door. Later, I found out what happened in that guest room after I left, and it is the single best piece of information anybody gave me all week. His own guards asked him why. Why give away a hero altar blueprint? We paid a huge price to save that from the sandstorm. And Thane, who felt cramped even sitting in a large chair, looked at them with contempt and said, "Foolish. If the other side had ordered an attack, what do you think our fate would have been? Remember the first rule of the Iris Chamber of Commerce. In the desert, life comes first. Don't act like the sky is falling because you lost a precious blueprint. The weak have no choice." Even if there had only been a 30% chance he would attack us, we would never take the risk. And then his voice went somewhere else. 15 years ago, I accompanied young Master Kalen to transport a smith. The guards went quiet because they knew that name. Everybody in that chamber knew that name. Young Master Kalen was the man who bought out the dwarves' entire weapon production for 50 years. That time, we hit something very similar to today. A storm scattered the caravan, and after we escaped, we were surrounded by desert bandits. Young Master Kalen refused to surrender. He fought to the death. He died under their blades. The chamber was supposed to be negotiating with a powerful empire to establish trade relations. His death meant the negotiations failed, and our competitors took the position, and the losses were incalculable. From that time, the chamber established the ironclad rule. In the desert, life comes first. If young Master Kalen were alive, the Iris Chamber of Commerce would be 10 times stronger than it is. So remember, in the desert, survival is the most important thing, so that you will still be alive to make more profit later. I will explain this to the chairman myself, and I will take whatever punishment comes. And then, before he let them go, rest well before we return to Solon City. And do not cause trouble in this territory. Our lives are in other people's hands. That fat little man had given away a legendary blueprint out of a doctrine written in another man's blood, and had already accepted whatever discipline was coming, and then went to bed. I liked him a great deal after I heard that story. I am still going to take everything he has. The one-way portal was 2 hours out, and I made it in 4 because I stopped to kill things. The route went past the field where we had put down the bandits that morning, and there were dozens of my residents out on the sand hauling horses home, and a small mountain of bandit bodies stacked up off to one side. I looked at that stack with genuine interest, and I want to flag that, because 6 days earlier, the sight of 30 dead dogs had made me walk through blood on purpose to prove something to myself, and now I was doing project math over a pile of men. 92 horses. Not much meat on them, more bone than anything. But 92 of anything is a currency, and if I put them up as a bounty instead of as food, I can trade them for treasures. Swap a few for a spring fragment or 2. Swap 15 for another orchard. Would that not be amazing? On the way, we found 4 squads of desert ratmen who had hollowed out an entire dune, and my army went through them, and by the time I got to the dry riverbed, the scorpions and the mummies were both level 3, and I had 900 experience. The riverbed was the most beautiful thing I had seen in this world so far. A river that had been dead for so long that the pebbles in the middle of the channel had weathered and split. Sand where water used to be, flowing along the same course the water had taken. And on the stone walls on both sides you could still read the marks the current had cut, meters up, from back when it was a real river with a real opinion. 10 minutes of falling over rocks, and then, in a recess in the cliff, a structure, an archway 5 meters high, and in the middle of the arch, where a door should be, a translucent sheet of something that moved like the surface of water when you touch it. One-way portal, level special. Feature, one-way teleportation, leads to an area, a burned village. Entering requires completing a mission to return. Difficulty, 1 star. Description, you might be teleported to the dragon's treasure vault, or perhaps you'll be able to go to hell and have dinner with the devil. Before using the portal, pray to the goddess of luck. A dungeon. The lore on these is the best writing in the entire setting, and I had it memorized. During the last War of the Gods, somebody broke the River of Time. Fragments of it went everywhere across every plane. Each fragment is a piece of a world, still running, and inside it there are things that no longer exist anywhere else, because they were only real in that moment. The mission exists because each fragment has its own rules, and you have to correct the rules before the fragment can go back into the river. That is genuinely good. I want to shake somebody's hand for that. 1 star difficulty. That is the bottom of the scale, and I had almost 3 squads of elite troops, and I was standing right there. And I want you to notice how close I came, because this is the part of the story where I nearly died on day 3 out of pure competence. I was reaching for it, and then the black gold system turned on. Discovered instance, burning village, instance level 1 star, average unit strength, rare, hero unit present, yes. Factional alignments, demons, necromancers, churches, humans. Note, unable to upgrade the dungeon level. I took my hand back. Average unit strength, rare, average. The temple guards I ran away from that morning were rare, and they were the strongest thing I had ever seen. And in this box, the rare ones are the median, plus a hero, plus 4 factions, 1 star. That is the tutorial. That is the beginner difficulty. And it is stocked with soldiers 2 full grades above mine, and led by somebody who can think. I stood in a dead river in front of an open door, and thought about the fact that my friend, 4 years ago, wrote a scanner into a cheat because I complained his game was too hard, and that scanner had just saved my entire life before it started. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly, I said, out loud, in a canyon. We come back when I have a full squadron of rare troops of my own, not before. I marked it and turned around, and I was 10 minutes into walking home when the sky landed on me. There is no warning. That is the first thing. There is nothing in the air, and then there is pressure. And the pressure is not a sound or a temperature. It is your entire body telling you at once that something above you has a different order of magnitude than you do. Like standing under a mountain that has decided to lean. Then the roar came down, and the dead riverbed shook. Then the shadow. The shadow covered the whole channel. I looked up, which I do not recommend, and there was a thing crossing over me with a wingspan past 20 meters, covered in scales that a crossbow would have to apologize to. 4 limbs with claws on them that could take a city wall down as a hobby, and it was not even hurrying, it was cruising. Desert Dragon. Level 15. Potential, question mark. Skill, question mark. Racial talent, question mark. Bond, question mark. Description. The top predator in the desert, dragon breath. No one can stand up to it head on. Level 15. Let me put that in context with the only two numbers I had. A god in this world is level 30. Every 5 levels is a wall. The temple guards that made my scalp crawl that morning, the ones no army on this planet could break, were level 8. That dragon was 7 levels above them, and I could not read a single one of its stats. It went across the canyon and was gone, and I stood in the riverbed for a long moment with my heart going and a mouth full of sand. And then I said, out loud, alone, in the middle of a dead river, having just watched something that could have killed my entire nation as a warm-up exercise, I have to catch one of those to ride. I am aware of how that sounds. I stand by it. That thing was the single most stylish object I had ever seen in my life, and I decided, standing in that canyon, that I was going to end up on top of one, and I want that on the record so that later, when it becomes relevant, nobody can say I did not call it. Then I walked home very quickly, because it was getting dark, and the desert at night belongs to other people. Rorik was at the edge of the territory at dusk, as always, and he had news, and he was trying not to look pleased about it. They were completely captivated by the honey, my lord. They have been asking me all afternoon to discuss trade the moment you returned. He gave them the honey. He gave them the honey because I had told him to bring out the most precious local specialty for our guests, and he had gone and done that with the full commitment of a man who understood the assignment better than I did. Is the kitchen ready? I said. Let them come see me after they have eaten their fill. They are already waiting for you. Then let them keep waiting, not because I am cruel, because I was about to negotiate. I went in. I ate an enormous dinner served by 2 extremely well-constructed cooks whose continued presence in my life had become a running argument I was losing. I took a hot bath. I washed a dead river and a dragon off myself, and then, an hour and a half after he had been told I was home, I sent for Thane. He came alone. 12 stone pillars, oil lamps made of animal fat throwing weak yellow light, moonlight coming through the glassless windows and doing more work than the lamps. He put his right hand on his chest and bowed the second he was through the door. Good night, esteemed Arthur. Sit down, Mr. Thane. And he sat, and he could not hold it in for even one polite sentence. Lord Arthur, thank you for treating me to such precious honey today. The Iris Chamber of Commerce lacks such delicious goods. Do we have the honor of establishing a long-term cooperative relationship with you? Now, I want to describe what I did next accurately, because I have been told it was dishonest, and I would like to argue about the word. Mr. Thane, I said, the Iris Chamber of Commerce spans the Death Desert. You have never seen my desert crown honey before. Forgive my ignorance, he said, and he leaned in. But I have never seen it. Sir, is this honey called Desert Crown? I nodded, the way you nod at a question with an obvious answer. I obtained the Desert Crown bee in a secret chamber, I said. There were murals in there that had been passed down for countless years. In the immeasurable past, the Death Desert was unified by a powerful emperor who conquered the whole of it. His legend still circulates across the main plain, and this great ruler's most cherished treasure was this honey. He compared it to his own crown. And only the most noble person may wear a crown. Therefore it was named the Desert Crown. I made that up, all of it, right there, in real time. I made up an emperor, a conquest, a mural, and a naming convention, and I did it in about 9 seconds, and I did not blink once. And I watched it land. I watched a professional merchant, a hero unit with a skill literally called reading between the lines, go somewhere else, behind the eyes. Because only the most noble person may wear a crown, and this honey is called the crown, which means eating it is a statement about who you are. For a moment, his whole face went reverent. He felt like a king. He was sitting in a stone room in a village made of dirt, and he felt like a king. Lord Arthur, he said, and his voice had gone soft. May I have the pleasure of looking at that mural? I wonder what kind of figure the emperor who ruled the Death Desert was. You're too late, I said, without one flicker. The sandstorm a while ago erased all traces. You know what a desert is. And here is my defense, and I do mean it. Every word about the mural was invented. Every word about the honey was true. It heals injuries. It restores stamina. It restores magic. It tastes like the best thing that has ever happened to your mouth. The product was real. The only thing I manufactured was the reason a rich man would feel good about paying for it. And if you think that is a crime, then I have some news about the entire history of commerce. Now, Your Excellency Thane. Desert Crown is extremely rare and precious. What price is the chamber willing to offer? And his heart skipped. Not at the price, at the word rare. Lord Arthur, could you tell me the exact production volume? I let a little regret into my voice. Currently, we can only produce 5 units a week. We produced 10. I lied about my own output. Cut it in half. And then, right after, because a market that thinks a product is dying does not build a brand around it. However, there is still room for production to increase in the coming period. Thane breathed out so hard his belly moved. Thank goodness, he said, and he did not even try to hide it. If it were 5 units a year, that would be too little. 5 a week is 20 a month. It is pitifully small, but for something this delicious, it is acceptable. Then he stood up and got proud, and made me an offer I have thought about every single day since. Lord Arthur, the Iris Chamber of Commerce has everything you need. We can even get you a dragon's lair, as long as you can pay the equivalent in Desert Crown. A dragon's lair. I sat in the chair in a room with no glass in the windows and did not move a muscle in my face, and inside my head somebody was screaming. Because the man was not bragging. That is a firm that bought 50 years of dwarven weapon production in one transaction. When he says everything, he means there is a catalog, and I had just been handed the price list for it, and the currency was bees. Mr. Thane, what do you think the price of Desert Crown should be? And he hesitated, honestly, which is when I knew I had him for good. Because he did not know. There was no comparable product. There was no market. He had nothing to anchor to. Lord Arthur, would you allow us to take some back with us, and then price it after the market has tested it? So I waved at Rorik, and Rorik went out and came back with a tray, and on the tray there were 2 slightly beaten up glass bottles, each half full of something gold and clear. I put the first one on the table. This bottle is for the Iris Chamber of Commerce to bring me back a price. Then I put the second one in front of him. Lord Thane, you gave me the blueprints for the hero altar as a testament to our friendship. As a return gift, I am giving you the treasure of Twilight City. May our friendship last forever. And the round little man's face came apart. Every trace of the pain of giving away that blueprint left him at that moment. Not because the honey was worth as much, because I had made the exchange be about something other than money, and he had spent his whole career in a business where nothing ever was. Thank you for your generosity. Then, while he was warm, Lord Thane, next time you come, I would like you to bring construction blueprints, ideally resource treasures, things like the Sandate Forest. And he agreed to all of it without checking, because for a chamber of commerce that size, those requests are a signature on a form, which is the whole point I want to make about that night. 20 billion players were fighting each other for 400-unit junk nests on a market where nobody had any money. Meanwhile, the natives of this world had been compounding for uncounted generations, and I had just found a man who would trade me building blueprints for a jar of something my bees make out of flowers for free. I did not outfight anybody that day. I outsourced them. After he went to bed, I asked Rorik about the horses. 92, he said. There are too many to process yet. No need to process them, I said. I have other uses. Then I opened the forum and paid a debt. Here's your food back, I wrote to Where is Your Italian Cannon. I owed him 1,600 units of food in installments. I went out to the well, picked 6 of the biggest horses off the pile, and traded them straight across. The contract dissolved. Holy crap, came back instantly. Boss Chingchu, have you made a fortune again in one day? Awesome. Honestly, I really admire you. I haven't even found a food source, and you're always talking about thousands of units. Could you give me a hand? If you're willing, you'll be my father from now on. You can contact me if you find any good treasures in the future, I said, and closed the window. Then I put the rest of my cavalry to work. Bounty, 1 star. Resource treasure, spring water or spring fragment. Payment, 3 desert horses. Quantity, 4. Bounty, 1 star. Resource treasure, sand date forest, 10 mu. Payment, 15 desert horses. Quantity, 2. Bounty, special nest, desert bee. Payment, 20 desert horses. Bounty, any useful resource or treasure found in the desert. Payment, 20 desert horses. Requires mutual agreement. 92 horses went out into the world as offers, and 4 were left standing on the ground. And 24 residents who had just finished dinner and come out to spend a happy evening butchering came around the corner and found an empty yard. And I am told that if I had not been standing right there, they would have raised the alarm for theft. Good night, my lord. Greetings, Your Excellency. And, the horses? I have other uses for them, I said. Deal with these few. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard at all, they said, with the specific tone of people who suspect their lord has been swindled and are too polite to say so. And then the forum found out. Holy crap, did you see that? Gian is selling food again. This is outrageous. I just did the math. He put up over 80 desert horses in one go. I just want to ask, are you a stable boy? Did he raid a wild horse herd's lair? Why is it this exaggerated? My territory is out of food today. How does Gian have this much? Just casually producing tens of thousands of units of meat. Isn't the desert supposed to be resource poor? My territory is in the desert, and I am telling you clearly, Gian must be sitting next to a resource-rich oasis. A territory in an ordinary desert is a level 10 hellish start. That's absolutely right. The desert is no place for humans. No water, no food, nothing. You'll be exhausted after 2 hours of fighting out there, and the wild troops are all incredibly strong. Yesterday, I finally managed to kill a dozen giant desert rats, and then ran into a group of over 100 desert bandits on the way home. If I hadn't run fast, I'd be dead. Wah! I don't want to play anymore. I want to go home. That last guy and I were in the same desert. That is what gets me. He ran from the bandits and I sold the bandits' horses, and the difference between us was not courage, and it was not even luck. It was that on day one, while he was inside his shield reading the safety notice, I bought 10 pieces of garbage and fed them to a pyramid. I slept extremely well, and the next morning there were 300 people outside my gate. I came out and the open ground was full of ragged strangers, and Rorik was in the middle of them talking, and the noise stopped the instant I appeared, because there were several dozen soldiers behind me, and one of them was a 2-meter-tall scorpion. The mummies are terrifying in a haunted way, the white bandages and the split hands. The scorpions are terrifying in a structural way, the way a crane is terrifying if it turns to look at you. What happened? I said. Rorik bowed. These are homeless people we found outside the Sandate Forest this morning. They are with the Iris Chamber of Commerce. Who is in charge here? I said. Come out and talk to me. And the crowd all turned and looked behind themselves, which told me everything. Boots on stone. And a girl came through the crowd to the front. She was 17, maybe 18, black high-topped leather boots that had been through sand, fitted brown trousers, hair up in a high ponytail. Skin the color of the inside of a jade cup, in a desert, which should not be possible and which I never got an explanation for. Thin, in a way that made her eyes look enormous, and on her back, longer than she was tall, a bronze warhammer. The hammer changed the entire picture. Without it, she was somebody's daughter. With it, she was somebody you would move out of the way for. Your Excellency, she said, with her hand on her chest, Lyra Stone sends her greetings. Where did you come from? And her voice went flat and heavy. The Rhino Empire's army trampled our homes. We had no choice but to seek help from the Iris Chamber of Commerce and cross the Death Desert to settle in the Temple Empire. But the sandstorm a week ago destroyed everything. We and the Iris merchants were lost in the storm, and we lost most of our companions. And then Thane came out of my mansion behind me, saw her, and shouted with real joy. Miss Alara, you're all right. By the god of business, this is fantastic news. Mr. Thane? And then the joy went off her face, because he had opened his mouth to ask the next question, and she already knew what it was. Your father, he said. She did not answer. Thane sighed, and his good mood went out like a lamp. I already had a fairly clear picture. The leader of these people had been her father. The storm had come. She was the one standing here. I opened her panel out of what I would like to call sympathy, and was actually curiosity, and then my heart started going in my chest. Lyra Stone, Hero Unit, Level 4, Potential, A grade, Occupation, Blacksmith, Advanced, Skills, Breathing Forging Technique, Rank A, grants additional skills when forging strategic equipment, and has a chance to forge higher-level weapons. Weapon Enhancement, Rank A, enhances strategic equipment, granting it additional attributes. Thorin's Blood, Rank A, increases Constitution by 200%, increases Strength by 200%. Hero Trait, increases the research speed and success rate of territory attack type technologies by 30%. Racial Trait, exceptional talent for weapon forging, success rate increased 30%. Bond, Copper Hammer, when forging with a long-handled copper hammer, forging skill level increases by 1. Description, clang, 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 sizzle. Your magical artifact is ready. Want to test its power? a hero unit. A master blacksmith, potential A grade. Let me explain what A grade means because I have thrown the word hero around a lot and it needs a floor under it. Thane, a hero unit who buys 50 years of dwarven weapon output in one deal, is potential C. Rorik was a hero and lost it. This girl standing in my yard with a hammer taller than she was, at 18 years old with soot still in the creases of her hands, was 2 full grades above the most successful merchant in the Death Desert, and she was not finished growing. These attributes are defying the heavens, I thought, and took 3 quiet breaths, and did not let one thing show on my face. Then I said the sentence that got me a hero. Miss Alara, I think your father must be stronger than you. She looked up. A sandstorm is terrifying, but you are all right. There is no reason for him to have had an accident. Don't be too sad. Perhaps he is looking for you right now, just as you are looking for him. Are you telling the truth? Certainly. And I did not know if it was true. Let me be extremely clear about that, because I have been called kind for that scene, and I do not want the credit under false labeling. I had no idea whether that man was alive. I had a guess based on a bloodline that grants 200% constitution, which is honestly not a bad guess, and I had a very clear idea of what she needed to hear, and those 2 things happened to point the same way. Have someone clean out the guest rooms, I told Rorik. You can stay here a few days, I said to her. First to recover, second to look for your father, and then I put a little iron in it. If you need it, I can send people to help you. Trust me, the residents of my territory know this desert better than you do. Your companions do not need to rush across it. You are welcome here. And she came at it faster than I did. My lord, I'm willing to give anything if you can find my father. I can become your subordinate. I can work for you. If only you could find my father. Her eyes went red, and her voice broke in the middle of the last word, and a system prompt came up in the corner of my vision, like a stagehand walking on during a scene. Lyra Stone has issued you a hero recruitment quest. Find your father who was blown away by the sandstorm. Mission complete. The other party will join your territory. And I felt exactly 2 things in this order. The first was delight, because a quest is a thing I know how to do, and I like doing quests. The second one shut the first one up. Because she was crying in front of a stranger about her father, and a box had appeared next to her head offering me a transaction. Take a deep breath and look somebody in the eye. I will do my utmost, I said, and that one I meant. I know how that sounds 2 paragraphs after admitting I run people through spreadsheets. Both are true. I have been on the other side of a missing person. I know exactly what the hours feel like when nobody has told you anything and you are still doing the arithmetic on how far somebody could walk. I would have sent people for her if she had been nobody at all. The A-grade panel is why I sent 60. The only person unhappy about any of this was Thane, who had been quietly planning to introduce that girl's forging skills to his own firm, and who had just watched a competitor open a hiring conversation in front of him, and who could not say a single word about it because I had given him a bottle of honey 4 hours earlier. Business is business. Then, before I could do anything else, I had a housing problem. 150 new people, 10 houses, 10 people a house. You cannot build a new building in this world without the blueprint for it. I owned exactly 1 blueprint, and it was for resurrecting heroes, so my options were upgrade what I had or have 300 people sleep in a yard. Residential, level primary. Upgrade requires 500 stone and 500 wood, maximum capacity 10. 10 houses, 10,000 resources. My panel had a handful of coins in it, so I sold another 200 units of meat to strangers at absurd prices, scraped it together, and stood in front of my own street with everybody watching. Please clear the resident housing. About 20 people came out of the buildings, looking confused, and stood aside without asking a single question. And I want to note that on day 4, the residents of Twilight City obeyed a strange order from me instantly, without explanation. That is a thing you build in 4 days and lose in 1. Confirm. The resources went to 0. And then a light the color of dune sand came up out of the ground and wrapped the whole street like a sandstorm holding its breath. Nobody could see through it. You could see shapes changing in there. And then a rumble, and a 3rd floor came up out of the top of a 2-story building. And then all 10 of them at once, and the ground shook. By the gods, this is a power only a lord can have. Legend says the gods gave every lord an unparalleled ability. One of them is building houses at speed. No matter how many times I see it, this is breathtaking. 10 minutes of that. Residential. Level intermediate. Maximum capacity 30. Note: current level has reached maximum. You may upgrade again after your territory is upgraded to a small town. 10 houses, 30 people each, 300 beds where there had been 100. Next upgrade after that, 100,000 resources. Even the landlord's family has no surplus grain, I thought, standing in the street with an empty bank account and 300 people housed, and for the first time I understood, properly, in my body, what everybody on that forum was screaming about. I had 3 mines, an orchard, a spring, 2 elite nests, and a monopoly on desert medicine, and I could not afford to upgrade 10 houses twice. And they were counting resources in the low hundreds. Then I went and stood in front of 300 homeless people. And I want to tell this part carefully. They had been watching the houses grow. And when I turned around and looked at them, every single one that met my eyes dropped their head. Because from where they were standing, none of the last 20 minutes had been about them. A man with an army had just tripled the housing capacity of his own village, while 300 outsiders stood in his yard with nothing. And now that man had turned around and was looking at them and not speaking. I let it run. I said nothing at all, and I watched their faces go from uncomfortable to anxious to genuinely frightened, and one of them started shaking. I would like to tell you that was a technique. Partly it was. Mostly I was standing there deciding what I actually thought. New residents, I said. I am Arthur, the Lord of Twilight City. Every head came up. I understand your anxiety. I understand the confusion and helplessness about the future. No one can be indifferent after losing their home, their family, their friends. Because that was our hope. That was our only hope. We have all experienced the pain of hope breaking. And I watched 300 faces change at the word we. But must we accept it? Must we give up and lose hope? No, no. These hardships are the thorny road every one of us has to walk. No matter how great the pain, we must look forward. That is what our loved ones would have wanted. If you were the one in danger, would you want your family to suffer forever? What doesn't kill us makes us stronger. Once you step over the thorns, you will find light coming through the dark ahead. And as long as you hold on to hope, you will always look up and see a sky full of stars. Nobody said anything. I have made a lot of speeches in this story, and I have been graded on them by a system, and I have been cynical about every single one. And I am telling you the truth about that one. I have no idea where it came from. I did not draft it. Standing in that yard, something in me needed those 300 people to stop looking at the floor. My friends, this is Twilight City, a city built in the desert. It has only just begun, but it is full of life and hope and a future. No matter your previous identity, your previous work, your age, Twilight City will accept you. If you are unwilling to spend months crossing that desolate desert, risking sandstorms, then welcome to Twilight City. We need every one of you here. And we can give you a safe place to stand. And I promise you, I will do everything I can to help you find the companions you lost in the storm. Of course, if you do not want to stay, I will never force you. I will give you food and water so you can keep crossing this death desert. Then I looked around at them one more time. My people, welcome to our country, and I bowed to them. Then I turned and walked into my mansion, and I went past Alara on the steps holding her hammer, and I did not look at her. That last part was calculated, the rest of it was not. I have been extremely honest with you about the parts where I was working an angle, and I am going to be equally honest here. I bowed to 300 beggars because after everything I had done that week, I needed to be a person for 30 seconds. What I heard afterward, from residents who repeated it to each other for weeks, our Lord bowed to us? Gods above, am I seeing things? I feel like I'm committing a crime if I don't do something for this territory. Why don't we just stay in Twilight City? Why cross a desert full of threats? I don't want to face death again. But this is a desert. We'll get sandstorms eventually. What do you know? Did you see the power he just used? Those houses can stand up to a storm. And this place is going to grow. With his strength, he can protect us. Mom, the Lord is so handsome. When I grow up, I want to marry a hero like that. Sure, sweetheart. Mom, I want one too. Get lost, you're a boy, wake up. And then a young man from among my original 100 got into an argument with one of the new arrivals, which somebody repeated to me word for word later and which I have never forgotten. You people don't know how lucky you are. It's an honor to be part of Twilight City. What kind of talk is that? Heh. What do you think is the most important thing about a territory? This. Prosperity? Power? What do we care about prosperity and power? The prosperity belongs to the lords and the nobles. We are nothing but oppressed slaves. Haven't you been oppressed by lords before? Then what is it? The most important thing about a territory is its lord. Lord Rorik says a lord is the soul of a territory. Whether a territory is brutal or insane or warlike, it depends entirely on its lord. Isn't a lord who is capable and broad-minded and full of potential, even if he is weak right now, 1,000 times better than lords who control rich territories and treat the common people like pigs and dogs? Nobody had an answer to that. They all looked at the door I had gone through. By lunchtime, the new arrivals had made their decision, and Alara found herself getting talked into it by an old man with a white beard called Duke, who had gone around the village collecting evidence like a man buying a house. Miss Alara, you may not know this, I asked around. The residents here have been eating meat at every meal for days. Nothing else. Everyone tells me they've gained weight from eating meat. Life isn't actually that bad. And as for the environment, on the other side of the city there is a spring, and next to the spring there is a full 10 mu of sand date forest. I went and looked. The leaves are so green. The other residents say it's a gift from God, and it ripens once a month. It's truly amazing. And there is precious desert crown honey. They say in ancient times the honey from the desert crown bee was the exclusive tribute of the emperor who ruled the Death Desert. The lord of the Iris Chamber of Commerce has already pleaded with our lord to establish trade. Perhaps it won't be long before goods start flowing in. And the residents say the lord has mentioned in private that there will be more divine gifts, and that he plans to plant crops all around the territory and turn Twilight City into an oasis. Alara stared at that animated old man for a while, and then she decided that she did not particularly want to go to the Temple Empire. Staying in the desert is actually quite good. My legend had reached the recruitment stage, and I had not said a single word of it out loud. Rorik had done all of that. My invented emperor was already in circulation. By then I had 60 people getting ready to walk into a desert for me, 30 of my original residents, 30 of the new arrivals, mixed together on purpose so that the two groups would come back as one group. 5 days of food and water each, 6 teams, 6 directions. And then I did the thing that hurt. I gave each team 2 mummies, 12 of my soldiers. 12 out of 28, nearly half my entire standing army, walking away from my territory in 6 different directions to escort civilians through a desert full of things that eat people, for a girl I had known for 4 hours. I want you to understand why that was expensive. Those 12 were level 3 elite 3-star with sandification, and they were the only reason my village existed, and out there they would be operating in pairs with nobody commanding them. You must give something up to get something, and a merciful man cannot command an army, and I have said that sentence to myself so many times in this world that I have stopped hearing it. Then I did the one genuinely extravagant thing. I took a half jar of desert crown honey out of my space, had it diluted with water, and gave every one of those 60 people a cup. Stamina restored to peak. All 60. The most valuable substance in my nation poured into the water of 60 walking volunteers, and I watched them drink it out of wooden bowls. Ilara was standing there when I did it. She had come to watch her rescue leave, and that was the moment her attitude toward me stopped being politeness. Keeping my word is my bottom line. It is the one place I do not run the numbers. I do not care how many quests it costs. Then she asked to go with them, and I said no. Lord Arthur, why can't I go? I'm not afraid of danger. Your safety is one thing, I said, but the main concern is the residents. You are responsible for the fate of hundreds of other people now. You cannot act recklessly. I have already sent 60. Do you think your search area alone is larger than 60 people's? She still wanted to argue. Obey orders, I said, and she was taken aback, and she was hurt, and she did not know how to say either of those things to a lord, so she nodded and went away, sulking. She was going to spend the next 2 days locked inside a village she had just joined, doing nothing, while 60 strangers walked into a desert to look for her father, and I knew exactly how that felt, and I did it anyway because she was an A-grade hero, and the correct place for an A-grade hero is not the wilderness. I went east that afternoon because it was the one direction I had never set foot in, and 10 minutes out I found something fighting rabbits. I mean that. I came around a dune, and there was a stronghold of field troops, gray-haired, humanoid, big claws, and they were engaged with a group of animals about half a person tall, And after watching for about 30 seconds, I revised my initial reading because the rabbits were winning. The rabbits were driving them off. Claw Halfling, level 2, common 3-star. I lost interest in the halflings within one line. Flame Dragon Rabbit, level 4, potential, special. Flame Burning, rank C. When enraged, the whole body is engulfed in flames. Extreme Speed Running, rank E. Racial talent, can quickly restore magic power in the body when sunbathing. Bond, Sun. When exposed to sunlight, the fur can store a large amount of energy, increasing maximum magic power by 50%. Description, a unique natural life form in the desert, whose fur is highly sought after, making them extremely rare. I stood on that dune and my brain did something I am not proud of. Because there are two kinds of living thing in this world. There are units, which come out of nests and are basically appliances, and there are natural life forms, which reproduce on their own, like the natives do. And this world's natural life forms include a rabbit that eats sunlight and catches fire. And I had raised rabbits as a kid. They grow fast, they eat grass and vegetable leaves, and most importantly, they taste good. If beekeeping works in a desert, I thought, how hard can rabbits be? 2, 4, 6, 23, 24, 25. 2.5 squads. Scorpion warriors can handle that. Attack from the flank. Leave a few alive. The bunnies are cute, I said. I've decided to give them better protection. I completely ignored the halflings, which in retrospect was the correct call, and my 2-meter armored scorpions charged a group of fluffy white things that looked like oversized plush toys. It looked ridiculous for about 2 seconds. Then the rabbits turned into fireballs. I mean that literally. The whole body ignites. And the things that had looked harmless became orange spheres moving at a speed I could not track, leaving scorched lines across the sand behind them. And they did not run. They countercharged. The halflings caught in the middle nearly died of fright and left the area without looking back, which is the only sensible decision anybody made on that hill. A scorpion swung a pincer that can shatter boulders, and the rabbit turned inside the swing and was not there. Then, the flames went up like somebody had poured gasoline on it, and orange fire wrapped the scorpion completely. And here is the thing. It does not feel pain. It has no pain receptors. It is undead. But it stood there in the fire, and I watched it flinch, and afterward I worked out what I had seen. Its body did not hurt. Its soul was screaming at it. Something underneath the flesh knew this was fatal and was filing a report. It kept fighting anyway. The tail came out like an arrow off a bow, and the rabbit kicked off the sand and was elsewhere before it arrived. And then it did it again. And again. Never engaging, just orbiting, setting fires, using its agility to death by 1,000 cuts on something built for the opposite kind of fight. Meat versus glass. The classic problem. Meat can make 1,000 mistakes. Glass makes one. The rabbit paused for a fraction of a second. The scorpion's tail was already moving. It did not land properly. It grazed. That was enough. 4 seconds later, the rabbit stiffened in mid-stride, twitched, and went down into the sand. Poison does not care how fast you are. Some of my scorpions could not take the burn and activated sandification, which does nothing for magic damage, but sandification also eats sand to heal, and that turned out to be the actual answer. A tank with unlimited regeneration does not need to be immune, it just needs to not die faster than it heals. The last 7 or 8 went down. Your army has defeated a group of flame dragon rabbits, 50 experience. 8 flame dragon rabbits captured. Have the scorpions hold the live ones, I said, so these adorable creatures don't suddenly turn on us. Then I walked up onto the yellow grass where they had been standing and had the mummies search, because you do not fight that hard over nothing. 7 or 8 burrows, tiny openings, and in them 30 babies with fur that had only just come in. No wonder they were fighting like that, I said. I picked one up. It was warm, not sun warm, warm all through, like holding a hot water bottle in winter. And I put it back down and went over to one of the dead adults and put my hand into the fur on its back. And the fur was silk and heat at the same time. And the heat was not body heat because the animal had been dead for 5 minutes. I pulled a handful loose, held it, still warm. Then I put the loose fur down on the sand in the sun for a while and picked it up again, and it had gotten warmer. The fur charges, off the body, from daylight. No wonder they are rare. It would be a miracle if a creature like that had not been hunted to extinction. And that is the exact second the farming plan was born, and I want to defend it, because in a story with dragons and gods and dungeons, my proudest achievement is animal husbandry. They lay several litters a year, 10 or so a litter. The scale goes exponential fast. I am the soul of a nation of farmers. I have an innate and extremely high interest in planting and raising things. But it's a magical life form, I thought. Raising it might be difficult. Either way, let's try. If it works, great. If it doesn't, we put a pot on. Braised, steamed, stir-fried, dry pot, boiled, deep-fried. Worth trying them all. I sent a scorpion home to fetch Rorik, and Rorik came out with a crowd, including Thane, who had heard the words flame dragon rabbit and abandoned whatever he had been doing. "My lord," said Rorik, "you actually ran into a flame dragon rabbit. The goddess of luck must have blessed you," and Thane stuck his belly out, and his face did an entire pantomime. Flame dragon rabbit is a specialty of the Death Desert. It exists in this desert and nowhere else on the main plain. Their fur has an extremely strong insulating effect. A few hours of sun during the day keeps them warm for several days. In the frozen lands, clothing made of flame dragon rabbit fur is a rare delicacy enjoyed only by royalty and nobility, and if it's made into a robe, it speeds up recovery of magic power. Among mages, flame dragon rabbit is extremely popular. That is why a naturally reproducing creature has been hunted until they are nearly impossible to see. I nodded along while doing sums with my mouth shut. So how should these be raised? And the entire group went quiet in a way I did not like. Alara's voice came out of it, clear and apologetic. Flame dragon rabbits are extremely difficult to keep. Countless people have tried, and every attempt has failed, because they all die mysteriously in the end, and nobody knows why. "Yes, my lord," said Rorik. "Miss Alara is right. Flame dragon rabbits cannot be farmed. My entire agricultural empire ended before lunch." "Then let's forget about it," I said, and waved a hand. "Braised tonight, steamed and stir-fried tomorrow, deep-fried, pan-fried, and soup the day after." Honestly, once I had said it out loud, not being able to farm them stopped being so bad. And then a small voice came out of the back of the crowd. "My lord, I know how to raise a flame dragon rabbit." I turned around slowly. At the back, a dozen desert goblins immediately cowered under everybody's attention and took a step backward as a group. Except one. The smallest one, the absolute smallest goblin in a species of small cowards, and he was terrified, and he did not back up. "Master, I know how to raise a flame dragon rabbit." I did not ask him a single question about rabbits. I asked him a question about market structure. "Apart from you, does any other goblin know?" And the little thing straightened up and threw a look at his colleagues that I would describe as unbearable. "Nobody knows anymore. My grandfather told me." "Very good," I said. "Don't tell anyone about this. Rorik, take the rabbits back. Give this goblin a room of his own. Nobody speaks to him without my order." "Yes, my lord." Thane, who was extremely curious, visibly gave up on the idea before he had even fully formed it, and I know what went through his head because he was a professional and the arithmetic was easy. If it works, it will be a Twilight City specialty, and if I go digging, I will only be making trouble for a man who gave me a bottle of honey. And in the end, I will still be buying it from him, and I will still take my margin. He actually started hoping it was true, because if it worked, he might get a robe out of it. While all that was happening, the goblins had tied up a flame dragon rabbit, and I was standing 3 meters away being cautious, because a live animal that catches fire on demand is not something I wanted near my people. And the little goblin walked up to it and threw a bucket of water on it. The fire went out. The flame dragon rabbit became a wet, furious, entirely harmless rodent. The most feared natural predator of the eastern sand, defeated by tap water, by a goblin who weighed less than the rabbit did. I relaxed considerably. That evening I ate the best meal of my life so far. The ones killed by pincers were edible. The ones killed by the tail were not, poison being poison. I had the kitchen do 4 preparations, and I did not eat alone. I called in Alara and Thane and the senior residents, and we sat in a stone hall and had a genuine feast, and the relationship between all of us moved several notches in one evening, which is a thing food does that no amount of speeches will. The tailors, meanwhile, had cleaned and worked the fur into a blanket, and I claimed it, on the grounds that I am the Lord and the best things go to me first, and I am not going to apologize for that either. That blanket. Let me tell you about that blanket. The desert is an oven at noon and a fridge at 4 in the morning. You need something over you in the second half of the night. The flame dragon rabbit blanket was snow white and about 4 centimeters deep, and it did not just hold heat. It adjusted. It read the outside temperature, and it corrected. On a hot night, it was cool. On a cold night, it was warm. There was no dial. There was no explanation. It is stronger than an air conditioner, and it is made of rabbit. Only after using it did I understand why they cost what they cost, and the more I understood, the more interested I became. Then I had the goblin brought in. He came into the hall trembling like a man who has taken a cold shower in January and bowed at me with his eyes down. "Good night, my great master." "No need for formalities," I said. He straightened up and immediately tucked his chin so far into his collar that his neck disappeared. If you needed a reference photograph of the word cowardly, you could have used him. "You said you can raise flame dragon rabbits. Have you actually done it?" "Master, my grandfather raised over a dozen of them, and I learned how too." "Tell me." "Yes," he said, and then he talked for 10 minutes about his grandfather. I let him. I want you to know that I sat in a chair in a dark hall and let a green-skinned goblin brag about his grandfather at length, and it was genuinely entertaining, and this world has such low entertainment infrastructure that a goblin talking about his family was the best show available. Then he got to it. "So if you want to raise flame dragon rabbits, you need a large area in the desert, and you put dragon leaf grass in the center. They love that plant, and they'll build their nests there. But you have to surround the whole thing with wisteria thorns. They hate that plant. It gives off a smell, and they won't cross it." And then he lowered his voice and got smug, which on that face was something to see. "My lord. I have a secret nobody else knows. Flame dragon rabbits shed every month. You don't need to kill them. Also, flame dragon rabbits don't need to eat at all. They only need to sunbathe. But if they don't get enough sun, they'll want to eat. And once they eat something, they die soon after. So the place they live cannot have anything in it except dragon leaf and wisteria thorns. My grandfather didn't know any of this. I worked it out myself. He rewarded me with a rabbit leg, and it was delicious. I sat very still. Let me lay out what he had just told me. Everybody who has ever obtained a flame dragon rabbit has done the obvious thing. They got a rare, precious, valuable animal, and they took care of it. They fed it. They fed it well. They fed it 8 times a day because it was expensive, and they wanted it to thrive. And it died. And nobody ever worked out why, for however many centuries this species has been getting hunted, because the correct answer is that caring for it kills it. The only way to keep one alive is to give it nothing, forever, and no owner of an expensive animal is psychologically capable of doing that. Is this a solar panel that became sentient? There is no such thing as garbage in this world, only resources in the wrong place. I brought these goblins home because I wanted free labor, and one of them turned out to be holding a secret that 100 generations of nobles could not buy. "Very good," I said. "Now tell me your name." And he froze, and then he looked at the floor. "Master, I don't have a name." I raised an eyebrow. "You have performed a great service. You cannot be left without a name. Today, I will bestow one. From today, you will be called..." And I paused, because I had absolutely nothing, and while I was pausing, he looked up at me hopefully with his mouth open. His teeth were greenish blue. "Pebble Nose," I said. He stopped. "Pebble Nose," he said. "Pebble Nose." He said it about 15 times, quietly, to himself, in a stone hall in front of the man who had just made it up out of a dental observation. Then he got down on the floor and started hitting his forehead against it, repeatedly, hard, and when he got back up, his forehead was bleeding, and he was the happiest creature I have ever seen. "I have a name. I have a name. Green Tooth. Ha ha ha. The Lord has bestowed a name upon me." "Pebble Nose," I said, "in the name of the Lord of Twilight City, I appoint you head of the Flame Dragon Rabbit breeding base. All the goblins are assigned to your management. But remember, the method of raising them must never be known to a third person. I will also send 2 bandaged mummies as your subordinates to assist you. If you need supplies, apply to Rorik. If you have problems, contact me directly." And he wanted to kneel down and clean my boots with his hands. I sent him off to go tell his friends, and he went out of that hall skipping, actually skipping. A goblin with a bloody forehead, skipping across a courtyard at night on his way to inform 19 colleagues that he now had a name and a department. I have handed out titles that changed nations since then. That is still the best return on investment I have ever gotten out of 2 syllables. I would like to say that the next day I gave the rabbit business my full attention. Instead, I found something that ruined a whole week of my plans, and it was made of gold. That afternoon, I went further east than I had ever been, and a scorpion scout came back at sunset with a warning, and I climbed a dune and looked down at a quarry that was not a quarry. Boulders over 10 meters high, hundreds of them, stacked up in a way that looked deliberate and probably was not. Gold mine, medium, reserves 100,000 units, maximum output 14,000 units per week, capacity minimum 10, maximum 50. 14,000 a week, 2,000 a day. More than my other 3 resource points put together, and it would keep coming for as long as the reserve lasted, and it required nothing from me except people standing in it. Hunting is better money right now, I know that. But food prices were already softening at the edges, and the day they crash, whoever owns mines will be the only ones still getting paid. Occupy 8 or 10 of these, and you make tens of thousands of resources a day lying down. I was already spending it in my head when something came out of one of the boulders, 4 or 5 meters tall. Faint golden light coming off the skin, the whole body looking like it had been cast out of brass in a single pour. Arms thicker than a battering ram and heavier. Semi-metal giant, level 5. Intermediate unit, defense increased 15%. Potential, rare, 3-star. Golden body, rank D, body as hard as gold, defense increased 60%, immune to poison. Heavy as a mountain, rank D. Each punch delivers 200% of body weight in force. Heavy bone armor, rank E. Metal integrated into the skin, defense increased 30%. Racial talent, strength can be slowly increased in a gold mine. Bond, metal giant, more than 10 together, defense up 20%. 20, 40%. 30, 60%. Already activated. Description, you little brat, I'll stand here and let you hack at me for 3 minutes. If you can break my defense, I'll admit defeat. 3 squads of them, 30 of them with the bond running. And I read that panel 3 times looking for the hole, and there was no hole. Immune to poison. That deletes the scorpion's tail. Every attribute stacked into defense at rare grade, which is 1 full rank above my best soldier at level 5, which activates the intermediate unit bonus while I was still on units with no tier bonus at all. And immune to poison means immune to what my mummies do, because plague is not a knife, plague is a disease. The tiger tried to bite the turtle and could not find a way to get a grip. I stood on that dune for a long time looking down at 2,000 resources a day that I could not have. We can only come back to this after we improve, I said. And then, walking home in the dark, I did the actual thinking, and it went like this. Everything I want is behind something rare. The dungeon, average unit strength rare. The gold mine, rare defense stack. The temple, rare, immune to everything I own, and it resurrects. I have been winning for 4 days with a trick. The trick is excellent, and I am keeping it. But the trick is elite grade, and the ceiling on elite grade has arrived, and it arrived at a gold mine while I stood on a dune with my hands in my pockets. If I had rare units, I would not be in this position. It is time to take the power in my hands to the next level. Which meant shopping. Again. And this time, I knew exactly what I was missing, because 30 brass men had just spent an evening demonstrating it to me for free. I had no ranged damage. Everything I owned had to walk up to a thing and touch it. Against a wall of armored defense, my whole army was a man knocking politely. So that night, I went through the market with a criterion instead of a wish list, and after 2 hours, I found something with an 800-year-old grudge in it. But before that, there was a smaller purchase, and it is the one that made the next 5 days possible. Cursed Pyramid, common 3-star, 3,000 iron, recruitable unit, Cursed Pharaoh, a magic unit. In a faction that had, until that moment, consisted entirely of things with hands. Here is what my market research looked like, and I want to include it because it is the least glamorous and most important half hour of that week. Elite grade nests, desert faction. Search, 198 results. In a world with 20 billion lords, there were 198 elite grade desert nests for sale, total, which tells you exactly who is holding the good ones. Nobody is selling them, because anybody who has one knows what they have. Desert Giant Rat, Elite 1-star, 8,000 wood. Desert Wanderer, Elite 2-star, 10,000 gold. Desert Wolf, Elite 3-star, 15,000 iron. All melee, All weak skills, nothing worth spending a rung of the cheat on. Undead faction, elite grade, 320 results. Skeleton warrior, 6,000 gold. Evil spirit, 8,000 iron, same problem. And every other faction was worse, for reasons that had nothing to do with power. Human troops drink water, in a desert. The logistics on a squad of human soldiers in the Death Desert would eat my orchard. Elves eat fruit every day, and some elven units cannot even spawn outside grassland. Where exactly am I finding fruit? Dwarven alchemical machines need oil for maintenance. Undead do not eat, do not drink, do not rest, do not complain, and get a 50% bonus in my backyard. So it was undead, and it was going to be undead forever. And I reopened the common grade list because if there was nothing worth buying at Elite, I would buy garbage and grow it myself. That is what the cheat is for. 7 days is nothing. Search mummy, sharp-toothed mummy, common 1 star. Howling mummy, common 3 star. Spiked mummy, common 3 star. There are more kinds of mummy in this world than there are kinds of car, and every single one of them has a worse job than the last. And then, after thousands of listings, my eyes stopped. Cursed pyramid, common 3 star, 3,000 iron. Several times the price of anything comparable, because whoever was selling it knew what was in it. Cursed pharaoh. I bought it without thinking twice, plus 2 more mummy pyramids at 1,000 each, because half my mummies were out in the desert escorting civilians and I felt naked. Plus 30 junk nests for 15,000. That is 50,000 resources in one evening, most of it from selling animals. I put 3 new pyramids down in my front yard next to the other 2 and built them, and they came up out of the ground like 3 balloons inflating, and the difference in appearance between them was the interesting part. The Great Pyramid that makes bandaged mummies is a weathered sand dune with a doorway. Rough, anonymous. The Cursed Pyramid was carved, twisted, colored patterns cut into every face, and the patterns were religious, not decorative. There is a difference, and you can feel it in your teeth. Consume 10 unit nests to upgrade the Cursed Pyramid to Elite 3 star. 30 nests went in across the 3 buildings, and the Cursed Pyramid went from 3 meters to 4 and got older looking. Not newer, older, more mysterious. Like the upgrade had involved reaching further back. Recruitable unit, Cursed Pharaoh, Elite 3 star. Available, 10. Weekly production, 5. Only 5 a week. That hurt, and it kept hurting for the rest of this story, because it turned out to be the best unit I ever recruited per head, and I could never get enough of them. Recruit all 10, and the pyramid put on a show. The twisted colored patterns started glowing sand yellow, and then the patterns moved. They came off the stone and projected forward onto the air in front of the building, and energy gathered inside the projection, and the pattern flickered, and a figure walked out of it. Cursed Pharaoh. A crown brightly colored with 2 ribbons hanging down behind the ears, a short, withered wooden staff, and a face that was bare bone, no flesh at all, with a fire burning inside the skull and a ghost blue light coming out through the sockets. 10 of them, in a row, in my courtyard, at night, with the soul fire showing. Cursed Pharaoh. Elite 3 star, magic, 100 plus 50. Cursed body, rank E, immune to poison and plague. Touching its body inflicts a curse, reducing attributes 5% per minute, up to 40%. Pharaoh's Curse, rank E. After casting, the enemy is weakened. All attributes reduced 20%. Cooldown 5 minutes, cost 20 mana. Words of Curse, rank E. Forcibly throws the enemy into mental confusion, halting their actions. Duration depends on the enemy's strength. Cooldown 3 minutes, cost 20 mana. Racial talent. In the desert, mana regeneration increased 50%. Bond mummy. More than 50 mummies present, maximum magic increased 50%, regeneration up 30%, curse effect up 30%. Activated. Description: the Pharaoh's Curse. This is a nightmare. I read Words of Curse about 6 times, halting their actions. Everything I owned up to that point was a way of making enemies weaker or harder to kill. This was the first thing I had ever held that made an enemy stop. Because here is the problem with every fight I had been in. My mummies debuff on contact, which requires contact. My scorpions kill quickly, which requires reaching. And every single dangerous enemy in this world has exactly one move that ruins me, and the whole game is whether they get to use it. Words of Curse is the answer to a sentence, not to a monster. The sentence is, and then the enemy did its strongest thing. 10 of these, standing behind the line, deciding when the enemy is allowed to have a turn. My lord, they said, kneeling, and their voices came out ethereal and absolutely level. We thank you for your call. We will defend your glory with our souls. Rise, I said. From now on, you follow me and fight alongside me. Then I recruited 28 more bandaged mummies out of the 2 new pyramids and watched the classic entrance 28 more times, the crack and the hand and the pull, which by that point I had stopped finding creepy and had started finding theatrical. 66 elite units, 42 mummies, 14 scorpions, 10 pharaohs, almost 7 squads. Day 4. Not even the end of the safe week. If this keeps up, I thought, Twilight City will pass company strength in a few days. Out of 20 billion players, how many can say that? The only regret is not finding a suitable elite nest, I said. Otherwise, I could have gone straight to rare. Players, step up your game. Explore harder. Sell me more good things. And then I read the group chat, because I always did before bed. I'm speechless. Why are the guards at medium resource points insane? There are rare units in there. Are they trying to kill us all? Oh my God, what am I supposed to do? Another 100 refugees today. I have 600 people in my territory. Who can afford this? And I don't dare kick them out, because that lowers the hidden public sentiment stat. Territory has a popularity stat? Can an expert explain? You don't know? A senior planner revealed it. Public sentiment, invisible and intangible. When people live well, it's high. When they live badly, it's low. High sentiment means high work efficiency and good security. Low means problems. And if it gets extremely low, expect a rebellion. Selling a 1-star resource treasure, 10 Mew orchard. Forest and plains only. Don't waste my time. Bring your price. Seeking to purchase elite nests. Requirement, units capable of flight. Any players in the western mountains of the Rhino Empire? Let's form an alliance. Those greedy Rhino people are coming to plunder my territory again, and I refuse to believe I'm not the king until I've wiped them out. Holy crap, I went to an NPC city today and it's incredibly prosperous. When will I be able to develop my territory to that scale? Ha ha ha. A priest came to my territory and said he'd build me a church for free. As long as my territory worships the god of justice, I can recruit high-level priests. This is awesome. I sat with that page for a while. Everybody was integrating. 4 days in, and the panic posts were being outnumbered by logistics posts, and somebody had found a church, and somebody was buying flying units, which is a thought I filed away and did not act on for far too long. But the thing that actually bothered me was a hole in my own data. Why had I not found a single other player's territory? Not one. 4 days of walking in 3 directions. I had found a temple, a portal, a caravan, a gold mine, 4 resource points, a beehive, and an unreasonable number of rats. No villages, no walls, no shields. Is the desert faction that empty? Or is the death desert so large that we are all spread out beyond walking distance? I went to sleep without an answer and did not get one for another 2 weeks. The next morning, my rabbit department had built a nation. I woke up at 10 because I am the Lord and I do what I want, and by the time I got out to the site, Pebblenose had been up since dawn with 19 goblins and 2 mummies and had already run out of workforce and requisitioned more. The site was a shallow bowl in the sand, 300 meters across, sunk 2 or 3 meters, ringed with dunes. Half the dune line had already been planted with a purple thorny vine with barbs like fish hooks. In the center, a dozen goblins were planting dragon leaf grass, and standing in front of them with his hands behind his back was the smallest goblin in the world giving a speech. Hammer it in firmly. The Great Lord instructed me to look after the flame dragon rabbits, and this fence is the 2nd line of defense. Next, we need a 3rd, a 4th, and a 5th safety measure. Then one of them said, "Strong Lord Pebblenose, how is this steak I hammered?" "Not bad. You can eat an extra piece of meat tonight." "Lord Pebblenose, you are truly a tolerant and benevolent leader. Praise be to you." "Strong Lord Pebblenose, look at how I hammered this nail." "How is it?" "Just so-so. It's a bit crooked." "Lord Pebblenose, your eyes are truly sharper than a falcon's." "Strong Lord Pebblenose, look, how did I plant this wisteria thorn?" "Too bad. Pull it out and replant it." "Lord Pebblenose, your voice when reprimanding me is as majestic as thunder, so powerful." I stood behind a dune listening to this, and my face began to hurt. "Strong Lord Pebblenose, that creature has the body of a toothpick. A hard sneeze would fracture his ribs. And there were 19 goblins, every one of them a head taller than him, delivering sincere compliments about the thunder in his voice. Do these greenskins have no brains at all? Could you not have some shame while flattering him? How can you say things that cringed out loud? The desert goblin is truly something else. Then he spotted me, and I found out how bad it could get. Everyone assemble, the great and benevolent Lord has arrived. 19 goblins dropped their tools, ran into formation, puffed out their chests, and lined up. Salute the great Lord, hand to the chest, bow. Good day, great Lord, in unison, perfectly. They had rehearsed it. That was the part that broke me. Somebody had run drills. Stand up, I said. Thank you, Lord, they shouted, led by Pebblenose, and I could see him inhaling for the next movement of the symphony. Cut the crap, I said. From now on, abolish all of these rules. And I watched a goblin's entire life's work die in front of him. He had consulted humans. He had developed a greeting ceremony from first principles. He had more of it prepared, waiting, unperformed. Pebblenose, stay. Everyone else, back to work. I scolded him for a bit and then got to business, and this is where it stopped being funny. Because when that goblin was not being an idiot, he was extremely sharp. How are the rabbits? Master, once the wisteria thorns went in, they started building nests in the dragon leaf grass. All their injuries have healed. The babies are growing very fast. You said they shed automatically. How often? 1 month, he said, and slapped his own chest. I've observed them carefully. Flame dragon rabbits absorb a huge amount of solar energy every day, and it gets stored in the fur, which makes the fur grow extremely fast. Usually in less than a month they have to shed, and growing the new coat consumes the excess energy in their bodies. I looked at that goblin differently after that sentence, and I never really stopped. Is there a difference between the shed fur and fur pulled off the body? Master, shed fur is like ripe fruit on a tree. Pulled fur is unripe fruit. Shed is the best quality. It's just that most people prefer to skin them because the pelt looks better. How do we collect the shed fur? You don't. The flame dragon rabbits take the fallen fur into their nests to build with. You just go to the nests once a month and take it out. I stood in the sun and thought about that for a second. An automatic fur collector. You fence them in. You do not feed them. They do not need feeding. They gather their own product, on schedule, into a central collection point, and then you go and take it. There cannot be any farming in this world more worry-free than this. The only thing you have to worry about is not feeding them. Even a capitalist would shed tears looking at this. I told Rorik to designate the whole area, orchard and spring and beehive and rabbit pen, as a single agricultural zone. Restricted. Nobody in but assigned staff. Standing garrison the moment I could spare one. Because the safe week had 2 days left on it, and the entire economic future of my nation was sitting in an unfenced bowl in the sand 1.5 kilometers from my walls, and if a band of raiders ever burned it, I would not recover in a month. This area is the foundation of Twilight City, said Rorik. If something goes wrong anywhere else, this must not be affected. He said the same sentence he had said about the orchard, in the same words, and I realized he was not repeating himself. He had a doctrine. Then I walked into the orchard to look at my trees, and my bees screamed at me. Not at me. Near me. The whole grove had been humming pleasantly, and then the pitch changed, and it changed into something I could hear the fear in from an insect, which I did not know was possible. I turned around and looked up. 3 or 4 wasps came down out of the sky, 7 or 8 centimeters long, long stingers. They flew to the mouth of my hive, and one of them, about 4 meters in front of my face, put its stinger into a bee, killed it, picked up the body, and prepared to leave. I want to describe the emotional experience accurately. I have been robbed in this story. I have had 100 armed men try to kill a business associate in front of me, and I evaluated it as a market opportunity. And a large insect killed one of my bees, and I felt genuine personal outrage. You dare touch my woman. Ptui, my bee. Then I opened the panel and stopped being outraged. Venomous wasp, level 5. Intermediate unit, poison damage increased 15%. Potential, rare, 3-star. Insect body, rank C, immune to poison and curses, can regenerate severed limbs, and can slowly recover from any level of non-fatal damage. Flying bees, rank C. Agility increased 40%. Flight speed increased 40%. Highly venomous bee sting, rank C. Injects venom on piercing. The more injected, the greater the damage. Sharp tail spike, rank D. pierces armor, and can pierce low-level magic shields. Racial talent, able to communicate freely within 100 meters using tentacles. Bond, swarm, more than 100 wasps, toxicity up 10%, flight speed up 10, more than 500, 20, more than 1,000, toxicity up 50% and flight speed up 50%. Already activated. Description, believe me, you don't want to get stung by it. 3 C-rank skills and a D. Immune to poison and curses, so my scorpions and my mummies and my pharaohs are all irrelevant. Regenerates limbs. 40% flight agility. And the 1,000 wasp bond was already active, which meant that somewhere within flight range of my orchard, there was a nest with at least 1,000 rare 3-star units in it. My scorpion warrior is so strong, I thought, and it isn't even rare. I gave up on slapping it out of the air, and then I watched it fly away with my bee in its arms and had an entirely different feeling. If I could take that nest, not kill it, take it, move it into the Sandate Forest as a permanent garrison, 1,000 rare units guarding my orchard for free, forever, that reproduce, and that no raiding party on this planet could get past. And then, since we are being honest, the version I actually spent the most time on. What if I carried a hive into a battle and threw it? I want you to picture it. An enemy commander watches me walk onto the field with a wooden box. He is trying to work out what the box is for, and then 1,000 rare 3-star wasps come out of it. This thing has potential, I said. The only problem was that they vanished after every raid, at 40% boosted flight speed, and I could not follow them with my eyes, let alone my feet. So the wasps went on the list, under the temple and above the gold mine, and I put it away and got on with my day. And that was when Rorik came around the edge of the orchard at a run, and Rorik did not run. Lord Richard. Our search and rescue team encountered an extremely powerful enemy. They have suffered heavy losses. There were stretchers outside the grove. 2 men on them, covered in blood, faces locked up around the pain. I did not think about the arithmetic. I want to be clear about that, because I have spent this entire story showing you the arithmetic, and this once I did not do it. I reached into my system space and took out a jar of Desert Crown honey and said dilute it with water and get it into them. And the crowd around me made a sound, because they knew what that was. They had all spent 3 days listening to Thane talk about how expensive it was. It was the single most valuable object in the territory. It was the thing merchants crossed a desert for, and I was pouring it into 2 farmhands. The friends of the wounded men had tears on their faces. They took the jar like a religious object, poured it into the wooden bowls they normally drank spring water out of, and got a few sips into each man. And the 2 of them came back. Right there, color into the face, breathing straightening out, the specific relaxation of a body that has stopped losing. The residents around me went very quiet. I turned to Rorik. What happened? Lord Arthur, they were attacked by a group of extremely terrifying monsters. If they hadn't been lucky, I'm afraid none of them would have escaped. Then, and he made himself say it evenly, the 2 mummies you sent have been killed in action. The enemy is powerful. One of the wounded men got the details out in pieces. My lord, the ones who attacked us were undead. They had chains wrapped around their hands, with axes on the other end. They could throw the axes. Their strength was terrifying. The 2 mummies were killed before they could last 1 round. Before they could last 1 round. My mummies. Elite 3-star, level 3. Immune to pain, immune to death, immune to poison, 30% physical reduction, 99% physical immunity available on command. Killed. In under a round. By something that throws an axe. Do you know the exact location? I said. And the man hesitated, and then, because he was brave and it was the wrong moment for it, those monsters are too dangerous, you probably don't need to. Everyone who harms the people of Twilight City will pay the price, I said, and I cut him off in the middle of a word. My people are under my protection. No one is an exception. The residents who died on this mission died for Twilight City. They are heroes. And then I looked at the crowd, and I did not raise my voice because I did not need to. I will bring them back and give them a hero's burial. Nobody said anything at all. And now I have to tell you what was actually going on in that crowd, because I did not understand it until Rorik explained it to me a week later, and it changed how I understood my own village. They were not moved by my speech, not at first. They were braced, because 2 of the Lord's mummies had died. 2 elite soldiers, 120 resources each and irreplaceable in the short term, lost on an errand that had been run for 150 civilians. Every single person standing in that grove had grown up under lords, and they knew, with total certainty, What happens next when a noble loses property because commoners were slow? They were waiting to find out how they would be punished. And instead the man said, "Your dead are heroes, and I am going out to collect them." I took the rough map, and I took the mummies that had been standing garrison over my orchard, and I left. And Rorik stood in the grove and watched me go, and then turned around to a group of people who had not moved, and said, in a voice that was not the voice he used with me, "Open your eyes and look. This is the Lord of Twilight City. Remember this. No matter what you encounter in the future, never, ever betray Lord Arthur. Never betray Twilight City." And then he walked off without waiting for an answer, an old man standing remarkably upright. Thane heard about it from Rorik and thought it was a joke. Lord Arthur led his army out for revenge because of a few dead civilians? They were just civilians. What does it matter if they die? And then he looked at Rorik's face and saw that there was nothing there to negotiate with, and he could not think of anything else to say, so he said this instead. "I originally came to say goodbye. We are leaving today. But I didn't expect it to be so unfortunate. It's all right. I will apply to the chamber to open a trade route with Twilight City as soon as I get back. Perhaps in less than 2 months we will see each other again." And Ilara heard about it and blamed herself in a way I could not have talked her out of if I had tried. If she had not asked me to look for her father, those people would not have been out there. Which is true, and also she was 18, and it was the first time in her life she had heard of a noble lord getting angry enough about a dead peasant to go outside personally. And I want it noted that I did not know that was happening. I was 3 hours into a desert being annoyed about my logistics. We cleared 7 or 8 strongholds on the way because they were in the road. Half an hour past that, a scorpion came back at a run. "Master, we've spotted the enemy. Call the others back." 28 bandaged mummies, 10 cursed pharaohs, 14 scorpion warriors, 52 soldiers, 5 squads. The largest force I had ever fielded, and the largest force that had existed in my life, standing on hot sand behind a dune at the edge of a field of cactus. I went up the slope on my elbows and looked over, and there they were. 200 meters out, between clumps of cactus taller than a man, more than 3 squads of black armor. Mandala flowers embroidered on the chest plates, curved bullhorn helmets that showed nothing but a slit for the eyes, and inside the slit, ghost blue light, the soul fire. 2 meters 20 each, taller than my scorpions, wider. And a chain the thickness of a thumb wrapped around each right arm, running down to a battle axe with a cloth-wrapped handle. Axe of the Dead, level 4, elite 3-star. Body of the Dead, rank E, immune to poison and plague, defense increased 30%, will not die unless the heart is destroyed. Roar, rank E, after roaring, the next attack's power is increased 30%. Battle axe execution, rank D, can throw a battle axe to attack enemies within 30 meters. The battle axe can be retrieved via the chain on the arm, dealing massive, magical damage. Racial trait. After the battle axe is broken, it can consume power to reassemble. Bond, battle axe. Axe throw at 1 to 10 meters, damage up 20%. 11 to 20 meters, up 40%. 21 to 30 meters, up 60%, and a 30% chance to trigger the instant kill skill Soul Execution, which instantly kills the enemy. The stronger the enemy, the lower the chance. Description. Little darling, close your eyes. I'm about to throw the axe. I lay on that dune and read that panel, and I stopped being angry, because I was too busy wanting it. Magical damage. From an axe. From a thrown, physical object. That is why my mummies died in under a round. Sandification stops 99% of physical damage. It does nothing to magic. Those 2 soldiers activated the best defensive skill in the desert, and then got hit with something the skill did not cover, and the skill's own strength killed them, because they stood their ground when they should have run. And a 30% chance to instantly kill anything at the correct range. If I could recruit this unit, I thought, with the Pharaoh's curse and the scorpions in front, my strength would go up more than a full level. I have to check the market for one of these, worth any amount of resources. And then a scorpion came along the dune line on its belly, very pleased with itself. Master, we've found the birthplace of these units on the other side. My pupils did something they have only done a handful of times in my life. Where? Take me there immediately. We went around half the dune ring in the cactus shadow and looked down through a gap. There was a hut, a wooden hut, 3 meters, with hundreds and hundreds of worn-out axe handles hanging on the outside walls in rows. Battle axe cabin, elite 3-star, Recruitable unit, Axe of the Dead, Elite 3-star, available 10. Weekly production 5. Description, an uncommon desert unit nest. I looked at a wild nest, in a field, sitting there, unowned. Elite 3-star, which means with one rung of my cheat and 100 junk nests it becomes rare 3-star. Which means Axe of the Dead with every one of those skills bumped a full grade, throwing magical execution damage at range for the rest of my life, 5 new ones a week, forever. Whatever it costs, I said, out loud, on my stomach in the sand. I am going to have this nest. Then I went back to the front and did the hardest thinking of that entire week, and I am going to lay it out properly, because this is the fight I am proudest of, and none of it was strength. The problem, in 4 lines. 1. If they throw, my army dies. Magic damage goes through sandification like it is not there. 2. They are undead, so the Pharaoh's curse does nothing. Curses do not work on things that are already cursed. 3. 30% instant kill at range. 30%. Every axe that leaves a hand at the right distance is a coin flip weighted against me, and I cannot afford to lose 30% of a coin flip 35 times. 4. There are 35 of them and 52 of me, and if I charge that field, I win, and it costs me a squad, and I refuse. So, what do I have? I have crowd control that does not work on them, physical immunity that does not stop them, and 100% of their damage locked behind a throwing animation, which means their entire kit has one requirement: distance. Do not fight them at distance. Do not fight all of them at once. Get in their faces, in small groups, and make it personal. And that last word is the one that turned the fight, because I had read their species description twice. Look at them. They are not a garrison. There is no hero commanding them. They are pacing back and forth in a cactus field with nothing to do, and their entire personality is contained in the phrase, "Little darling, close your eyes." They are proud. Everyone, back 500 meters, I said, over there. And I explained it, and my army went to work, and I withdrew to the far side and sat down to watch from a distance with a full squad of mummies around me, because if an axe comes over the ridge at me, the story ends here. A few minutes later, an Axe of the Dead, pacing numbly in the cactus, noticed something on the hill opposite. A creature with a scorpion's body and a human face, standing in the open, looking at them. It appeared to be startled when it saw them, and then a mocking expression came onto its face. And then it turned around, straightened out its curved tail, and beckoned with the tail spike. I would like to report that this worked immediately and completely. Several of them felt something go off inside like a struck match. They had never in their long deaths been insulted like this. Damned lowly life. A string of profanity in the language of the dead. One of them turned to look at his colleague, and they arrived at an understanding without speaking. A whole squad came over the hill, gripping their axes, not throwing them, holding them. They wanted to kill it with their hands. That is the whole trick. That is the entire fight right there. 10 undead soldiers with a 30% ranged execution declined to use it because a scorpion had waved at them. The two sides collided. My scorpion roared and blocked the descending axe with a pincer, and sparks went up in the sunlight, and the scorpion did not move a millimeter, and the Axe of the Dead took one step backward, with its foot sinking into the sand to absorb the recoil. Both Elite 3-star, same grade, and in raw melee strength, the scorpion was better, but there were 9 more of them, and the dead do not care about honorable duels. They swarmed. The scorpion took an axe in the body, and their blades went straight through it and came out the other side, and there was nothing on them, because a plain swing of that axe is not a magical attack. The magic is in the throw. Battle axe execution is the skill that deals magical damage, and the skill is the throw, and they had all decided not to throw. So there they were, 10 of them, standing in a ring around a creature made of sand, hitting it with weapons that only work on the far side of an animation they were too angry to perform. The scorpion sank into the ground and left. I watched 10 soldiers realize simultaneously that their target was not dead and had gone somewhere they could not follow. The soul fire came up inside those helmets, and it went from blue to something brighter. They came up over the hill, chopped down several clumps of cactus out of pure feeling, and found 2 more scorpions standing 100 meters further on. Same clan, obviously the same clan. They charged. And this time the scorpions did not fight. They ran. That is the part where I stopped being nervous, because a wild unit without a hero to command it cannot make a decision as a group. It can only feel. And 10 furious things chasing 2 retreating targets across 400 meters of open sand is not a squad. It is a mob strung out in a line. They ran into a stretch of sand with bushes on both sides, and their steps stopped because something had hold of their legs. Bandaged mummies coming up out of the ground with both hands locked on their ankles. Roar. An axe came down in a full overhead chop, and the sound it made was a hiss, and the arm went through the mummy up to the elbow. Sandification. Nothing happened. The mummy came all the way up out of the ground and started tearing at the armor with claws that opened it up and got into the body underneath, and did not do a single point of fatal damage, because Axe of the Dead is undead too, and claws do not kill the dead. But that was never the job. The job was to hold both hands on both arms forever. No room to wind up, no room to release, no throw. Then the bushes on the flank came apart, and a scorpion came out at full speed from 20 meters, and the Axe of the Dead understood all at once what had happened to them. They fought, genuinely fought. Two of them tore their arms out of a mummy's grip by force, and I watched from 400 meters as the arms came free, and I remember thinking, oh no, with complete clarity. Because at that exact distance, 20 to 30 meters, the bond gives 60% damage and a 30% execution. And then, at that exact moment, an incantation went across the field. I cannot spell what a cursed pharaoh says. It is not a language that fits in a mouth like mine, but the effect arrived like a battering ram into the middle of a skull, and both of those soldiers went rigid mid-motion. Words of curse. 10 seconds of nothing. Which in a fight is a geological era. And then two of them broke out early. I said the plan was good. I did not say it was perfect. Two of them broke the control before I expected it, and the right arms came around and both axes left the hands, and one scorpion was at exactly the wrong range. There was no impact sound. That is what I remember. No crunch, no clang. The axe went into it, and something ripped in a place that is not the body, and a 2-meter armored soldier screamed in a voice I had never heard from it, and went down and did not get up. Soul execution. Instant. No resistance. Nothing to treat. The second axe went for another one, and a pincer came up and knocked it out of the air, and that is the only reason there was one death that minute instead of two. And then my army closed and killed them all. The hooks came down on the horned helmets and dented them straight in, and then the pull, and heads went up into the air, and the soul fire came out of the openings and dissipated in the sun. One squad down, 2.5 to go. There are still 2.5 squads, I said. Mummies still have sandification running. Let's go pull another one. And it worked again. I want you to understand how much I enjoyed the second wave, because the second wave was where I got to be right. Same trick, same insult, same chase. Except this time, I had the pharaohs hold their control longer instead of firing early, and not one axe left a hand, and I lost nothing. Scorpion Warrior has leveled up. Current level 4. Then the nest itself, which was the only part where I had to spend soldiers. There were 1.5 squads left standing around the cabin, and they had begun to work it out. They had drawn in close together, and the soul fire was leaking out of the sockets, and they were watching in every direction. Troops without a hero are individually strong and collectively loose sand, but they are not stupid, and they had noticed that their friends kept going over hills and not coming back. So this one I did head on, with 4 squads against 1.5, and everybody under sandification, coming up out of the ground underneath them. Russell, a dried-up arm came out of the desert and took an ankle, and the ones who were fast got their axes off first. An axe hit a mummy at close range, and the mummy burst. Not fell, burst, and sprayed sand instead of blood. And while the sand was still in the air, the Axe of the Dead yanked its chain, and the axe came back around from behind and hit the same mummy on the return, and that was that. Forced kill. 2 hits, magical, through 99% immunity, no counter. Then a scorpion took one in the chest, and a hole opened all the way through it, and I watched that scorpion start eating the ground. Actually eating it. Consuming yellow sand to fill in the hole, visibly, the way you would watch a jar fill under a tap. And another Axe of the Dead had already thrown at it. And a mummy went across in front of it and blocked the axe with its claws. The claws shattered. The axe went into the chest. Soul execution. That mummy came apart into loose sand and went into the ground, and there was nothing left of it at all. I saw that. I was 400 meters away with a squad around me, and I saw a soldier that could not feel fear step in front of a magical execution for another soldier, and I do not know what to call that, because units do not have that in their panels. There is no line item for it. The remaining mummies went in like they had lost their minds. 9 or 10 of them piling onto those two, hands on everything, clawing at armor they could not penetrate, for no purpose except to make sure those two never threw again. And it worked. When the last two axes of the dead went down under a dozen mummies tearing at them, the fight was over. Your army has wiped out a group of Axe of the Dead, achieving victory in a micro-battle. 175 experience. I walked onto that field, and my own dead were the first thing I looked at, not the enemy. The enemy bodies were already rotting, which is a thing undead troops do the second they are killed, the armor rusting through in real time so that in 10 minutes there is nothing worth taking. 6 residents of Twilight City were lying under a cactus 100 meters off, where they had died 2 days earlier. The blood in the sand around them had gone from red to black in the sun. Bring them back to Twilight City, I said. Warriors who died carrying out my orders can all be called heroes. And then I did the accounting, because that is who I am, and I would rather show you the accounting than pretend I stood there in silence. 6 residents dead, 2 mummies with the escort, 5 more in the battle, 7 soldiers, 1 scorpion, bandaged mummies, 35, scorpion warriors, 13, cursed pharaohs, 10, and 1 elite 3-star nest that produces 5 ranged magical executioners a week for the rest of my life. It earned it back tenfold, I thought, standing over 6 dead farmers. Both of those things were in my head at the same time, and I have never once managed to get them to sit in separate rooms. I am not going to pretend to you that I was destroyed by grief. I am going to tell you that I did the sum, and that the sum came out in favor, and that I still went and picked up the bodies myself instead of sending a soldier. You have discovered a battle axe cabin. You can recruit Axe of the Dead from it, or you can choose to destroy it to obtain the lair core. And before I could answer, my friend's cheat lit up. Battle Axe Cabin, Elite 3-star, can be upgraded to Rare 3-star by consuming 10 elite-level troop layers. Ha ha ha, I said. I'll have a rare nest soon. Destroy. The hut creaked, groaned, and collapsed in on itself like it had been weathering for 10,000 years and had just been reminded. A dozen breaths and it was splinters, and in the middle of the splinters there was a miniature version of it the size of my fist. I picked it up. Same attributes, 10 recruits available, just needs rebuilding. And then, walking out, something caught my eye under the wood shavings. Yellow sheepskin, folded. It felt like it would tear if I breathed on it. You have obtained a 2-star treasure map. I stood in a cactus field with 6 of my dead behind me and unfolded a treasure map, and I want to be honest about what my face was doing because it was not solemn. The center of the map is the treasure, and around the center there was one very clear landmark, an extinct volcano. The Death Desert is enormous, but there cannot be many volcanoes in it. Ask Thane when I get home. He has a map that draws itself. 2-star treasure map. I wonder what's in it. My requirements aren't high. 8 or 10 rare-level nests would do. If not, a dragon egg is also acceptable. 3 hours home, killing things on the way because they were there, and I came into Twilight City in full dark. And every single person in my territory was standing in the open ground, waiting. Nobody had gone to bed. Oil lamps made of animal fat all around the yard, throwing about as much light as a bad idea. The Lord has returned. They all turned at once, and then they saw the mummies behind me carrying the bodies. The crowd parted, left and right, opening a path, and every eye tracked me as I walked up it, and the thing they were looking at was not me. He really brought back the bodies. He didn't deceive us. And then, further back, somebody with sharp eyes did a head count on my soldiers. I counted them this morning. There's almost a whole squad missing. Those troops all died in battle for US. Which is the sentence that did it. That is the sentence that turned my village into something else, and I did not say it. A farmer said it, in the dark, to another farmer. Even the families of the 6 dead did not say one word against it. I walked up the steps of the mansion with the lamps on either side throwing my shadow out over them, turned around, and looked at 400 people standing in the dark. I have brought our heroes back. The mummies laid the 6 bodies down on the ground, all of them, not one left out. And Rorik, who had spent 70 years being sensible, made a sound in his throat and had to stop. Tomorrow I will hold a funeral for our heroes. They will not be forgotten by Twilight City. Then I took one long look at them and waved a hand. Dismissed. And I turned around and went inside without another word because I had run out. Not one person left that yard. They stood there in the dark, all 400 of them, long after I had gone through the door. And then, from somewhere in the middle, "Long live the Lord." And it went up all at once, the whole yard, and it went on for a while, and it did not sound like the polite version they had done on day one. Lyra Stone was standing in the middle of that with a copper hammer on her back and no idea what to do with her own face. She had watched me actually bring the bodies back, and she had heard exactly one sentence about it, which mentioned nothing about what it had cost or what we had fought, and she had already spoken to enough residents to know that a squad of the Lord's soldiers had not come home. A wave of heat was going through her chest, and she told me much later that the thought she had, standing there, was, "A lord like this is surely worth staying for." I got about 4 steps into the hall before the system caught up with me. Your words and actions have gained the reverence of all residents. You have successfully comprehended the special skill, leadership. Your words, actions, and personal charm in keeping your promises have moved Lyra Stone. She has decided to stay in Twilight City and become your subordinate. The hero recruitment mission is complete. You have obtained a hero unit. You have obtained a hero unit with the profession of senior blacksmith. The research and development function of the blacksmith shop has been enabled. After upgrading to an advanced blacksmith shop, you can research ways to increase the attack power of troops within the blacksmith shop. I stood in my own doorway and turned around and looked back out at the yard where 400 people were still shouting. And then I turned back around and went to dinner. I do not have a clever line for that moment. There was not one available. I had gone out to collect 6 bodies because I said I would, and the machinery of this world had watched me do it and paid me a hero. Leadership, special skill, elementary level. Possesses strong personal charisma, can easily persuade and influence subordinates, making them trust you deeply. Also has a certain chance to make wild units surrender voluntarily, not a combat skill. Free. There is no reason to refuse a gift. But it was the 3rd notification that had me sitting in a chair with a bowl going cold in front of me, because it broke open a whole wall of this world that I had not been able to get through. Unit nests cannot be upgraded. That is the rule. Everybody in this world plays under it. I do not, because of a cheat with my name on it. But there is a second way to make soldiers stronger, and it is available to everybody, and it is buildings. An advanced blacksmith shop can raise the physical attack of a unit type. A mage tower can raise magic damage. The official material never listed the rest of them, which means there are more, and finding them is a whole separate career. And every single one of those buildings requires a hero of the matching profession standing in it. That is why heroes are the most valuable thing in this world, and it is not because they hit hard. It is because they are keys. Without Alara, my blacksmith shop is a room where men hit metal. With Alara in it, my blacksmith shop is a laboratory that makes my army permanently better. There was exactly one problem, and it took me 2 days to solve and 30,000 resources. Twilight City was a level 1 village. The building cap on a level 1 village is intermediate. To get an advanced blacksmith shop, I needed a small town. To get a small town, I needed a level 2 village, then a level 3 village, and each of those needed resources I did not have, and buildings I had not upgraded. I need to put the territory upgrade on the agenda, I thought, and I went and sold prey until 4 in the morning. 60,000 resources in one night. And then I bought 100 common nests with more than half of it and went out into the yard and rebuilt the battle axe cabin. 12,000 resources to construct it, 10 times the cost of a common nest because elite is elite. And the hut came up out of the ground 3 meters tall with hundreds of bronze axes hanging on the walls like an armory that had been left open. And there was a door in the middle, and through the door you could see that the inside was also full of axes. If I had to describe that building in one word, the word is fierce. Battle axe cabin, elite 3-star. Consume 10 elite level desert faction unit nests to upgrade to rare 3-star. Note, 10 ordinary nests can be synthesized into 1 elite nest. Confirm. 100 nests piled on the ground went up in one stream of light, and the cabin grew to 4 meters, and the bronze axes on the outside walls stopped being bronze and started giving off a faint silver-white light. Battle axe cabin. Level. Rare 3-star. Recruitable unit. Axe of the Dead. Rare 3-star. Recruitment requirements. 400 gold, 400 stone, 400 iron mine. 400 each. 1,200 resources a soldier. 10 times again. This unit costs more per head than the entire army I fielded on day 1. Recruit all 10, I said, and went to the warehouse for another few hundred units of food to pay for it, because I could not afford my own army. The cabin filled with silver-white energy, and something walked out of the door. 2 meters 20, full plate engraved with black mandala patterns, bull-horned helmet with nothing but sockets showing, and no weapon. I actually leaned forward because for about 2 seconds I thought something had gone wrong. Then it reached up to the outside wall, took one axe off the hooks, and closed its hand around the handle, and a chain as thick as a thumb condensed out of empty air and wound itself around its right arm. A true axe of the dead was born 10 times, and I stood there with my arms folded, feeling openly envious of my own soldiers, because these units keep getting cooler than me. Just wait, I thought. I'll get a dragon sooner or later, then we'll talk about entrances. Then I put my hand out and gave them the desert. Axe of the Dead. Level 3 at recruitment. Battle Axe Execution, rank C. Body of the Dead, rank D. Stamina increased 80%. Roar, rank D. Next attack up 50%. Sandification, rank D, and one new skill that did not exist at elite grade. Spin, rank D. After throwing the battle axe, can use the chain wound around the arm to pull the battle axe and conduct continuous attacks. Continuous. Before, one throw was one attack, and then a retrieval, and then another throw. Now the axe at the end of that chain never has to come home. It can keep going, around and through, as long as the arm keeps pulling. Bond, battle axe, unchanged. 21 to 30 meters, damage up 60%, 30% chance of soul execution. Description, little cutie, close your eyes, I'm going to throw the axe. 10 of them, in my front yard, at 3 in the morning, at level 3, with rare grade skills and physical immunity. 5 days ago, I had 14 dried up corpses and a bag of instant noodles worth of resources. I went to bed at 4 and slept beautifully. In the morning, I went to the wardrobe and picked out a black robe. I had a wardrobe by then. 5 tailors had been sewing for me for 4 days, because in this world, the entire territory is technically my private property, and the best of everything goes to me first, and I had gone from one set of office clothes to a closet in under a week. The funeral was at dawn. I came out of the mansion in black, and there was a sea of heads in front of me. Everyone. Every single person in Twilight City, except the squads still out in the desert. Nobody talking. 400 people standing in silence in a yard, which is a very specific kind of loud. The carpenters had worked all night. 6 coffins laid out in the open ground at the back, rough as hell and better than anything those men would have gotten anywhere else in this world. Lord, my lord. They opened a path and I walked up it, and every person I passed put a hand on their chest and bowed, and behind me they closed up and followed, and by the time I reached the coffins, I had 400 people at my back. I stood in front of them for a long time, longer than I meant to. Then I let out a breath and I bowed to the coffins. You could feel that go through the crowd. Then I stepped forward and took hold of the corner of the leftmost coffin and lifted it. There was a delay of about 2 full seconds where nobody in that yard understood what was happening. And then they came forward all at once, 4 or 5 men rushing to get under it with me. The Lord is carrying the coffin. I am aware of how that reads. I am aware that a cynical man could describe what I did that morning as extremely efficient theater, and I have described myself that way for most of this story, so let me be accurate. I picked up that coffin because I could not think of a single reason not to. The cemetery was 5 kilometers southwest, a low hill mixed with gravel, chosen the night before because it was the only ground in reach that was not sand. 5 kilometers, at dawn, across a desert. Me at the front with a coffin on my shoulder. 400 people behind, walking in a line, following. Somebody described it to me later, and I have not been able to get the image out of my head since. He said the coffin in your hands became a torch in the dark, and you were carrying it out ahead of us. I put them in the graves myself. Then I picked up a shovel and started filling them in, 1 shovelful at a time, and everybody else picked up shovels too, and for a long stretch of that morning, the only sounds in the world were the families crying and metal going into gravel. When it was done, I stood up and looked at 400 people. Everyone will face the day of passing, I said. Some people die without any value at all and are despised for it. And there are those who die a great and glorious death. Their sacrifice is for the sake of others, just like the 6 heroes in front of you. They died for Twilight City. They died for every single one of us. They are heroes. Heroes worth being remembered by all of us. They will not be forgotten by Twilight City, and they will not be forgotten by me. And then I stopped, and I walked over to the 6 blank headstones. Green, Nader, Rima, and so on, down the line, 1 name at each stone, all 6, out loud. I had asked Rorik for the list the night before, and I had learned them in the dark. You want to know what actually happened in that crowd? I will tell you what happened in that crowd. They came apart. Not at the speech was fine. At the names. Because a lord had stood in front of the headstones of 6 field hands, called them heroes, and remembered every one of their names, and there was not a single person on that hill who had ever heard of such a thing happening anywhere. Ilara put both hands over her face, tears went down between her fingers and got into her sleeve, and she did not make any noise about it at all. From today, I said, every hero who dies for Twilight City will be buried in this ground. This is the land of glory, the final resting place of heroes. And I have decided that today, the 8th of May, will be the day of glory every year to commemorate our fallen. Every year on this day, Twilight City will hold a memorial and pray for them, and that is when Rorik, 70 years old, threw his right hand up in the air and shouted in a voice that cracked all the way through, "Long live Twilight City! Long live Lord Richard!" and 400 people screamed it back. I have to say something about that morning, because there is a version of this story where I let it stand as pure sentiment, and that version is a lie. The leadership skill I had picked up the night before increases personal charisma. It makes subordinates trust you deeply. I had it running in my chest for the entire funeral. I do not know where the skill ends and I begin. I will never know that. It is inside me now, and it does not have a switch. And I do not think it made me carry the coffin. I think I carried the coffin, and the world handed me a skill afterward as a receipt, and now I get to spend the rest of my life not being sure. Then we walked home, and the residents went off to feel things, and I went back to my desk, because somebody has to steer the ship. And on the panel there was a red line I had not seen before. May the 8th, year 7600 of the glorious era. The Guardian Shield will shatter in 2 hours. 7 days. I sat down. 7 days. I had been in this world for 7 days, and I could not connect the two ends of it. The version of me who had a countdown timer on his phone for a game launch felt like a story somebody told me about a stranger. I had a territory. I had 400 people who had followed me across a desert at dawn. I had a hero, an army, an orchard, a springs, a beehive, 3 mines, and a rabbit business. And an actual home, which is a thing I had not had in a while, even before the sky ate my apartment. "Good day, Lord Arthur," said a voice at the door. "Are you going out now?" I have something I want to talk to you about. Ilara came in with the copper hammer on her back and her chin up, and she had clearly rehearsed. "I beg you to allow me to join Twilight City." Now, I already had the notification. The quest had completed the night before. She was already mine, technically, in the ledger. And I did not tell her that. Instead, I made her hear the terms. "Miss Ilara, have you thought this through? Twilight City is in the desert. The resources around us are scarce. It is very likely that this place cannot give you what you want. We are going to face hostility from other forces, bandits, sandstorms, all of it. And to protect Twilight City, I will need you to forge weapons for the army. I may need you to go onto a battlefield and kill. Have you prepared yourself for that?" And she looked straight at me and did not blink. When you were willing to take risks for a few commoners other lords consider worthless, and sacrificed your own army to bring their bodies home, I was already prepared. "Lord Arthur, I am willing to serve Twilight City and become your subordinate." Then she put her right hand on her chest and went down on one knee and lowered a head that I had never once seen her lower. "Lyra Stone," I said, "in the name of the Lord of Twilight City, I accept your allegiance. From today, you are a member of Twilight City. From now on, Twilight City stands with you. You are not alone anymore, and I will always be your strongest backing." And I reached down and pulled her up by the arm before she could get sentimental about it. Her eyes were red anyway. "Lord Arthur, even if I have to give my life, I will protect your glory. I will protect Twilight City." "Then let's build it together," I said. "And Ilara, I am formally appointing you head of the blacksmith shop of Twilight City. We currently have 1 shop and a few junior blacksmiths. I believe you can build all of it." She nodded so hard the hammer moved. I hesitated a second, and then I said the other thing, because she had not asked, and she was clearly not going to. "The search team should be back this afternoon." And I did not finish the sentence, because nobody in that room knew what the answer was. Her face did something complicated, hope with a splinter in it. If it weren't for my request, those residents wouldn't have met with disaster. "Don't blame yourself," I said, and waved it off. "When we recruited for the search, everyone volunteered. And it wasn't only for you. Other residents have relatives and friends missing in that desert too. They need to be looked for. Even if it hadn't been your father, I would still have sent a rescue team." Which was true. That is the part she did not believe, and I could not prove. This territory needs population the way it needs water. There is no version of me finding out that 150 refugees are lost in a desert 2 days' walk from my walls and not going to get them. She thought I was being kind to make her feel better. Go and organize the blacksmith shop, I said, and if we don't find them the first time, there will be a second and a third. My army only gets stronger. Next time I can send more soldiers and protect the search team properly. Only then did she leave. 2 hours to go, and I did not go outside. I have thought about this a lot since, and it is one of the few decisions in that first week that came from something other than arithmetic. The safest week of my entire life was ending in 2 hours, and I was frightened. So I spent it on paranoia. 3.5 squads of bandaged mummies dispersed around the perimeter of Twilight City as pickets, spaced out, standing on dunes, watching outward. 13 scorpion warriors sent to the agricultural zone to stand over the orchard and the bees and the rabbits, because the desert crown bee and the flame dragon rabbit were top-tier treasures, and I was not going to lose them in the first hour of open season. And an order to every resident: finish your lunch, then go home, and do not leave the territory. Nobody understood why. Nobody argued. Then I sat down and waited, and 2 hours took longer than the previous 7 days. At 12 o'clock exactly, the Guardian Shield has shattered. Congratulations. From now on, you can freely explore this world without restriction. But please note, your territory may be attacked by wild units, natives, or hostile lords at any time. Please protect your territory and your residents, and expand your territory. We wish you become eternal in the deadly competition of the 10,000 races supremacy. And something in my body changed. That is not a metaphor. There had been a very slight thickness between me and the air, so slight I had never noticed it existed, and it came off. My own breathing felt cleaner. It was the specific relief of taking off a safety harness, which is a mixed sort of relief, since the harness was there for a reason. Does this count as completely integrating into this world? Then, because I needed to be lighter for a minute, I opened the group chat, and the silly players fixed my mood immediately. Gao Gao kill! I, Thunderlord of the glorious era, swear to trample this world under my feet. Elf girls, succubi, human princesses, beast-eared girls, mermaids, undead vampires, all waiting for me. I will build a huge harem and conquer 3,000 exotic races at night. Ying ying ying! Elf big brothers, beastman hunks, vampire gentlemen, human princes, all waiting for me. I'm going to sleep with every single one of you. Hari, my membrane. Pfft, the Guardian Shield is broken. Damn it, I offended a group of bandits yesterday, and this morning they sent people to scout my territory. Help, there is a large bear pack 1,000 meters from my territory. A few days ago, relying on my invincibility, I kept luring them next to my walls to hunt them. These past 2 days, those bears have hated me like crazy. Without the shield, what do I do? Who can come save me? I am willing to give everything, even my chrysanthemum. Do you yearn to command millions of troops with a wave of your hand? To conquer cities, become a general, ascend to the throne? To be surrounded by beauties with a harem of 3,000? Private message me. Selling glorious era cheats. Let's hack your life. Any big brothers from the Lion Kingdom? There are many, many wolves outside my territory, and I'm so scared. Can you give me resources to recruit troops? Ying, ying, ying. If you're close, we can meet offline. Private message for prices. I read that whole page in a stone hall in a desert with my army standing outside the door, and I laughed out loud, alone, twice. And then 2 more posts came up and stopped it dead. I never expected that I, Xiao Long of the royal capital, would one day have no food to eat. My territory residents just rebelled. But I have no fluctuation in my heart, because they rebelled since there was no food, and they thought I hid the food. Hee, they actually didn't know. They guessed it right. Ha ha ha, I'll starve you bastards to death. Why should I give you the food I earned with hard work? You rolled your eyes and said you joined my territory. So you joined? And I have to feed you? Why? What qualifications do you have to be supported by me? Screw you, I'm going to starve you ingrates to death. Brothers, I just encountered a devil altar. He said as long as I offer the souls of 10 residents, he'll exchange them for a skill. I was blown away when I heard that. Damn, there's such a good thing? Raising those idiots almost exhausted me. I immediately returned to the territory, tricked all of the residents into the altar, and offered every one of them to the devil, exchanging for 12 skills. Ha 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 ha, it's so awesome. Because I did this, I have now obtained the intermediate devil bloodline. Let me tell you, you can't spoil those idiots. When you need to be ruthless, you must be ruthless. I sat and read those twice. That morning, I had carried a coffin 5 kilometers and read 6 names off 6 stones. And somewhere out there, on the same day, on the same planet, under the same set of rules, a man had walked every single person who trusted him onto an altar and traded them for a stat line, and had come to the group chat to tell everybody about it, and had used the word ha 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 ha. I scrolled further and it got worse in the boring direction. Somebody selling residence to slave owners like piglets. Somebody who sold his entire territory to a native lord for a lump sum and had gone to buy a house in an NPC city with the proceeds. As expected of you, silly players. I want to say something here and then I will move on. I am not a good man. I have shown you the ledger. I have called my own people capital out loud, and I meant it, and I will mean it again before this story is over. But there is a floor. There is a floor, and it is not high, and it is not complicated. Nobody in Twilight City was ever going to end up on an altar. That was never available. And on the day the shield came down, I found out that a whole lot of the 20 billion people I was competing with did not have a floor at all. And I decided, sitting in that hall, that this was going to be worth money to me eventually. Because a lord who eats his own people has one harvest. At 1 in the afternoon, I went outside and started working, because the safe week was over and the map was open. New rule. From today, Twilight City never stands empty. I left every single bandaged mummy at home, all 25 that were not out with the escorts, and took the ones who hit hardest. 10 cursed pharaohs, 13 scorpion warriors, 10 acts of the dead, 33 soldiers, 3 squads. And the first thing I noticed was that the desert had refilled. Everywhere I went, there were monsters. Places I had cleared 2 days earlier had new occupants, strongholds where there had been nothing, and the forum, as usual, explained my own world to me. What's going on today? Why have so many wild units popped up? Places I cleared last time have new ones. My few troops are almost wiped. Don't you know what day it is? It's Monday. The wild unit gathering points have refreshed. Damn, so there really is a refresh? I even forgot I transmigrated into a game world. Monday. Every Monday, the world restocks. I looked up at a completely cloudless sky and thought, this world is genuinely interesting, and it is also on a subscription model. Then a scorpion came back with a report, and I went to look at a mine that was mostly diamonds. Countless ore fragments across a stretch of gravel, catching the light of the setting sun so hard it hurt to look at. Not gold, not iron. Gem mine, micro. Reserves, 100 units. Maximum output, 21 units per week. Capacity, minimum 3, maximum 10. Description, a rare resource point. After occupying it, you can mine gems. 100 units total reserve, 21 a week. That is not a mine, that is a jewelry box, and I wanted it more than the gold mine. Because rare resources are not ordinary resources. There is no market washing machine for gems. And there was a hero altar blueprint sitting in my system space that needed 500 gems, 500 crystal, 500 mercury, and 500 sulfur, and I had never in my life laid eyes on a single unit of any of them. 3 gems a day. It would take me half a year. I did not care. Start the clock. And then I looked at the guards. And the guards were the reason nobody had taken it. Goat horns coming off the head, sharper than spears. Spines slightly arched, with a row of membranous fins down the back, and a row of spikes in the middle of the fins. Bare-chested, animal hide kilts, muscle standing out in slabs. Long-handled hammers, flat on one side, curved blade on the other. And the eyes were blood-colored, and they were the wrong kind of interested. Demon goat monster. Level 4, potential, rare 2-star. Strong physique, rank D. Strength increased 50%. Stamina recovery increased 50%. Heavy strike, rank D. Swings the giant hammer. After charging 3 seconds, the next attack erupts with 200% power. Demon blood, rank D. All attributes increased 30%. Stamina increased 50%. Racial talent, can consume gems to rapidly recover from injuries. Bond, demon. More than 30, strength up 30%, and attacks gain the crush trait. Activated. Description, enjoy the pleasure of having your head smashed by a giant hammer. 4 squads, rare 2-star. Guarding a mine with 100 units in it. If this is what a micro rare point costs, I thought, What do they put on a small one? Epic grade? But I read that panel 3 times, and this time there was a hole, and the hole was enormous. No curse immunity, no instant death immunity, and every single one of their damage sources was physical. Sandification is a natural counter to that entire species. Everyone, prepare for battle, I said, and then I gave the first real order of my life as a commander, and I want to write it out in full, because it was the first time the 3 parts of my army had ever been in the same field together, and it was the formation I used for the next month. Scorpion warriors, hold the front line. Do not let a single enemy get past you. Cursed pharaohs, cast from the back. The moment anything gets through the scorpions, lock it down. Axe of the dead, you are the main force. Stand 20 meters behind the scorpions. The instant the enemy steps inside 30 meters, attack. Tank, control, damage, attack. And the scorpions walk down that dune shoulder to shoulder, iron pincers up, with 10 black armored executioners walking behind them, and 10 skeletal figures in colored crowns bringing up the rear with staves. The demons in the mine noticed immediately. Every relaxed posture in that pit went rigid at the same time, and the arm muscles came up on all 40 of them, and the red eyes started giving off something you could feel across 200 meters. One of them could not stand it and threw its head back and roared at the sky. Damned undead and mummies, daring to provoid the great demons, you are courting death. Their leader swung a warhammer up and pointed it at the hill. Kill! And 40 rare 2-star demons charged up a dune at me with no hesitation whatsoever, and the dust behind them went up 10 meters, and I want to state for the record that it was extremely frightening, and I loved it. They came a third of the way up, and the scorpions stopped and set. 13 pincers opened. Not to strike, open and waiting, like animal traps in a field. 10 axe of the dead put their hands on their axe handles and let the soul power come up until the light was leaking out of the eye slits. The pharaohs raised their stabs and started an incantation. 30 meters, 20, 10. And when the first 7 or 8 demons crossed inside 10 meters of the scorpions, the axe of the dead roared. Roar, rank D. After roaring, the next attack's power is increased 50%, and 10 axes left 10 hands, with a sound like a sheet being torn in half. The demons in front had no idea, none. They had spent the entire charge with their eyes on the scorpions, because the scorpions were obviously the fighters, and they had classified the tall things at the back as some kind of second rank. By the time the axes tore the air open, it was too late to turn. One demon's arm came off above the elbow, and the blood came out of the shoulder like a burst standpipe. And the axe kept going, past him, out to the end of the chain, and the axe of the dead pulled, and the axe came back, and it came back through the same demon from behind. He was still processing the arm when he felt something enormous go into his back, and then the pain came around into his chest, and he looked down, and there was a blade covered in his own blood standing out of the front of his rib cage. He never got to have a thought about it. Of 8 demons, 1 dodged. 2 of the rest simply fell over dead, instantly, no wounds visible worth mentioning. Soul execution, 30%. 2 out of 8 on the first exchange before they had touched my line. The demons behind them saw one cold flash of axe blades in the sunset light, and a whole swath of their friends already down on the sand with the blood running out into the gravel. And they did not break. That is what I respect about them. Their eyes went from red to something dripping, and they came on harder. The second wave hit the scorpions properly, and the sound of it was awful. Because here is what a rare 2-star does to an elite 3-star. One of them brought a hammer down on a scorpion, and the scorpion crossed both pincers over its chest and caught it, and the impact drove that scorpion back 3 full steps with all 8 legs sinking into the sand. That thing was a head shorter than my soldier, and it moved it 3 steps. My scorpions had never lost an exchange. They had gone through mounted bandits like a wall going through paper. And a full rank of potential turned out to be a real thing, not a number on a page, and they started giving ground. Cast, I said. Control them. Do not let them break the line. And the pharaohs went to work, and this is where I fell in love with them. Pharaoh's curse, 20% off everything. Words of curse, stop. Both, in sequence, into the front of a charge. Demons that had been swinging hammers hard enough to move my scorpions suddenly found their own arms sluggish, and some of them just stopped, frozen mid-stride, while a scorpion cut them apart at leisure. They saw the pharaohs at that point. They understood exactly what was killing them and where it was standing. And they could not get there because there were 2 lines in front of it. The only regret was numbers. 10 pharaohs, 3 squads of demons still standing. They could not lock all of it. Crack. An uncursed demon put everything it had into a hammer swing on a scorpion's pincer, and the pincer that tears steel apart went to cracks like a dropped pane of glass. Then it hit again and shattered it, and the follow-through went into the scorpion's chest and blew it open, and the demon felt nothing, no resistance. Like hammering cotton. All that force went into a body that had already stopped being solid, and with nothing to push against it, lost its own balance and stumbled sideways. Sandification. And my scorpion, with a hole in its chest that was already filling with sand, took the single opportunity it was ever going to get and swung the left pincer, and the butcher's hook on the front of it went into the demon's body, and it pulled and opened a wound across the whole torso, and then the tail came off the spine and went through the shoulder and pumped venom into it. The fight turned in that one exchange, and then it turned everywhere at once, because every scorpion on that line lit up with sandification, and 40 demons with nothing but physical damage went from slaughtering my front rank to being a mouse trying to bite a turtle. Their hammers could break a city wall. Their hammers were now a customer service issue. And once the line was stable, 20 to 30 meters behind it, the axes started working properly. Whoosh! And they never saw them. At that range, you do not see an axe coming. You feel something arrive. Soul execution. Soul execution. Soul execution. 40 rare 2-star demons died on a gravel slope in front of a mine with 100 gems in it, and the last one went down under an axe it never saw. Your army has wiped out a group of demon goat monsters, 200 experience. Axe of the Dead has leveled up, current level 4, and I stood on that dune and watched the levels come up on my army, and I did the count, and out of 40 enemies, my scorpions had killed 3 or 4. Everything else was the axes. That was the troop type worth my full effort. That was the answer to the gold mine, the answer to the dungeon, and eventually the answer to a great deal more than that. And I found out on a slope at sunset with the light coming off a pile of gems. Occupy the gem mine. Confirm. 3 gems a day. 40 minutes from my walls. And I walked down into it while the bodies were still rotting and looked at the tiny stones sitting in the rock crevices catching the last of the light and thought, no wonder dragons and girls both like these shiny things. They are quite pretty. I'll have the miners save a big one, just in case it comes in handy. I got home in the dark, and Rorik was waiting at the edge of the territory, and Alara was standing next to him. Good evening, Lord Arthur. The kitchen has prepared dinner. Also, the search teams have all returned. And Alara came forward before Rorik had finished the sentence, absolutely lit up. Thank you, my lord, Alara, I said. Did they find your father? And she shook her head so hard the ponytail went sideways, and her eyes went red. I stood there confused for a second, because those 2 signals did not add up. Then she got her breathing under control. Lord Arthur, they didn't find my father, but they got news of him. Oh, was he rescued by someone else? Yes, my father reconnected with the Irish Chamber of Commerce and has already set off for Solon City. Ah, so he did not look for you. I did not say that out loud. I want credit for that. She saw my face anyway and explained, in a rush, because she had clearly already had this argument with herself. The Irish Chamber of Commerce has a special treasure that can find missing people in the desert, but it requires the blood of a relative. And there it is. Of course they do. Of course the trading firm with the self-drawing map also has a bloodline dowsing rod. And of course a father who can be located by blood went straight to the nearest branch office and started walking toward the one place his daughter's blood could be tested against. He had been looking for her the whole time, with better equipment than mine. Thane has already gone back to Solon City, I said. When they meet, he will certainly tell your father you are safe. And she nodded and then bowed to me. If it were before, I would definitely have gone to find my father, and a blush went across her face. But now I am a member of Twilight City and your subordinate. Since my father is safe, I will work hard for you. And I stood there and had a very cold thought which I kept entirely to myself. If I had done that quest the normal way, I would have lost her. Read the terms again. Find your father, who was blown away by the sandstorm. Mission complete, the other party joins your territory. The systems version was, find him, bring him back, then she stays. Except her father was never going to be found by me. He was found by a merchant guild with a magic item, 4 days out, moving away from me at walking speed toward a city a month away. If I had waited for the quest to complete, this is what would have happened. My scouts bring back news that her father is alive and in Solon City, and an 18-year-old girl thanks me politely and leaves the next morning to go find him, and there is not one thing in this world I could have said to stop her, and I would not have tried. I got the hero because I completed the recruitment early, through the side door, by doing something the quest never asked for. It seems the hero recruitment quest doesn't have only one way to be completed, I thought. Perhaps I can explore this in the future and not be limited by the mission's constraints. Write that sentence down somewhere. It is the single most profitable thought I have had since I arrived in this world, and it did not come from a cheat. Then I asked Rorik the question I had been carrying up the road. What about the casualties? And he organized his face before he answered, which is how I knew. 7 wounded, 4 dead, 60 people out. 6 dead 2 days ago at the cactus field, 4 more since. 10 of my residents, and of the 10 mummies I had sent, 5 had come back. Bury the dead in the land of glory, I said. Reward the wounded with desert crown honey. Yes, my lord. The vast death desert is indeed fraught with danger, but in exchange for an A-grade hero, this wave was not a loss. I am going to leave that sentence in exactly as I thought it, because I did think it, in those words, on the way to dinner, about 10 of my own people. A merciful man cannot command an army. As a lord, you can never be indecisive. I do not hesitate when a sacrifice is necessary. This is the world background of the 10,000 races' supremacy, and the current peace exists only because the time for war has not yet arrived. I have said all of that to myself so many times that it has worn smooth, and I still say it, and it still works, and I have never once decided whether that is strength or a callous. After dinner, I had the whole rescue detail brought in, 50 of them, in my hall, and every one of them bowed the instant they were through the door, and then stood absolutely still because they were in a room with the man who could decide their lives with a sentence. I stood up. No need for formalities, I said. Every resident who contributes to Twilight City is worthy of respect. You have worked hard these past few days. You could see that land. Who among you will tell me what you encountered? Nobody moved for about 4 seconds. Then a young man stepped half a pace forward. My lord, may I? His hands were closed up into fists, and his voice was shaking. And when the whole room turned to look at him, his knees nearly went. Of course you may, I said. There is no need to be nervous. You completed your mission. You are heroes of Twilight City, and you will receive my reward. And he came apart with relief, and then talked for 10 minutes. I sat there and listened to all of it. Every squad, 1 representative each, 6 accounts of the same desert. And I want to be honest, from a purely operational standpoint, almost none of it was useful. They had met monsters. The monsters had been terrifying. They had avoided the monsters. What sounded to them like the great adventure of their lives sounded to me like Tuesday. Are you sure you didn't encounter any buildings like temples? No, they said in unison. Then did you discover any territories similar to Twilight City? No. Again, 60 people, 6 directions, 5 days, and not one player territory. Not a wall, not a shield, not a shed. Are there really that few desert faction lords? Or is the Death Desert so big that we are all spread out past walking distance? Or are these guys just afraid of everything and would not approach a village if they saw one from a dune? I did not get an answer that night, and it kept bothering me like a stone in a shoe. Then I changed the question, and the answer changed everything. Did you discover any other people scattered by the sandstorm? Yes. Where are they? Why didn't you bring them back? And the middle-aged man who answered went visibly awkward. This. They are in an oasis, my lord, and they are unwilling to return to Twilight City with us. They would rather wait for the Iris Chamber of Commerce to take them away. How many? Over 300 people. Do you have a map? He put a hand-drawn thing on my table and pointed at a circle. Right here. They have sufficient water and food, and they are unwilling to leave. And then he stood there being embarrassed, because he had walked 5 days into a desert to rescue people who had told him no. To be fair to those 300, they were not being stupid. They had signed on with the Iris Chamber of Commerce to cross the desert. Compared to a territory they had never heard of, run by a stranger, waiting for the firm they had already paid was the reasonable play. Weren't those your companions? Why didn't they come with you? My lord, most of the people who followed the chamber were strangers to us. I nodded, and then I asked the question that turned a rescue report into a military objective. It's not strange for an oasis to have water, I said, but what kind of oasis has enough food to feed several hundred 200 people, and you were all scattered by that sandstorm nearly 2 weeks ago. Could they have lasted this long on what they were carrying? The man's mouth opened and then shut. I don't know either. They didn't let us in. He hesitated, and then, with real difficulty, because he knew exactly how it was going to sound. My lord, they also told us to take the others back, and said they don't lack food, and there is no need to stay in Twilight City because it is safer there. Oh, let me lay that out. 300 civilians, 2 weeks into a desert with no supply line, are not short of food. And they are recruiting. That is not a group of refugees. That is somebody's operation with a food source under it. Whenever there is an anomaly, there must be a hidden cause. All right, I said, I am aware of this. I will go there personally in a few days. You will lead the way. Then I encouraged them all again and sent them to bed, and I went to hand out rewards and discovered I had nothing to hand out. That is a genuinely humiliating moment, and I would like it recorded. I had just come back from a slope covered in gems. I had 10,000 units of resources moving through my hands a day, and I stood in front of a warehouse trying to find something appropriate to give 50 people who had walked into a desert for me, and the inventory was food and some fur. Rorik, I said, what do you usually use to reward subordinates? And that old man, who had spent his whole life inside a system I had walked into 8 days ago, understood the problem in half a second and did not embarrass me about it. My lord, ordinary rewards can be gold, beast furs, or common medicinal supplies. The desert crown honey is a precious reward item. And then he said the thing. For those who have rendered great service, you can reward them with glory, a title of nobility in Twilight City, an honorable title, or even a piece of land. And a door opened in my head. Because he was right, and he was more right than he knew. And I had spent my entire previous life in a civilization that had industrialized exactly this. Rewards do not have to be objects. At low levels, people need things. Later, when your subordinates are strong, giving them only material goods is actually an insult. You can make a man a baron of glory. It costs nothing, it grants no real power, and it is a wonderful thing to be able to say about yourself, killing several birds with one stone. Rorik, I said, hold a glory ceremony tomorrow. Every resident who took part in this search comes on stage to receive a reward. Tonight, have the tailors find red cloth and make large red flowers for them to wear. If there isn't enough cloth, make them smaller and pin them on the chest. Everyone who participated receives the Twilight City Collective Bronze Medal. Write every name down on a sheet of paper and present it with the medal. And have Ilara forge the bronze medal for me. And design the silver, the gold, and the highest honor of Twilight City, the Lord's Medal. From now on, anyone who contributes gets a glory ceremony scaled to what they did. Public, in front of everybody, with a medal. Rewards are divided into collective and individual. For missions with many participants, a collective medal. For a mission completed by one person, an individual medal. Residents who receive a medal may hang the title Honored Resident on their door and will be eligible for priority promotion. I invented none of that. I imported all of it. That system took a couple of centuries and several enormous wars to develop where I come from, and I dropped it into a village of 400 people in one evening because I had run out of things to give away. Rorik got excited in a way I did not expect. Lord Arthur, your wisdom is enough to make the gods marvel. And the specific thing that impressed him was not the medals. It was the collective award, because he had seen the problem before I said it. When 50 people all do the same brave thing, you cannot give 50 individual honors, or the honor becomes nothing. And you cannot give none, or the honor is a lie. The collective medal solves it completely, and that old man saw the whole shape of it inside 2 seconds, which is when I stopped thinking of Rorik as a loyal retainer and started thinking of him as an administrator I was very lucky to have. The corresponding medals will come with some material reward, I said. Go and work out the specifics. This system is new. There will be gaps. Watch for them, and we will patch it as we go. Then I went out to the well, because I still had a war to fund. 200 people were working under torches, and I want to describe the scale of it, because this is the part of a fantasy story nobody puts in. Boiling water, skinning, gutting, cutting. A mountain of prey coming down a line of people, all of them with jobs, the cut meat stacking up on washed stone, then cooked, then dried, because in a desert that dry, you can preserve meat almost indefinitely if you get the water out of it fast enough. That is how you make travel rations. That is also how a nation stores calories. A full granary really does give people a sense of security. And while I stood there watching my logistics happen, I did the shopping, because that night I needed a specific kind of soldier, and it was not a good one. Twilight City can never be empty again. The force I take out kills things. The force I leave behind has to survive an ambush by an enemy I have never seen, in a place I am not, under the command of an old man who is not a hero and technically cannot command troops at all. So, adapted to the desert, no logistics, strong defensively, worth cultivating. Search, desert faction, mummy. And after 20 minutes of the strangest catalog in the world, something made me stop. Mummy Guardian, common 3-star, body of the dead, rank F, immune to poison and plague, physical damage reduced 15%. Guardian, rank F, within the territory, all attributes increased 30%, invalid when leaving the territory. Patrol, rank F, while patrolling in the territory, sensitivity increased 30%, can discover enemies sneaking into the territory. Formation, rank E, can combine into a 10-person formation to launch an attack. Description, mummies guarding the pharaoh. They are quite vigilant. 4 skills at common grade, 4. Most common units have 1, and it is embarrassing. And read the second one again. All attributes up 30% inside the territory, and worth nothing outside it. That unit is not a soldier. That unit is a building with legs. It is a species that has been designed, from the ground up, to do exactly one job and be useless at everything else, and the job was the one I could not fill. I bought it for 3,000 iron, and then I bought the other 2 on the market as well, 3,500 wood and 3,800 gold. Price is that high on a common nest, because the sellers knew. Anybody who reads that panel knows. I did not care even slightly. Once they were home, I was going to feed them junk and turn them elite, so the premium was a rounding error. 30 more junk nests to do it, 15,000. By the time I was finished, I had spent 23,000 out of 30,000 resources, and I felt genuinely good about it, because hunting was always for this. 3 pyramids went up in the corner of my front yard, and they came out looking worse than anything I owned. Weathered until they were pockmarked, holes the size of a fist all over the outside faces, the kind of holes that make you wonder what is going to come out of them. Land of the Guardians, common 3-star. Consume 10 nests to promote to elite 3-star. Confirm. 30 cores went in, the pyramids went to 4 meters, and the decay got deeper. Somehow the upgrade made them look older instead of newer, and the fist-sized holes went darker. Land of the Guardians. Elite 3-star. Recruitable, Mummy Guardian, Elite 3-star. Available, 20 each. Weekly, 10. 60 soldiers available in 1 night. Recruit all. 7,200 resources, which I did not have, so I canceled a bounty and sold 20 desert horses for 6,000 resources each. 120,000 resources, for 20 animals that had cost me 1 afternoon. I have said that food was money in that first week. That is the number. That is what the number looked like. And then the pyramids poured. Not a hand out of a crack, not a relief coming to life. Fine sand started pouring out of every one of those fist-sized holes at once, and the sand ran down the outside of the building and collected on the ground in front, and then the collected sand stood up. It stood up into a shape holding a round shield in one hand and a long blade in the other, with bandages the color of rotting straw. 60 times. Mummy Guardian. Elite 3-star. Body of the dead, rank E, 30% physical reduction. Guardian, rank E. 40% to all attributes inside the territory. Patrol, rank E. Increases the territory's security by 40 and detects intruders. Formation, rank D. And when all 60 were standing there, every single one of them struck the flat of its blade against the boss of its shield at the same instant. One enormous crash of metal in a dark courtyard at midnight. They were announcing themselves. I put my hand out and gave them the desert too, and that was the night the thing became a policy. 60 mummy guardians have mastered a portion of the desert's power. Sandification, rank D. Every troop in this territory can sandify. From now on, that is the signature of Twilight City. From now on, you are responsible for guarding this territory, I said. Patrol day and night. Defend against external enemies. Obeying your orders, master. The noise had brought half the village out, and Rorik came over at speed, and his eyes lit up at the sight of them. Lord Arthur, is this the army you just recruited? These are mummy guardians, I said, recruited specifically to protect this territory. Inside these borders, they get extra attributes, and they are very powerful. Outside them, they lose most of their strength. And then I did the thing that mattered. From now on, you have the authority to mobilize this army. Use it carefully. He took a long breath and stood up out of himself. I will guard Twilight City with my life. There was a technical problem underneath that, which is that Rorik was no longer a hero unit and therefore literally could not command troops. So what I actually did was instruct 60 mummies to obey the old man's orders within the scope of defending the territory. A workaround, a very deliberate one. But the practical effect was that a man who had walked in out of the desert 9 days earlier with 100 hungry strangers and a hand-drawn map now had an army. 3 squads of bandaged mummies outside as pickets, 6 squads of guardians inside the walls, 1 force out, 1 force in. Whatever comes, there is reaction time. And then, at 8 o'clock exactly, the system rang twice. This week is a special disaster week. Drought. Please take precautions, lords. All troop nest outputs have been refreshed. Please recruit accordingly, lords. I read the first one and said out loud to nobody, I am already in a desert, and you are telling me about a drought. Is there anywhere in this world drier than this godforsaken place? I would like it noted for the record that I said that, out loud, in advance, as a joke. Then I read the second one, and my breathing changed. Troop output refreshes at 8 p.m. every Monday. I opened the nest panel. Great Pyramid, Elite 3-star, 3 buildings. Recruitable, bandaged mummy. Available, 21. Venom Scorpion Nest, Elite 3-star. Available, 7. Cursed Pyramid, Elite 3-star. Available, 5. Battle Axe Cabin, Rare 3-star. Available, 5. And then, the 60 mummy guardians I had recruited 9 minutes earlier. Land of the Guardians, Elite 3-star, 3 buildings. Available, 30. 68 soldiers, available immediately, because a clock rolled over. Ha 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 ha, I said, in a courtyard, at 8 in the evening, at the top of my lungs. What does it mean to hit the jackpot? What the hell does it mean to hit the jackpot? Here is what that clock actually meant, and it took me a few minutes to feel the size of it. Every nest I own generates soldiers every week, forever, whether I do anything or not. The number is set by the grade of the nest and how many buildings I have. So the cheat does not just make my soldiers better, it compounds. Every rung I climb raises my weekly income of violence permanently, which is why I own 3 mummy pyramids and 3 guardian pyramids instead of 1 of each. Width, not height. Width times time. Recruiting all of it cost 15,650 resources. The bandaged mummies were 4,920 for 21. The scorpions 840 for 7. The pharaohs 600 for 5. The guardians 3,600 for 30. And 5 acts of the dead cost 6,000. 5 soldiers, 6,000 resources. 2/3 of the cost of everything else combined. No wonder people say armies are built with money. And that is at rare grade, at level 3 on day 8. If it costs this much for a few dozen soldiers now, what is it going to look like at the top? But I was a man sitting on 120,000 resources from 20 dead horses, so I paid all of it and did not blink. Bandaged Mummy, 51. Scorpion Warrior, 20. Cursed Pharaoh, 15. Axe of the Dead, 15. Mummy Guardian, 90. 191 soldiers, nearly 2 companies. Twilight City had 400 residents and 191 soldiers on day 8, and the strike force I can take out of the gate without leaving my home undefended was 5 squads. Tomorrow, I said, I can try the medium gold mine. I wonder if hunting those semi-metal giants who have maxed out their defense drops anything like a treasure map. And then I lay in a bed under a rabbit fur blanket in a stone room and made a list of the things that had been out of reach a week ago. A 1-star dungeon behind a 1-way portal, average unit strength, rare. A 2-star treasure map with a volcano on it. A dark temple guarded by level 8 rare guardians who resurrect. And a level 15 dragon that cruises the sky over a dead river with every one of its stats hidden. Going to those places without strength is just throwing your soldiers away, but Twilight City is starting to earn the right to look at them. The desert still has countless mysteries waiting for me to uncover. I slept extremely well, and then I slept in until 10 because I am the Lord, and the cooks brought hot water without being asked, and I lay there for a minute enjoying the single most decadent fact of my new life. Sleeping until you wake up naturally, with somebody serving you 24 hours a day, used to be a wish. Ideas that could not be realized before all seem like they can be tried now, I thought, staring at a stone ceiling. Then I got up, and I would like to state that my total romantic accomplishment over 11 days in a fantasy world was throwing 2 teenage girls and 2 extremely enthusiastic cooks out of my own hall, while a 70-year-old man ran a recruitment pipeline behind my back. Then I got up and went to look at my orchard, because Rorik had said the sand dates were flowering. And I need to tell you about that, because I have described a lot of violence, and this is the thing I would actually take a photograph of. 10 mu of green depends after yellow sand in flower. And the flowers were not one color, they were 7. Rainbow-colored blossom, drifting in bands through a grove that had not existed 8 days earlier. And the whole thing was full of bees, thousands of them, and every one of them was flying home with its legs coated in pollen. And around it, in every direction to the horizon, the death desert, the most reliable synonym for the end of life on the main plane. And in the middle of it, this. That feeling cannot be described in words. This place seemed to have become a synonym for hope. I stood in it for a while, and I did not do any arithmetic at all. Then the woman in charge of the orchard came over and ruined it, in the best way. She was middle-aged and round, and her cheeks looked exactly like 2 halves of a red apple that somebody had cut and put on either side of her nose, and her voice came out fast and sharp like a woodpecker. "Good day, my lord. Good day, Auntie Elsie. Has there been any problem with the orchard? No problem. We are in there all day. We will absolutely not let anything happen to the sand dates." Then she got to it. My lord. Those wasps are too hateful. They come to catch our bees every day, and sometimes 7 or 8 times a day. If you hadn't told us not to act, we would definitely have swatted them dead. I was caught between laughing and something else entirely. "Those venomous wasps can easily poison 10 camels to death," I said. "Don't provoke them." "Then are we just going to let them bully us?" And her cheeks got rounder, which I did not think was possible. "I will find a way to solve this," I said, and then I said it properly, because she was going to do something. I could see that she was going to do something. "Remember, if you don't want to enter the land of glory the next day, do not act rashly." "Yes, my lord." And she went off muttering about finding a way to deal with those bad guys, which I registered at the time as a charming detail from a woman with apple cheeks, and which I should have taken far more seriously than I did. The hive panel had a new line at the bottom. Note, the desert bees have given birth to 2 new queen bees. They will split the hive in 3 days. I laughed out loud in the middle of the grove, splitting already. I had upgraded that queen 5 days earlier, and she had already produced 2 heirs, and in 3 days I was going to own 3 hives instead of 1, which at 30 units of honey a week was going to be the single most profitable line item in my nation. Then I did the projection, which is a habit I cannot switch off. Desert crown. Delicious enough that a merchant hero licked out a ceramic bowl in front of his own guards. Sell a jar for 10,000. No. 100,000 resources would not be excessive. Even at 10,000 a jar, 30 jars a week is 300,000 resources for free. No, that is not right. Since the system prompt calls them extremely precious, expansion is not going to be that easy. Most likely after this split, they enter a developmental period, which was correct, and I want to flag that I guessed it correctly, and it still annoyed me later. Then 2 wasps came down out of the sky, killed 2 bees, and left. And I stood in a grove full of rainbow flowers, watching my medicine supply get taxed, and thought, when the time comes, I will deep fry them. Bee pupae are actually a good dish. I left with my brows down, and the residents did not say a word to me on the way out. The rabbit farm, 400 meters away, had become a fortress, 2-meter-high wooden fence on the outside. Inside that, a belt of wisteria thorns 1 meter high and 2 meters deep. Thorns 7 or 8 centimeters long, the kind of thorns that would make a heavily armored man think about his career. And a dozen goblins on the outside hammering stakes for a second fence. Because of the water, the thorns had come in lush and vigorous, and Pebblenose had discovered defense in depth. He came running over the second he saw me. "Oh, my great master, your humble servant greets you," and bowed with his entire body. "How are the flame dragon rabbits?" He hit his own chest with a hand like a dried twig. "Master, the flame dragon rabbits are very healthy now. I inspect them every day, and I absolutely do not allow them to eat anything." I want to appreciate that sentence properly. With every other animal in the history of agriculture, the fear is that it will not eat. With this one, the entire job is to stop it eating. That goblin had reorganized his whole moral universe around denying rabbits food, and he was proud of it. What about the cubs? growing very rapidly. They should reach maturity by the end of the month, and next month they will shed and enter the breeding period. Take good care of them, I said. If there are any problems, come find me at any time. Yes, my lord. And that was the whole visit, because flame dragon rabbits sunbathe, and there is nothing else to see. A field of white animals lying on their sides in a bowl of sand, charging. Then I went back and spent 100,000 resources upgrading a beehive and a pyramid, and I would like to briefly acknowledge the sentence I have just written. 100,000 resources. On bees. The cursed pyramid went from elite to rare, which took 100 nests and 50,000 resources, and made it the third rare nest I owned. And the black gold system, having finished, added a line I had never seen before. You can consume resources to upgrade previously recruited elite 3-star troops to the same level as the unit nest. I read it twice. Then I laughed so hard I had to sit down on my own front step. Because up to that moment, every upgrade had only affected the future. The nest goes up, and the soldiers it makes from then on are better, and the ones already standing in your yard are yesterday's model. Not anymore. I opened the Scorpion panel and it said upgradable, and the price was the full recruitment cost with no discount whatsoever, which for 2 squads was 8,000 gold, 8,000 wood, and 8,000 iron. 24,000 resources to retrain soldiers I already owned. I had 120,000 in the bank from horse futures. I upgraded every single one. And in my courtyard, 20 Scorpion warriors' joints rattled all at once. A faint silver-white light went over them. Patterns came up on the pincers that had not been there before, catching the light like something forged rather than grown. And the tails, curved like longbows, went sharper, and the poison in them stopped being invisible and turned a dark blue that made the back of my neck itch. Scorpion Warrior. Level 4. Potential. Rare 3-star. Poisonous Scorpion Tail, rank D. Armor-piercing damage, massive poison damage, and a 3-second paralysis. Undead Body, rank D. Physical damage reduced 50%. Giant Iron Pincers, rank D. Sharpness up 50%. Strength up 50%. 3 seconds. There is a new line in that panel, and it is not a bigger number, it is a new verb. Their tail now stops things. Combine that with words of curse from the pharaohs, and my army had 2 independent sources of hard control, on 2 different cooldowns from 2 different ranks of the formation. And behind both of them, 15 executioners throwing magical death at 40 meters. That is not an army anymore. That is a machine with a purpose. That afternoon, I went for the gold mine. And on the walk, I did the thing I did every walk, which was read the forum, because it was the only television available. Ha 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 ha, I bought 5 nests yesterday to mass-produce troops. I recruited a batch and then it refreshed, and I was like, good grief, and recruited them again. Now even I, a mouse carrying a gun, can play at scaring cats. Ga ga ga, I'm mass-producing troops from 10 nests at the same time. I ask you, are you scared? But why do these troops eat more than the residents? If this goes on, the territory will be eaten into bankruptcy. And then one post that I went back and read 4 times, because it taught me a rule of this world that nobody had told me. Who was the idiot last time who said undead troops were good because they don't need logistics and can be developed vigorously? I really believed your nonsense. I am a human territory in the Temple Empire, and I thought that after the residents died, I could use their bones to recruit skeleton soldiers. But after the undead troops appeared, the territory immediately fell into chaos. Those damned commoners said these were undead and very evil, and demanded I banish all the troops. What a joke. Is that even possible? After I refused, morale dropped so fast I couldn't hold it back at all. Today, someone even led a rebellion. Damn it. I killed them on the spot and used their corpses to recruit skeletons. Although I've intimidated them for now, it feels like morale has hit rock bottom. What should I do? The territory is going to be ruined. And the replies underneath were merciless and correct. Is the poster the legendary idiot? You are in the Temple Empire, a human in the Light faction, recruiting skeletons. Isn't that just asking for death? Have you ever seen a human territory-keeping skeleton soldiers? It would scare people to death. I can't take it. I'm laughing until I'm out of breath. You really are a little genius. Each faction has its own characteristics. Not using the strengths of your own faction and wanting to play with another faction's troops is asking for death. Has the poster ever seen the undead recruit an elven army? I have a good idea. Why doesn't the poster just slaughter those residents and switch to the undead faction? I sat with that for a while, and then worked out the rule. and it is one of the most important things in this entire story. Recruiting troops outside your faction has a hidden penalty. Not a stat penalty, a social one. Your own residents reject them, and morale goes down, and morale controls everything. And that is why nobody in Twilight City has ever said a word about the fact that my entire army is made of corpses. Desert faction is lawful neutral. Mummies are a desert specialty. My people look at a 2-meter scorpion walking through their village and see the Lord's soldiers, because in this desert, that is what soldiers have always looked like. But there is a second restriction underneath the Faction 1, and it is harsher, and it is the one that had been shaping every decision I made for 8 days without me putting it into words. The environment. You can recruit whatever you like. If the unit cannot survive where you live, its combat effectiveness collapses. Summon human troops in the Death Desert, and thirst and unfamiliarity will do more damage to them than any enemy, which is why my army is undead and always will be. Not because the undead are the best, because they are the only thing in this catalog that does not need anything from me. Then a private message lit up, and it was him. Big Boss Gian. Oh, boss, you're online. Cut the crap. What is it? Big Boss Gian, you've changed. When you needed me, you called me sweetie. And now that you don't need me, you call me Lady Fang. Speak. Boss, you really can't take a joke. I was originally planning to introduce my sister to you. Forget it, forget it. Let's talk business. Boss, I discovered a one-way portal with a 2-star dungeon inside. I plan to raid it. Since you can sell so much food, you must have raided dungeons too, right? Do you have any tips for this little brother? As long as I clear it, I'll definitely give you a treasure. You plan to raid a 2-star dungeon. That's right. To be honest, I picked up 2 more 3-star treasure chests and made a small fortune. I bought 10 common nests and 5 elite nests. After the refresh yesterday, I already have 3 squads of troops. Boss, how's this strength? Not bad, right? And I could hear him grinning through the text. I typed the following. Go ahead if you want to die. A 2-star dungeon? Who gave you the courage? Do you know what's inside a 1-star dungeon? The average troop level. Rare. Wait until you have gathered 3 squads of rare troops before considering a 2-star. Then I closed the forum, because I did not have the patience. He sent about a dozen messages that I did not answer, and on his end, I later learned, the blood went out of his face. A 1-star dungeon with rare average troop strength. He had 5 elite nests and 3 squads of soldiers, and he had been about 10 hours away from walking his entire life's work into a box built to kill something 2 grades above him. That was close, he thought. That was so close. And then a second thought, which is the one that actually mattered for the rest of this story. How does Big Boss Gian know the detailed information about a 1-star dungeon? You cannot see the intel from outside, which means he has been in one, which means he cleared a dungeon where the average unit is rare. Just how strong is this mysterious Boss Gian? And that was the second brick in a wall that was being built about me by people who had never met me. And this one was made out of a truth I had gotten for free from a cheat that scans doors. He messaged somebody he called Sis about it. I read that conversation months later, and I have kept it. Sister, I just contacted that Big Boss Gian. He said the troop strength in a 1-star dungeon is rare. He didn't say anything about 2-star, but even with my knees, I can guess it's more perverted. We have to delay our raid. Jade Blossom. Gian? Is that the top player who sold nearly 100 desert horses? How does he know the troops inside are all rare? Did he clear it? Sister, don't be surprised. That boss is extremely powerful. His information is absolutely guaranteed. We were saved by him. Jade Blossom. The glorious era has indeed undergone major changes. Most of the information I knew from the company has been invalidated. We need to be more careful from now on. Most of the information I knew from the company. Somewhere in that conversation is a person who worked for one of the 10 studios that built this world, sitting in a territory somewhere, discovering that her insider knowledge had a shelf life. Sister, then how should we get along with Big Boss Jin? I feel like we could hug his thighs. Jade Blossom. That Jin is not simple. Contact him more in the future. Repay kindness when received, take revenge when wronged. That is our family motto. Find an opportunity to repay this favor. I don't want to owe anyone. I told you I thought highly of him. Sister, aren't you still single? I have a bold idea. Jade Blossom. Get lost. All right. There is a woman somewhere in this world who used to work for the company that built it, who has decided she owes me, and who runs her life on a motto about debts. I still do not know what she looks like. The gold mine was 20 minutes past the gem mine, where a dozen residents were already working under mummy guard, and the sound of picks carried a long way across flat sand. Mining is extremely boring to watch. I checked that nothing was wrong and left. Then the boulders came up over the horizon again, and 30 brass giants came out of them. Semi-metal giant, level 5, rare 3-star, 60% defense from golden body, 30 more from bone armor, 60 more from the bond at 30 units. Description: you little brat, I'll stand here and let you hack at me for 3 minutes. Even the second time, seeing that unit made me feel like I had brought the wrong tool. The demon goat monsters from yesterday were several grades inferior by comparison. This thing was the natural enemy of physical damage, but no matter how much you calculated, I thought, you did not expect the Axe of the Dead to deal magic damage, did you? Attack formation. 2 squads of scorpions forward, 1.5 squads of Axe of the Dead 20 meters behind them. Pharaohs 50 meters back. The ground started shaking before I finished speaking. They came out of that mine like small hills relocating. Purple gemstone eyes, faces that looked cast rather than born, catching the light with a metallic sheen, and there was real anger on them. Damned undead, you dare to step into our territory? And my scorpion, holding the front, shouting back, withdraw from this gold mine. This is the territory of Twilight City. This is our territory. And the first one charged. One creature, 4 meters tall, 3 tons, running. It sounded like an army. Every step threw up a cloud, and as it closed, the pressure came off it in front like a wave off a boat. At 10 meters, 15 axes left 15 hands, and the giant did not dodge. I want to be precise here, because this is my favorite 30 seconds of that whole week. It did not dodge. It raised its head and put its chest out and kept walking, because it did not believe for 1 second that a bunch of dead men could break a body that had been forged out of swallowed gold for years in a mine. The axes hit, sparks went everywhere, and huge cracks opened across the surface of its body, because the added magic damage was outside its defense entirely. And on a face made of metal, I watched an expression appear that I can only describe as undisguised horror. These undead deal magic damage? How can those heavy axes deal magic damage? And then something ripped inside its soul and everything went black for it, and it did not get to struggle for half a second. 3 tons hit the sand and left a dent you could have parked in. Soul execution. The giants behind it had been waiting to watch their friend charge in and slaughter, and instead, their friend had been executed at 10 meters without touching anybody, which set them on fire. They came, all of them, and the second volley put 7 more on the ground. And then they adapted, and this is the part where I learned to respect them. Several giants reached out and caught the returning chains, grabbed them in midair, locked their hands and let the metallic sheen come up over their arms, and pulled. The chains snapped, axes went into the sand, and one giant got a whole hand around a chain that had not broken and hauled, and a 2-meter-20 armored soldier was dragged forward off its feet through the sand, leaving 2 furrows. That was a genuinely good counter, invented on the spot by a monster, and it lasted about 4 seconds. Because the axe of the dead pulled its remaining chain back into its hand, and the severed axe lying in the sand shattered like glass and vanished, and a new axe grew out of the empty air in its hand. Racial talent. After the battle axe is shattered, it can consume power to recondense. That is when the last piece fell into place for me. That is why the damage is magical. The axes are not ironed. The axes are made of energy, condensed into an axe shape, and the chain is the same, and when you break one, you have broken nothing at all. You have just spent a small amount of your enemy's stamina. The giant holding the chain pulled hard, and the end of the chain in its fist disintegrated into nothing, and the fragments reassembled in midair, and by the time the chain snapped back into its owner's hand, the axe was whole. I laughed out loud on a dune and looked at the pharaohs. Cast, restrict them, coordinate with the axes, words of curse. And the giants stopped. And they stopped for 4 seconds. The demon goat monsters had shaken it off in under 2 the day before. These went rigid for double that, and I have a theory about why, which is that a mind that has been built entirely for defense has nothing in it to hold a curse off with. 4 seconds. In a fight between ordinary men, 4 seconds decides everything. Against a 5-meter target that cannot dodge and cannot even fall over quickly, 4 seconds is a firing solution. Their size, which gave them all that terrifying strength, had become the biggest target on the field. Not one axe missed. Soul execution. Soul execution. Soul execution. The semi-metal giants possess monstrous physical defense, I thought, watching them come apart, and correspondingly, their magic resistance is extremely low, which makes sense. If they had that defense and high magic resistance, they would be at least an epic unit. Meanwhile, the front line was ugly. I want to be honest about the front line. Sandified scorpions charged 4-meter giants without fear and immediately felt the malice of the entire world. A fist came down, and a scorpion crossed its pincers to block, and the pincers were smashed apart in one hit, and its whole body scattered into the air as sand. Another one took a punch to the middle and exploded, and the hole in it was the size of a door, and it stood there, frantically eating the ground to fill itself back in, and could not keep up with the rate of damage. Sandification does not make you invincible. It makes the arithmetic survivable. There is a difference, and my scorpions were living inside it. Pharaoh's Curse. 20% off everything on the most aggressive ones. And the scorpions got their breath back and went to work impeding. The first charge is the most spirited. The second is exhausted. The third is depleted. When the first wave of giants failed to break the scorpion line and reach my back rank, the hope of a second or a third became a smaller and smaller thing, and Twilight City grew stronger the longer it fought. Because levels come up in the middle of a fight in this world, and skills refresh when they do. The last semi-metal giant went down under an axe. Your army has achieved victory in a mini-campaign, 300 experience. You have defeated the army guarding the medium gold mine and obtained the authority to occupy it. Do you wish to occupy? Confirm. 3 squads of rare 3-star units wiped out, and I did not lose one single soldier. And I sat down on the sand for a second because for the entire fight, the scorpions' armor-piercing tails had left nothing on those bodies except white scratches. It was not that the semi-metal giants were not strong. It was that Twilight City was stronger. Gold mine, medium, reserves 100,000, 14,000 a week, 2,000 units of gold a day, forever, from a hole in the ground I now owned. Except capacity, minimum 10, maximum 50 people. 50. I had 400 residents, and about 130 of them were already committed to a lumberyard, a quarry, an iron mine, a gem mine, an orchard, a rabbit farm, and a butchery line, which is the moment the second great constraint of my life walked up and introduced itself, and it was not strength. If this continues, the residents in the territory won't be enough. Victims have intelligence, but they cannot replace natives. The official material says that late-stage city upgrades require sufficient population, full stop, and no amount of soldiers substitutes. Those lords who gave up on their residents in the early stages are going to taste the bitter fruit. I still have to bring back those 300 people the search team found, and it is too suspicious that they lack no food in a small oasis. Then I walked into the mine, and at the back of it, in front of a dusty workshop where ore gets turned into coins, there was a rotted wooden chest. No attributes, nothing on the panel at all. But a fisherman never returns empty-handed, so I bent down and opened it, and in the crack at the bottom there was a folded piece of paper that had gone black with age. You have obtained the Food Workshop Blueprint. Food Workshop, level Common, can build a food workshop used for researching, producing, and processing food. 5,000 gold, 10,000 wood, 10,000 stone, 7 days, 30 people, 10 plots. Description: your territory can now taste more delicious food. Researching, producing, processing. I rubbed my chin in a gold mine and started spending money I did not have, because I own the 2 best consumable products in this desert, and I currently sell them raw. Desert Crown Honey. Sand dates, harvesting 80,000 units a month in a few weeks. What happens when you put those into a facility whose entire purpose is to make food better? Food made with Desert Crown Honey. That is not a snack. That is a royal specialty with a story attached, and I had already invented the story. The more I thought about it, the more promising it got. And then, I did the sums on why I needed it so badly, and the sums were brutal. Upgrading a rare 3-star nest to epic 3-star requires 1,000 common nests. At 500 each, that is 500,000 resources. And the one after that is 10,000 nests, 5 million. Those numbers were becoming exaggerated, and that is one troop type. I had 4. Whether you are managing a territory or building an army, the most fundamental factor is economics, and that is when the sky spoke to 20 billion people at once. The War of the Gods once shattered the river of time, causing countless time fragments to remain in the main plane. One of these fragments, involving a large amount of origin rules, will appear on the 28th of May. The top 1 million players on the Lord Leaderboard may enter it to explore. Troops brought into it can be resurrected at the end of the event by spending points obtained from within. The Lord themselves can be resurrected for free. The time fragment contains various special treasures, and the winners will receive special rewards. Please prepare yourselves, lords. I read it 3 times standing in a gold mine. A time fragment. That is a dungeon. That is a dungeon with up to 1 million participants in it. And resurrection. Free for lords. Cheap for troops. Which means nobody has to be careful. 1 million lords, in one instance, none of them afraid to die, leading armies against each other. My heart started going. The thing that had been quietly annoying me for 8 days was that I could not find a single other player. And here was the system telling me it had booked a venue. The forum was already on fire. Ha ha ha, a large-scale dungeon. This time I can finally have a blast. If you're a brother, come and cut me. Sorry, I wanted to be a good person before, but I didn't have the chance. Now I can only slaughter you all to exchange for the final reward. There are still 20 days. Build troops. Build troops. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? I sold my territory to an NPC this morning. Does any big shot know information about this dungeon? The Wind and Cloud Guild is actively recruiting. As the saying goes, a single tree cannot make a forest, but united, we can break metal. Brothers who are no longer willing to be bullied, private message me. After entering the dungeon, you will have big shots backing you up. Only the top 1 million lords can enter? What does this mean? Why only 1 million? We have 20 billion people. And that last guy is the one who made me close the chat and open the other tab, because he had accidentally said the important part. 20 billion players, 1 million slots. That is not a lottery. That is a cut. Everyone look, the leaderboard has been released. The 3rd tab of the forum, the one that had been gray since the first hour of this world, was live. 2 lists. Territory level leaderboard. Available. Territory comprehensive strength leaderboard. With a countdown on it. Revealed May 28th at 10 o'clock. Top 1 million enter the time fragment. I opened the level list. First, Wang Li. Territory level. Level 3 small city. Faction. Human. Sanctuary. Second, Gareth. Level 3 small city. Elf. Nature. Third, Clint. Level 3 small city. Orc. Horde. Fourth, Li Wei. Level 3 small city. Human. Fifth, Bai Ming. Level 3 small city. Demon. Abyss. Sixth, Kenji Tanaka. Half-orc. Seventh, Khalid. Necromancer. Undead. Eighth, Ulrich. Dwarf. Fortress. Ninth, Volkov. Level 2 small city. Human. Church. 10th, Xylo. Level 2 small city. Medusa. Dungeon. The top 8 were level 3 small cities. Everything from there down to the 1000th place displayed was a level 2 small city. With a base of 20 billion, powerful people are bound to emerge. Then I checked my own rank, 10 billion plus. My mouth did something. 10 billion plus. I had 3 rare nests, 191 soldiers, an A-grade hero, 5 resource points including a medium gold mine and a rare gem mine, a permanent spring, an orchard, a monopoly on desert medicine, and a cheat with my name in the code. And Twilight City was still a level 1 village, because every single resource I had ever earned had gone into the army, and the leaderboard did not care about my army because the strength list was still locked. 10 billion plus. In the bottom half of the entire world. However, I thought, there are priorities in all things, and I do not think there was anything wrong with my choices. Investing resources into territory upgrades in an unsafe environment before having the ability to protect yourself. Once an enemy appears, you can only lie down and wait for death. I have always liked to keep the initiative in my own hands, which is true, and it is also a thing I said to myself while looking at a list I was not on. Next, it's time to raise the territory's level. That large-scale dungeon must not be missed. I was confident I could make the strength list, genuinely confident, but the strength list was hidden, and I did not know how it was weighted, and if it turned out that territory level counted for most of it, and military strength for a little, then the best army in the desert was going to be sitting at home on the 28th, watching 1 million other people loot a piece of the River of Time. I could not be careless. And then, while I was standing in a gold mine having a private crisis about a leaderboard, 20 billion strangers started having an argument about me. Sis, why isn't Big Shot Jian's territory on the leaderboard? The list only showed the top 1,000. He scrolled it repeatedly. No Jian. Did he change his name? Jade Blossom. Impossible. Everyone gets one ID and the name change feature hasn't been developed. But why can't I see him? Big Shot Jian couldn't possibly be weaker than these people. Jade Blossom. Territory level cannot represent everything. Jian sold nearly 100 desert horses. He isn't lacking resources. He most likely invested them into his army. Otherwise, how could he have cleared a dungeon? And then the forum found the thread, and the forum did what forums do. I was still worrying about food for my territory today, and then I opened the leaderboard and realized I'm truly a loser. When will I be satisfied with just not lacking food? Have you noticed that the big shot Jian, who sold a huge amount of food a few days ago, doesn't seem to be on the leaderboard? He. You dare call him a big shot just because he sold some food? If he's capable, let me see him occupy a spot on the leaderboard. Don't blindly brag for others for no reason. You're not getting paid. It's true. Jian didn't even make the top 1,000. I thought he was a big shot before, but once the leaderboard came out, there was nothing. Bullshit. Don't you think about it? Jian got that much food in the first few days. Would he be lacking resources to upgrade a territory? You really have no brains. But the reality is, no matter how much you brag, aren't you still getting slapped in the face? Isn't it ridiculous? Clowns! Only one leaderboard has come out. What are you rushing for? Are you in such a hurry to get slapped? I think you're the one who's brain dead. Why are you bragging for no reason? It started as a discussion about the top lords in the world, and within about 40 minutes, it had become a war about whether some guy called Jian was a fraud. The whole forum forgot the leaderboard. 20 billion people, and the trending topic became, why isn't Jian on the list? I had never posted a single word in that chat, not one. I had traded quietly, bounty by bounty, with my name on nothing but market listings, and I had become the center of a public argument between two factions of strangers who had built an entire mythology out of a man selling dead animals. Things became incredibly surreal. I closed the forum and walked out of a gold mine that produced 2,000 units a day. I woke up on the 10th of May to noise outside, which is never good. I washed, went out, followed the sound, and there was a crowd around the well. Not a working crowd, a standing crowd, which is worse. Good day, Lord Arthur, they said, and every single one of them said it like an eggplant that had been hit by frost. What are you all gathering here to discuss so early? And a man with his whole face collapsed said, Lord Arthur. I don't know why, but the well suddenly ran out of water this morning. I went through the gap they made for me and looked down. There was a bucket on a rope, half wet, drops running off the side of it. And in the bottom of the bucket, there was an inch of mud, silt and grit in suspension, completely undrinkable. Last night, Rorik said it could last a few more days, somebody said behind me, and today the water is cut off. And I stood over a dead well and thought about a joke I had made 2 nights earlier, out loud, in a courtyard, in front of nobody. This week is a special disaster week. Drought. I am already in a desert. What is a drought going to do here? That is what a drought does here. That is exactly what it does. It does not make a desert drier. It goes underneath and takes the one thing keeping 400 people alive in the middle of it. Is this the power of a special week? It is truly ruthless. I cannot underestimate these in future. Rorik came through the crowd, and when he saw the bucket, he aged. I mean that. The wrinkles on that citations, and he was suddenly a very old man standing in front of a problem he could not solve. He saluted me and opened his mouth and then closed it and did not say anything, because there was nothing to say, and the worry on his face was overflowing. And I looked around at 400 faces and I smiled, and I want to be honest about why I smiled, because it was not courage. It was because I had bought the 10th fragment the night before at a stupid price out of impatience. Perfect timing. No need to be nervous, I said. I have a solution. And the crowd went quiet immediately. Not gradually, immediately. That was leadership. That was the skill doing its work in a place where a skill is indistinguishable from a reputation. Somewhere in 400 chests, a feeling arrived which said, he has spoken, therefore this problem is over. I put my hand out, and 10 pieces of broken crystal appeared in my palm. The old residents who had been there for the orchard and the spring recognized them instantly and made a noise. I have seen this before. That is a divine gift. To think Lord Arthur still has more. A divine gift? Is that a treasure bestowed by the gods? Gods above, I never thought I would get the chance to see one. Spring fragment. Consume 10 to synthesize medium-sized spring water. Synthesize? Confirm. The fragments came together in my hand in a burst of light and became a crystal ball the size of an apple, cool to the touch, and inside the ball there was a spring, actually flowing. a tiny recursive miracle sitting in my palm. And here is the part where I could not help myself. I walked to the well. My boots made a specific noise on the stone, and 400 people listened to every step of it. I stood on the collar, turned my hand over, and dropped the crystal in. There was a small splash, like a stone into a pond, and then nothing. I looked around at the crowd. Resolved, I said, and I turned around and walked away. I did not look back, not once. I went straight across the yard toward the mansion and left 400 people standing around a silent hole in the ground, and I could feel the confusion coming off them in waves. Why is there no reaction from the divine gift? Lord Arthur just left? 10 meters of water came out of that well, straight up. A column more than 10 meters high out of a hole that had been dry 20 seconds earlier, and it came down in sheets and soaked every single person standing around it, and not one of them moved out of the way. There is water! I heard it from the other side of the yard. I did not turn around because I had decided not to, and I have my dignity. By the time the column dropped back to a permanent bubbling overflow, 400 people had lost their minds. Grown adults ran at a well. They threw water at each other. They shouted. Somebody was laughing in the specific way people laugh after being frightened. Water in a desert is not water. It is hope, and it is life, and it is everything. And if you have not been in a place where it ran out, you cannot feel the weight of the word. They played in that water until they were exhausted, and it went on a long time, and then it got quiet. And a young man turned around and looked down the empty path where I had gone, and stood there for a while, and then put his hand on his chest and bowed to nobody. And then, one by one, everybody in that yard turned toward an empty road and did the same thing. Your actions have conquered the residents of Twilight City. Leadership upgrade progress increased 50%. Twilight City hidden attribute, public sentiment, has reached 80. Territory has obtained the trait, place of stability. Place of stability, public sentiment is united, happiness is high. Attractiveness to refugees increased 30%. Higher probability of attracting high-level talents or low-level heroes to join. I stood in my own hall reading that. High public sentiment gives you a trait? That is a development trait. It will not show much in the short term, and it compounds forever, which is the only kind of number I actually respect. Ha! This wave is not a loss. And here's the thing I want to say about that whole morning, and then I will stop being sentimental for a while. I did not do the well thing for the trait. I bought the 10th fragment because Rorik had told me 3 separate times that the water was failing, and every time he had told me, he had apologized for bringing it up. But I did drop the crystal in and walk away without looking. That was theater. That was 100% theater, and I knew exactly what I was doing when I did it. You can do a good thing and stage it at the same time. Nobody in that yard was worse off for the staging. Then I spent a very expensive day being a bureaucrat. Twilight City, Level 1 Village, Residents, Humans 340, Desert Goblins 20, Long-Armed Laborers 30, Resources, 25,000 gold, 25,000 wood, 12,000 stone, 12,000 iron. Occupied resource points, micro quarry, small lumberyard, small iron mine, medium gold mine, micro gem mine. Special resources, Sandate Forest, Desert Bee, Flame Dragon Rabbit, Troop Nests, Land of the Guardians ×3, Great Pyramid ×3, Venom Scorpion Nest, Cursed Pyramid, Battle Axe Cabin. Heroes, Lyra Stone, A grade. Description, an unremarkable territory in the Death Desert, but with certain development potential. Unremarkable. Again. This world's descriptions have a personality, and the personality is dismissive. Upgrade, 2,000 of each resource, 30 minutes, clear the mansion. And a light like yellow sand came up over the mansion and spread, and looking down from above, you could see the bluestone paving at the edge of my territory start to crawl outward across the sand, claiming ground, and the desert getting covered for a long distance. Half an hour later, Level 2 Village. Territory expanded by 10 plots. Continue upgrading. Upgrading to Level 3 Village requires 2 buildings at intermediate level. The houses were already intermediate. So, blacksmith shop. 1,000 each of iron, wood, and stone, 10 minutes. Then the territory. 3,000 of each, 1 hour. Level 3 Village, 10 more plots. Upgrading to Level 1 Small Town requires 3 buildings at intermediate. Barracks, 1,500 of each, 20 minutes. Then the territory, 4,000 of each, 2 hours. I sat in a chair for 2 hours while my nation grew, and at noon, Twilight City has been upgraded to a Level 1 Small Town. The territory building limit has been increased to Advanced. The Lord's Mansion has expanded by 10 plots, and the territory has expanded by 30. Current empty plots, 60. 60 plots where I had started with 10. And I want to describe the physical experience of a town growing because I had watched houses do it, and this was different in scale. The mansion's footprint went from 30 plots to 40. The central 2-story building came up to 3. The courtyards front and back doubled. The blacksmith shop, which had been a shed I could have missed while walking past it, became a tall building with its own small courtyard. Even the barracks, which had spent 9 days being the least interesting structure in my life, ended up with a wooden palisade 2 men high around it. The barracks were still full of goblins, incidentally, because my entire army is undead and does not sleep, so the only creatures in my territory that use the military housing are 20 green cowards who are very proud to have beds. Then I checked the rank. 10 million plus. From 10 billion to 10 million in one morning, and I have never felt smaller about a number that improved by a factor of 1,000, because it means the exact same thing. With a base that large, 1 in 1,000 is still millions of people. Usually they all cry on the forums about how miserable they are, and then in secret each one is developing better than the last. Old schemers. Level 1 small town is not first tier, but it is not the bottom of the list anymore. Upgrading to level 2 small town requires 3 advanced buildings and 500 residents, and there it was again, population. Not resources, not strength, people. I had 390. It seems I need to go to that desert oasis and bring those refugees back, I thought, and shelved the whole upgrade path and went to spend the last of my money on the reason I had done any of it. Blacksmith shop, level intermediate. Upgrade requires 2,000 iron, 2,000 wood, 2,000 stone. 30 minutes. 30 minutes later, blacksmith shop, level advanced. Forging efficiency increased 30%. Research. Can choose territory troops to conduct research, increasing their attack power. Current number of troops that can be researched. 1. Stationed hero, Lyra Stone. Hero attached trait. Research speed increased 30%. Success rate increased 30%. I selected the research function and images of every nest I owned came up in my head like a menu. Please select the troop to research. Note, the higher the level, the longer the research time, and the lower the success rate. For the first one, let's try the Bandaged Mummy. Bandaged Mummy primary attack. Estimated research time, 7 days. Estimated resources, 5,000 gold, 5,000 wood, 20,000 iron. Success rate, 80%. Confirmation successful. Please arrange personnel to conduct the research in a timely manner. Ah, it's starting already? I actually said that out loud. There was no confirm button on the second half. The system had taken confirmation for a schedule and started the clock, and I had 30,000 resources of obligations and a 7-day timer running before I had finished reading the panel. Note 1. Materials do not need to be paid all at once. They will be consumed gradually. A lack of materials will slow progress. Note 2. Research has a chance of failure. If the success rate is lower than 50%, the failure rate will increase. Note 3. The duration and success rate are related to the hero presiding over the research. Note 4. During research, the hero presiding cannot leave the territory or progress will stagnate. And that is when I finally understood, properly, in numbers, what an A-grade hero is worth. Success rate increased 30%. On an 80% job, that is 100%. Guaranteed. Out of curiosity, I switched the target to the Axe of the Dead, and the system politely told me to finish the mummies first, but it showed me the terms anyway. Axe of the Dead primary attack. Estimated time, 10 days. Estimated resources, 10,000 gold, 10,000 wood, 50,000 iron. Success rate, 70%, 70,000 resources, and 70%, which with Alara becomes 100. Without her, that is a 7 in 10 chance to spend 70,000 resources and get nothing, and the resource demand of this research function is not inferior to upgrading a nest. Another gold-consuming giant. I was in pain and happy at the same time. Lord Arthur, said a voice behind me. She came in glowing. Lord Arthur, a special research room has appeared inside the blacksmith shop, and there are so many tools inside. I can research how to enhance the strength of the troops in there. My father taught me. My father taught me. From now on, you are fully responsible for the research in the blacksmith shop, I said. I will send the resources. Start with the bandaged mummy. My lord, I need a bandaged mummy to cooperate. No problem. Whatever you need, tell Rorik. All resources will prioritize your needs. And she went off happy, and I did not understand until 2 days later exactly what I had just authorized. That night, I went up onto the roof of my own mansion, which was 3 stories now instead of 2, and sat on the edge of it with my legs over the drop and looked at what I owned. 10 houses, 3 floors each, with 390 people asleep in them. A well that cannot run dry, with a puddle around it where people had thrown water at each other that morning. 5 pyramids and a cabin full of golden axes in the front yard, and 90 mummy guardians walking a patrol route in the dark, striking their shields whenever they passed each other. A kilometer and a half out, a grove of 7 colored flowers with 3 hives in it, and past that, a bowl of sand where 20 goblins were guarding rabbits from an enemy that does not exist by not feeding them. 18 days earlier, 100 people had knelt on hot stone outside a locked door, and an old man had apologized to me for the fact that they only had 3 days of food left. Today, my water supply died at breakfast, and I fixed it by dropping a rock in a hole and walking away without looking back, and an entire town bowed to an empty road. I would like to tell you that I sat up there feeling proud. What I actually felt, mostly, was the arithmetic. Because there was a countdown on my panel. 18 days until a piece of the river of time opens and the top 1 million lords out of 20 billion walk into it, and every single one of them is going to be somebody who spent those 18 days doing exactly what I did. I have 3 rare nests, 200 soldiers, a legend I invented about an emperor, and a talent that has started renegotiating with the weather. And I am rank 10 million on the only list that has been published. And there is a second list that has not been published yet, and it opens on the 28th with everything I have ever built weighed on it in public. Somewhere out there is a woman who used to work for the company that made this world, and who says most of what she knows has already stopped being true. Somewhere out there is a clown who calls me dad, and who I now owe a favor to, and I do not like owing favors, because a favor is a debt with no interest rate printed on it. Somewhere out there, 8 people are already sitting on level 3 small cities. And somewhere much closer than any of that, there is a temple in a bush field where 40 rare guardians come out every evening at dusk and kill everything alive within reach, and they resurrect if you break them, and they have been standing there since the day I arrived, and they will still be standing there when I stop being able to walk away. There is a dead riverbed 2 hours west with a door in it that a scanner told me was full of soldiers 2 grades above mine. There is a dragon over that riverbed, level 15, with every one of its statistics hidden from me, that I have decided out loud that I am going to ride. And there is one more thing, and it is the only one that actually keeps me awake. In 18 days, I have walked in 3 directions, cleared 100 strongholds, taken 5 resource points, rescued a caravan, buried 6 of my own people, and found a temple, a portal, a dungeon, a gold mine, and a beehive. And I have not found one other player. Not a wall, not a shield, not a shed. 20 billion of us got dropped into this world on the same night, and out here, in the largest desert on the main plane, in the direction of everything I own, I am the only lord there is. I have not worked out yet whether that means I am extremely lucky or extremely alone. But the desert is my home ground, and my talent grows, and there are 390 people in that village who will not be talked out of me. And in 18 days, 1 million lords are going to find out what comes out of a pyramid in a place where nobody thought anything could live. Twilight City is going to be the pearl of the Death Desert. I made that up in front of a merchant to sell honey. I have decided to make it